Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 5 of the Monument Grind. So today, of course, happy Valentine's Day. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful holiday. As far as our plans for today, since we ended up disconnecting last night, what ended up happening, it's kind of actually funny. There was an entire outage in my entire city. It lasted from the second that we disconnected last night when doing the monument thing, or, the stone pieces, all the way pretty much until I went to sleep. And then sometimes in between, they ended up finally fixing it. But hopefully it's stable and working now. But, yeah, don't be surprised if we just randomly black out again, I guess. I'm not sure. I hope they fix it. I'm actually not sure what happened. Maybe they just hit a power line or something, but hopefully whatever the issue was has been fixed since then. And we'll find out if we just randomly disconnect today. We shouldn't, though. I sure hope not. But there's a non-zero chance whatever happened yesterday could happen again. But if it's just like a power line or something, it's probably not happening again. So hopefully. But anyways, we are back. Valentine's Day today. And double monument grind. We will be getting the stone piece finished. Actually, might as well do that right now. And we also have the final ventures we need to go do. These ventures are the final ones we have to do for the one-time bonus. Every other venture in the game we have done for a one-time bonus at this point, other than Brick and Tile from Chapter 4, because those aren't possible yet until some kind of quest or other requirement in the future. But this will be every venture completed, so now we can actually start running the ventures we want. And at this exact moment in time, there's going to be double oyster. So we'll do the fishing one last, go double back to it, and then... Actually, no, we could grab it now. I lied. Let's go grab that now. Go grab the monument piece completion, and actually no, we'll different order. Let's do both of these two now. Let's see, what order should I do this in? Let me do it this way so I can teleport right over, and then we'll go do all of the brimstone thing, go do the mining thing, and then we shouldn't have to do any other adventure again other than oysters. Oysters and whatever merchant ones we end up doing over time. Once we get a third venture slot, we'll be able to diversify, into doing two simultaneously. But those are the main ones. So we get the first time bonus over there. And now this should be the final first time bonus for the mining area as well. So every chapter has all of their first time bonuses completed for ventures. So we're pretty much almost done all the first times. There's still a couple combat ones, a couple other weird ones I need to go back for at some point. But those, of course, we've been just saving for off stream at some point. I just haven't gotten around to them. But we have basically done every first time other than, as far as like major ones we haven't done. It is just a production for a lot of stuff. Most of these just aren't really worth doing until we have the carpentry level to go with them. Like the woodcutting carpentry level. So a lot of the actual like make X item kind of things I haven't actually ended up doing. But beyond that, yeah, we're pretty much good to go on first time bonus for everything for completion's sake. But anyways, let me go and call this back, get this in, go put our brimstone over there, and go get our double oyster good to go. So we don't need to redo this. Just get our first time bonus. Obviously not doing it for the XP, but just for the sake of having them completed. Though I guess we would need this for... No, I already did it. Or I think I did. Oh no, we'll need to double check. I think I did it earlier when we were doing the actives. I was gonna say I might need this dynamite just to do it once, but no, I think we already did at this level range. And we should have a little bit of almost every dynamite now, other than the earlier ones before the switch that we ended up just full consuming or full selling at the time. We should have also one stack of one pretty high one. Unfortunately, I think it's in a tier that we're never going to use because I believe it's tier 7. And it is not worth doing tier 7 dynamite at my current level range. Let me just double check. It is on tier 8. Oh, we actually could use that. Ooh. I'm not sure if I would use 10,400 dynamite. I know for sure we wouldn't be using 21,000 of those. Honestly, we might need to go mass sell these at some point. Let's see. How much would this sell for if I was to just mass sell these real quick? I just want to see real quick. If I hypothetically just walked over here and clicked trade and click sell all. 300 silver, that is up. We could do that for like a gold or two. It's not like I'm ever going to use them. It's worth doing at some point. I'll do some of it now while we're here. Obviously, we have one little lobster in the way, but it's fine. I'll do the rest of it later. But there we go. We claimed like half a gold. And we still have like a whole full gold ready to go claim later. Because we're never using that tier, obviously. Tier 8's in the ballpark of kind of being usable. As far as using that many, probably not. We're definitely not doing 10,400 Deathstone, even in the new format. I could assure you that. However, we will be at a level range where that isn't awful to do. Where did they move Deathstone? They moved Deathstone kind of in the middle. I think they moved all the shield material next to each other because both Deathstone and Durbeam are used for shields. Deathstone for Stonehammer. Storm Mage. Why do I forget his name? Hammer Mage. I'm saying like every combination of words that it isn't. Hammer Mage ends up using this for its shield, which of course includes every hero, every class if you're going to be upgrading it for a given class. And then the Durabine is for the Cryo Knight, which of course is for us. But yeah, they put the double shield material right next to each other, right in the middle pretty much of the mining grind, smack in the middle. So yeah, we would need that only for like 5 levels, but I'm pretty sure that's way more than 5 levels. Just a hunch. I'm pretty sure 10,400. I would sure hope is more than 5 levels. So we're probably going to sell most of those as well. Anyways, if that was like tier 9, that'd be a different story. But yeah, it's only tier 8, so we'll need to get to later tier 9. But that's a later issue. Anyways, actually, when do you get it? Right at the beginning? I think you do. So you can actually start stacking up on it. When's the venture? Yeah, you get it right at the beginning, so you still get a lot of levels to stack up. So for example, when we're at 9, we'll have 22 levels to stack it up. Because we get it right here at 9. But then you get to keep going all the way till the end there. Also, did I just see an upgraded tool over there? Oh, nice. There's actually a 6 tool. Wait, does every single category have a 6 tool? I thought it just went up to 5. Hold up. Is there a 6? Oh, interesting. I wonder what the cooldowns look like for that. I actually don't have that for any tool yet. Because I don't have any of them that high. Interesting. Alright. Well, that's for a later thing to figure out. But for now, let's go back to Hopeport. Let's go check, I guess, our cooking bounties while we're in the area. I do have almost a full list. The main thing bottlenecking us right now, if I want to go do some of these, is I need to go manually catch a Grenard because this is for 3 times bonus, but I do not have that tier of Grenard, I don't believe. Unless I have exactly 1 in the bank, in which case, yes! That'll work out perfectly! But I definitely don't have the salmon. The salmons we've been catching were tier 5, and this is for tier 4, so I would have to go buy all the salmon we need, or whatever else we need at the time. So we'll just go grab a couple eggs real quick, see if there's anything cooking going on. We're not going to get a level today, but if we can get to the halfway mark, that'd be nice, just while doing all of our forager stuff. Check this like 2 or 3 times throughout the day. This being one of them, since we're already in town to go set our adventure. No, nothing really worth going here. I guess I'll just do this and then redo it and hope it's something decent. So we'll just go do the cook assignment here, go back, reset our venture, go back to foraging. And our main goal for today is to gain 10 forager levels, so at this point I guess 9.5. Though I guess at this point 9, because the venture, or you know, the points are pretty much going to do as soon as we get it. But yeah, we need to get 10 forager levels so that we can go do emeralds, so that we can then go do 2 monument upgrades today. Because since the blackout yesterday, I was not able to go and turn in the stone. Well, I technically could because I was doing it on my phone plus, you know, using the mobile phone internet for the Steam Deck. However, of course, since we were off stream, I figured we save it for the stream. So I have all the stone pieces we have. We're pretty much there as soon as the stream ended yesterday. We were pretty much done. Like, we're only going to stream for another 5 minutes. So kind of funny that it ended up going right beforehand. But yeah, we're going to be going and putting all those in. We got basically all of them except for like 12 of them by the end of last stream anyways. We'll go turn them in. Go and do this nice little loop with potato, water lily, starfish, and everything else in this area, as well as shells and everything, in order to go get all of our XP and basically camp this all the way until we get to Monument Jade. Then Monument Jade, we're either going to target farm or do wide farming on, depending on how much time we have. As I do want to try to finish up by about 6:30 or 7 tonight if we can, which is about 6 hours then. So we'll go for about 6 hours. If it seems like we don't have enough time by the time we hit, you know, like 5-hour mark, maybe we'll just go Monument Jade Rush. But otherwise, I will kind of wide farm them and only grab like 8 at a time or something while we go and grab everything else. We'll grab like 6, 8, whatever the number ends up coming out to be. And we'll do it that way. But otherwise, we'll do, you know, 24 spam and just get it up quickly or something similar. Or even the 16 spam in between like we were doing the other day. And whatever we end up doing should end up getting done pretty quickly. Anyways, anything else here? No, I meant to set, he saved my some of my omelets. No, now I got to go back. What I meant to do was do like 7 of them and not a full inventory so that I could go right back. There's a solution to this though. I believe I have some backup eggs in here. I kept some backup eggs for this exact moment in time, knowing I would eventually do this. And yes, I did. Perfect. Good job, backup eggs. I saved these eggs for this exact moment in time. I was like, let me go grab a few inventories. I know I'm going to forget at some point or overkill it or something. And good thing I did. Now we don't need to go all the way back. That saves a little bit of time. There we go. Saved by the backup eggs. So we'll do these 10, double check the board, see if it wants me to do eggs or anything useful again. If not, then we'll ignore it. If so, we'll do it real quick and yeah, go reset this venture that's ticking down and wasting all the time. But it should be fine. They're set to 23 hours now, so you don't get like a janky time frame whenever you do them now. So if you're a little bit late on them, it doesn't really matter because they keep moving forward rather than later. Because before, when they were 24 hours, even if you did it like on the dot, you're always moving forward a few minutes in time. Whereas with 23-hour ones, you know, you can kind of keep moving it back in time in a sense and keep it adjusted. All right, we're blocked off again, so we can't do anything there. Go store all this. Let's go do our double venture. And this will I lied. We're not actually done with all the new ventures. There is one new venture we haven't done, and it's the one we actually need to be farming. It is double oyster for 6. So I actually lied. There is one venture we haven't done. It's the one we're about to do double of right now. But this is the venture that we're going to be spamming pretty much all the way until we have a 3rd venture slot. And even once we have a 3rd venture slot, we will still be spamming this until I'm at a level range where I can realistically do double merchant. Right now I can only do single merchant as I have enough for grapes, but I do not have enough for cinnamon sticks. Which means at some point after this grind, I would need to actually go do a few days or 1 day or 1 mega grind. I think we can get that done in 1 day. I'm not sure if we'll be on stream or not, but I need to go do like 1 grind of merchant so that I can do both grapes and cinnamon sticks and 1 oyster instead of double oyster with 1 of these. Because I want these to be even if we can help it. So yeah, we want to do it that way. Which means since I've already done 1 grape, I'd want to do 1 cinnamon into double oyster. And then eventually we'd just be doing 1 and 1, where we do 1 grape, 1 cinnamon stick, and then 1 oyster. A little bit unfortunate how far away the oyster is compared to everything else. The other thing we could technically do to offset that, though, actually, I forgot. Did we have any new bounty things? There might be another one I forgot to go do. No, I did 6. I did 5. I did 4. Because we could also offset with these if we wanted to. I did 3. I just double check. It looks like we did them all. I did 2. Because I forgot to check these earlier. I did 1. I don't think there's a tier 0. And there's no tier 0. Okay, perfect. Alright, we're good to go. So yeah, that venture is the only one we didn't do, but that's the one we're going to be spamming anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Anyway, so yeah, let's go back to the grind. Let's go and get our level up. We need to go get 10 levels and then go do the thing. But before we do, let's go finish the monument for stone. This we ended up gathering at the end of last stream, so let me go and put it all together right now. Get whatever structural upgrade we end up getting from that. And then by the end of stream, we'll start with stone and we'll end on jade. And yeah, it should take like 5-6 hours between all the leveling and then actually obtaining the jade pieces. So that's pretty much the game plan for today. Go put our stone in, go get all the stuff we need to go get 10 levels, or 9.5. And then once we end up getting that, we should be good to go. And then we'll just get the emeralds. And we're pretty much done with tier 5. Tomorrow I won't be able to stream nearly as long, or next 4 days after today. However, tomorrow's goal will probably be to get milestone 6 then, since we're already going to be so close by the end of today, that I think we could get it done like an hour or 2 tomorrow. But let's go put all of our stone pieces in. I believe we need exactly 390. We have 392. So unless we miscounted, this should be everything we need. Otherwise, we'll go grab a few real quick. But this should be everything, right? 390? Oh, it's only 340. Wait, we already have way too many. We grabbed like 2 extra full inventories. I thought it was 390, not 340. Whoops. Well, we got way more than enough. That means by the end, when we disconnected last stream, we actually had enough, and I just wasn't paying attention to the right number. That means we got like 2 full extra inventories that we didn't need. Oh well. The main reason I want to do this now rather than doing both the stone and jade at the same time is since the wiki's not updated, I actually have no way of knowing how many jade pieces we have until I finish the stone piece. So just to make sure we don't mega overhit or underhit the jade, I do want to do the stone now just so we know what our actual number is. So when we do the jade grind a little bit later stream and finish out jade stage 12, we'll be able to go and know exactly how many we need. And then after today, we're only going to need 8 stages left. Of course, we are starting to get to the point where they are taking increasingly more time. Stage 6 didn't really move it up too much, but Stage 7 will probably be a little bit more noticeable, and Stage 8 and 9's curve definitely seems like really noticeable. But the main upside of that is, of course, we do get a ton of alchemy supplies that we'll end up getting, some cooking supplies, and some fish, which are also cooking supplies. So I'll end up getting 2 skills up while, I wouldn't say simultaneously, but you know, for cheaper and or for more profit, and or for more potions for free, so we don't end up having to spend precious resources otherwise. And that's the game plan. Oops. Didn't mean to deposit. I was taking a sip and clicked the completely wrong button. That's not going to do anything. Also, I'm hoping that this allows us to go to the top as well. It's either this stone upgrade or the next one. I'm pretty sure it lets us go to the top. Because I miss going on the really high tower and looking at everything. Based on the scalpels or whatever these things are called over here, I feel like it's going to build up there first. I feel like it's going to get rid of some of this like side area first. I don't know. Maybe we'll get the top right now. Because it was building up the base last time. It kind of like cleared out the base. I think the last stone upgrade we did. Like the base of the top tower. I did it again. How did I manage to do that again? Alright, grab all that. Keep going. Almost there. Also, how much money are we making per each? I know it's not much, but I feel like it's almost a whole gold piece, isn't it? by the time we sell all this. Hey, we're making like 56 silver per run. We're doing, what, a little over 10 runs, like 15-ish. Yeah, we're making almost a gold piece. It's a little under, but it's almost a gold piece. By next tier, not emerald tier, but by the next tier, like tier 7, when we go do that, or tier 6, I mean, we should be at, well, technically tier 7. Depends how you look at it. I'll be at milestone 6, but it'll be tier 7 in the sense of the monument, whatever way you want to look at it. But because there's one at stage 0. But that should be over 1 gold when we go claim those in. Whereas right now, both of these look like they're just under 1 gold for basically an hour. That's honestly not too bad. Not counting the time of walking back and forth. But it's almost 1 gold in an hour just doing the mid-tier monument pieces. It's not the worst thing in the world. That means the highest tier is probably like 2 or 3 gold an hour. Though there's a set amount that you could ever do of it, so you're kind of limited on how much you could do that money-making method. As selling these to the shop makes way less money than selling it to her for the first-time bonus. But you can still sell them to the shop, but they're worth way less. Like this piece, for example, is worth only 2 silver each. Whereas to her, we're selling them for a little over 2 silver each, but honestly, not that big of a difference now that I'm looking at it. She's paying like 2.5, whereas the shop piece is slightly under 2, like 1.9 or 1.8. Like she's paying more, but she's honestly not paying that much more now that I'm looking at it. I don't think you would ever do that as a realistic moneymaker, though, but it is something you could technically do. Particularly if the jade ones are worth more. Because the jades are in a really nice cycle. But at max forager, I wonder how much gold per hour you make from collecting jade pieces. Also getting all those alchemy supplies around the whatever cycle you're doing. Because if those are selling for a pretty penny, like even more than the stone ones at final tier, that honestly wouldn't be awful. It's probably not the best moneymaker in the game, especially since you're not getting any XP or rare drops or anything. But if you really need the supplies around that area and just wanted to pick a few up, I think picking them up, if you were to like only pick them up, is probably like 2 to 3 to 4 gold an hour, depending on how much they scale up by the final tier. Like it's a couple gold an hour, like at least 2 gold an hour if you were to sell it back to the shop, which isn't great compared to, you know, what we used to have, like leatherworker and such. But I don't know, in the current state of the game, other than like combat, I haven't really seen anything that's really gotten that high for gold per hour. Especially since for alchemy, you tend to want to save all your stuff. And for cooking going forward, you probably also want to save all your stuff. So, in carpenter, you kind of want to save all your stuff. Like, almost every skill, you want to save all your stuff. The only ones that you technically make money from now are bone wright, if you get everything yourself. Blacksmith, if you get everything yourself. Stonemason, if you get everything yourself, selling all the 1 and 2 stars you don't need. And, detective, merchant, and cooking. Those are like the only skills that kind of make money now. So to be able to also make it from forger and combat, obviously. But anyways, let's go get our last 4 pieces in. Oh, it's 370 jade pieces. Come on, monument top. Yeah, that's what I wanted. We can go back on the top of the tower now. With no guardrails, though. There we go. Get me up there. We have done it! Alright, every thumbnail now needs to be us at this tower with, like, this screenshot right here. This is our thumbnail for, like, everyone until we finish this now. Let's get, like, this right here. Maybe with the fallen monument word in it. Try to get right here. Can I get the zoom in? Oh, I can't zoom in. I can zoom out, but I can't zoom in more. I want that even, like, further down so I can get that in as well. I can't move herself up or that down. But, actually, wait. Could we move it if we do this? No, that's just going to move it to the side. But, yeah, like, right over here. Something like that. This is our thumbnail now. And we'll see the upgrades to it because there's still some stuff that happens here, like the guardrails, the torches probably, whatever. Maybe this will get some jade decoration. I'm not sure. But, yeah, we finally can go back to the top now and look at the whole area. But, of course, the main thing we need are those braziers at the top, as the thing that actually triggers the thing to get your venture slot is to light all the braziers, which I assume is from these two right over here at the end, as you do need a fully completed monument in order to do them. So, yeah, let's keep working towards it. We'll go deposit all this. Don't need that. And, yeah, let's start doing our cycle, I guess. Go ahead all the way to beginning of cycle. And let's start grabbing a bunch of material. I've been doing a really weird double cycle now. Is it worth doing? Barely. But, oh no, I've kind of been trying to try new things as we've been going through, just so we're not doing the same thing every single time. So we're going to be doing a weird double cycle that might be slightly worse than what we were doing yesterday, but it allows us to grab all of our new resources and to also bank them, which at this tier, we're still at a tier where we can technically drop, but, I don't know, let's just touch everything, so it feels productive. Even though I'm pretty sure it's slightly worse than what we were doing before. But, yeah, let's go do it. I was messing with this a little bit off stream when we're just trying to get to some of the levels so we wouldn't have to grind as much today. As I believe we disconnected at level 26 yesterday, which means I actually farmed 6 levels off stream between passive and, you know, what we farmed off stream. We end up getting 6 levels, as I am now starting to do Forager passive, by the way. We end up doing that for the level 31. I also did a little bit for the 25 one this morning when I was grabbing some of this, and then, you know, AFKing for some stuff this morning, like, you know, breakfast, other things. But, you know, just morning routine stuff. But, just because this is already right here, which is one nice thing. This actually still has double XP. So taking a lower option like this isn't as big of a deal as it was before. Like, the difference between this level 30 and this level 25 activity is relatively small. Compared to before, where the difference between those two, it was pretty substantial. Now, it is barely anything at all, so it's actually kind of worth doing now, oddly enough. Anyways, we'll grab all this. And I don't believe we get a newer method this entire time, unfortunately. Well, other than, you know, the hogberries and all that other stuff that starts popping in. But aside from hogberries, limpet, and then, of course, the thing that we're going for, the monument jade piece, this upcoming bone spike, we're not actually going to be utilizing at all. We will at later cycles when we end up grabbing that with, you know, other stuff when we go to that bank. However, for the current cycles we plan to do, we have no reason to go for this bone spike once we reach level 35, as the bone spike itself is not giving enough extra XP to justify going over there just to go do bone spike. So we won't get an upgrade to hogberries where we can change up our route a little bit. And then once again at limpet when we end up getting the other piece that ends up increasing it as well. And that'll pretty much be the game plan then. Oh yeah, we have a bunch of points. You know what, let's put this into fishing. I gained a fishing level apparently. And then we'll put the other one into, XP next. But that should be the only point we need to get other than one for Forager at 35 and I guess a 40. So we're going to have 2 that we're going to need to do then. Or 2 more that we're going to need to put into something. Oh, also need to make this pass action. I was grabbing these limpets for these. Is it worth doing for only like 3,000 something? Probably not. But yeah, I have been grabbing them. Not sure how worth they are. And I believe it's better to go on this side. Even though I just ruined that there. Grab this. This also has enough to grab a double mana ray. I personally haven't been because my mana rays are at the worst possible thing I could be fishing at this range. If I had 5 more fishing levels, I'd probably go for... Sorry, 4 more fishing levels at this point. Since we just need the 20 over there. But I have been ignoring them currently just because the downtime of going in the water and the fact that they are technically the worst fish I could be catching at this moment in time relative to my level range. And then I just do another circle over here leading back to the start of this cycle. And this is the part that I feel like is not as efficient because I'm taking a lot of lower tier stuff, but it's still like useful stuff. Like if we actually cared about these potions, which some of these we will be making some of, but if we like mega cared about these for XP, which we will start to need by tier 6, we'll want to do this a lot where we grab this double cycle. One reason I'm kind of doing it now is just so we kind of have a habit of it for whenever we do eventually come back to this, and also can kind of see what kind of improvements we can maybe do to the route. But this is what I've been doing for this area. It gives you a lot of material that you otherwise wouldn't get from the other cycle. Most notable being pondweed and water lily, as well as this bone, which I pretty much completely skipped when we were at the level range for it. Also, we were supposed to XP boost right before we take the potatoes, but yeah, we'll be fine without it. For this cycle, we don't need it every single time if we forget about it. Alright, let me grab that bone all the way over there. Hopefully they don't walk in front of us. Good. And then we just grab all this. Then we go grab a couple bones from the other room, grab every single pondweed, and then go out the door and bank everything. Then we repeat the cycle from where we started and just do that until that number says 42. Because I'm not sure we're going to get a single other method unless we want to start changing up or start doing drop method. Which at some point this stream we might start drop method. Just because a lot of what I am gathering right now we don't need at tier 5. But we'll still want to kind of start with this just for a little bit. And then we might go back to like a mega drop circle. Where we just drop everything to the ground, do a nice circle, get a bunch of XP from it, and go from there. Alright, pondweed, grab all this, boom, 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 boom. Do need to get a manual walk on the other one, just so we save a tile, but it's not too big a deal if we do end up just manualing over there. I mean, if we get the auto over there. It wastes 1 tile off this corner if we do end up doing that, though. Which hopefully we can end up avoiding if we can help it. We gotta click like right as soon as he finishes this one. Right there. And now we skip the 1 tile. And we're good to go. I believe both of these are tile neutral because he has to move to this tile anyway, so we can just let the auto go here. And then we grab the 1 bone we left behind for exact number. And the only reason the other one wasn't exact number is because we didn't go for double mana ray. But if we would have, of course, we would have gotten the exact number as well. But double mana ray is the main thing on the previous set that made us not get exact number. Is that double mana ray, you know, it starts to add up. But it's at such a low level range right now. If I had 20, 100% I'd be going for it. But given that's our worst fish at the moment, I'm just going to be taking the decision to skip it for now. Just not worth. Oh yeah, let me actually use an EXP pot at some point. I keep not drinking them. I'll wait until we get back to the shell, I guess. This will speed us up by several percent. Still got 517 of them, and we are going to be making some more soon. These shells that we're picking up the beach are half the recipe for 10%, so going to make some of those later. We have plenty to do so, that is for sure. I'm just missing the periwinkle, but it's not going to take that long to buy some periwinkle. It's going to cut into our time of production, but, you know, we'll still be able to make easily over 200 an hour, even counting banking time of getting them all. So it's not too big a deal. And at this level range, they're pretty cheap. I think they're only costing us like 5 silver each to get effectively a 10%. As well as 1 hour of time actually go and produce them. So it's like, what, 200 silver to get like a whole stack of 10%? So it's not that bad at all. And at next level tier, we get to do 11%, I mean. And we get to replenish what we already have. And that's going to be like our highest one for a while. And we're going to keep just using them for knowledge points as we have been. And eventually we're going to have to fall back onto 5%, I think. Because the only problem with our current grind angle is I am not going to get my alchemy level high enough to make anything higher than 11% for Hopeport. Even though we're going to have the supplies eventually in like about a week to be able to make them, I'm not going to have the alchemy level, and it's not worth the time to go out of our way to do our alchemy level for it. I'm just simply going to use those higher tier potions on, you know, alchemy or cooking. Probably not fishing, but for alchemy and cooking, maybe fishing bounties and for fishing venture. But aside from that, we wouldn't be using them for... Oh, well, I guess we'll be using a lot for fishing venture. But otherwise, we're not really using them on fishing other than for the venture and maybe fishing bounties. Which we might be doing in 2 Mondays from now. This Monday coming up, even though it will be a little bit of a shorter stream, one of the things we will be doing on that shorter stream for Brighter Shores is I will be going over the weekly lake. And the main thing to note with that is they will probably announce what next week's update is. So like next week's Monday. If I had to guess, it's fishing bounties. I don't think they're going to do 7-star mine to Matubin quite yet. It's in the pipeline, but it's not quite yet, I'm pretty sure. If I had to guess what's next week's Monday, it's going to be the first new bounty system added to the game of fishing. They're obviously going to be planning on adding that to every single skill, but they're likely going to be trickling them down over a duration of time, with the first one coming out being fishing. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but is or I don't think it has been confirmed yet, but is very, 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 very likely to be fishing bounties. As it already has been announced somewhere, in which case it's that. It's whatever the announced thing is. But it's probably fishing bounties. In which case, yeah, 2 Mondays from now, I guess we'll do fishing bounties then instead of monument. Maybe a mix of both. But, yeah, we will try out fishing bounties. I don't plan to really farm them, though. There'll be times where you pick them up for free, though, because obviously whenever we go by that road and whenever I do Oyster Venture, there's no reason not to pick up a fishing bounty or two, especially if you're really, you know, Hopeport focused at a given time. You'll just have a mix of cooking bounties and fishing bounties together. So, that's pretty much the game plan with that. Is whenever we go by that message board every single day, because we're going to have to go by there every single day, we'll just grab some fishing bounties. If there's anything for 2, 3, or 4 times that seems worth it, we'll take it, we'll do it, or maybe save it for later like we do with Chef quite often. But this is mostly just to get more synergy is why we save them for Chef. For something like fishing, it might be more worthwhile to actually do it immediately, because you wouldn't really need to get synergy on it, like in the same way that you would need to on cooking. Oh, gosh, these bones hitboxes I hate so much. I had the same issue with Steam Deck earlier. There's a lot of I was doing on Steam Deck since we didn't have electricity because we didn't have, or I didn't have internet because I didn't have electricity. So I was doing it off the phone's connection, and gosh, on Steam Deck, these things are even harder to click, if that's even imaginable. But yeah, Steam Deck trying to click these things with your finger when this like precise mouse can't even click on them is very rough. It is doable, but it is very hard. Especially that one right there. This one is like a nightmare and a half to click. Because there's a bunch of shrubbery right before that it keeps wanting to click instead. It keeps getting in the way of the click. Alright, this level knowledge will get us to next level. We're just going to need another 9. I don't believe my cycle ends up changing at all though until 37. But just to humor the Bone Spike, I probably will for at least a few cycles go see what we could do with Bone Spike. As I do like humoring at least every single new activity we end up getting, even if we're not really going to be utilizing it that much. I just don't feel like it's going to be worth it with any cycle we could possibly do. Which is kind of sad to see happen to Bone Spike. Bone Spike was actually really good for Gatherer. for, you know, back when it was in the other chapter. But now that's been moved to Forger, it's kind of dead content. Like, yeah, you still need it for weapons and such. But beyond that, you don't really need it. Now, let's go store all this junk away. And around that time is when we'll probably start doing drop method again. I think I'll be doing what I do right now until 35. Like this double bank method. Then we'll switch to go say hi to Bone Spike. And then after we say hi to Bone Spike, we will go and I think just do drop circles on all the stuff here. As this is the last level range where we can realistically get away with dropping without it feeling bad. So I might as well utilize that some just to speed it up a little bit. And we would just be doing drop circles basically on all these shells, all this kelp, and on the potato, and then cycle back into the other room. And that should be off cooldown every time we do that, I hope. We'll find out when we get there. We'll try a couple different things to see if we can get all the cooldowns aligned. We'll figure out some kind of drop circle for it now that we have to go a little bit wider for the starfish. But that's pretty much the game plan. We'll do this till 35. We'll go check out the bone spikes for a few inventories. And then we'll go and start doing drop circles until we get to 42. And then once we have that level 42, we could just go all in on jade pieces. Or do wide circles for jade pieces. Depends how much spare time we have by then. As I do want to end in about 6 hours from now. And if it seems like we're not making good time, I might have to rush it down. Otherwise, we'll do the better overall XP method that gets them slightly slower. But if we don't have enough time, we'll just rush them down, which isn't that much more inefficient, but it would get it done way quicker. And that's the game plan. So I gotta remember to drink 11% here. When we go refresh our potion when we start on potato. For one, I need to remember to even drink a potion. Last cycle, I don't even think I drank one. But we need to drink it around right before we click the potato. Oh, so there's one upgrade we get at 37. We could start doing hogberry instead of potato. This exact cycle I'm doing right now does get an upgrade at 37. As well as like almost every other level other than Bone Spike. As far as the upcoming stuff. Because obviously these limpets being upgraded would also be helpful at level 40. But at 37, I could start taking my 3 hogberries. If I was doing this exact route, hypothetically, if we still were. Which we might be, but I might just be doing drop circles. But anyways, we could take 3 hogberries instead of 3 potato. And we'd still get to the same direction we are trying to get to. But right now, it is just way better to do 3 potato until we get those few levels. I would need 37, which we're kind of close to, but currently not there, of course. So, doesn't help us now. Alright, let's go drink a 11%. Throw that into Forager for our first Forager level to stream. The first of 10. Well, technically 11. We should be gaining 2 levels from doing Jade. And there we go. And now we just need 9 more to start the next monument piece. Okay, we need to go unlock the 8th key soon for that next level too. But that's still coming up. I think that was for both the 2 level 35 upgrades they're talking about there. So I still have 2 knowledge points we're going to need to waste. But luckily it's only 2. It is so good that it's not 4 anymore. Honestly, that might be one of my favorite things in the update. From like a quality of life perspective, I think the best quality of life they added in the most recent update is the fact that every single AFK activity only requires 1 point. This makes it so you basically never get into knowledge debt. You know, like how I used to say, though I think my side accounts are still in knowledge debt slightly. I'll need to fix that later. But remember in the past what we would say like knowledge debt? The main reason that would cause this is because every activity post 200 required 4 points. So if you were gaining like a bunch of levels in several different skills and got to your next AFK activity, you might be in like 16 points of knowledge debt or something. Which takes a while. Like this entire stream, we're probably going to gain like 20 something. To put in that in perspective. So to be in 16 knowledge debt, you know, you have to dedicate like almost a whole day just to grinding away the knowledge, the points that you end up needing. But that's not the case anymore. You only ever need 1 singular knowledge point. You do need those 1 singular knowledge points a little bit more often. However, it is still way less knowledge points than you needed compared to the previous system. And that's consistent throughout your entire grind. So that's one thing that's really, really, really nice. So you never really fall behind in the same sense for knowledge points anymore. You still technically could, but if you do fall behind, it's way less behind. Like instead of falling behind by like 8 hours, it's like 2 hours or something. Like, you fall behind way less. Like, you still can fall behind, obviously, if you just keep not doing them. But you fall behind way less than the previous system of the game, if you even fall behind at all. Because I think both of my alt accounts, I think, are like 5 or 10 points behind still. But our main account is actually ahead. I think we're still ahead on combat. I was checking my number earlier, and I was wondering, why do we keep getting it automatically? But yeah, even though they refunded quite a bit of those knowledge thingies and the potions, for whatever reason, my knowledge points are still ahead. I haven't needed to allocate a single knowledge point since the combat rework, or, since the Milestone update last Monday. And, yeah, I still haven't needed to. And based on how many knowledge points I have, I think I have, like, 1 or 2 more upgrades that we don't need knowledge points for, and then we're going to need to start needing it again for when we start getting combat again. Which I still want to get 49 more levels by the time we hit Max Forager. Particularly about 20 more levels so we can start killing the plant again. It's one thing I've really been wanting to try to do by next cycle. I'm not sure if I'll reach it by next cycle, but I want to start getting our combat up to the point where we can start killing the carnivorous plant, so we can start killing the hare beast, the ghoul. All 3 of these have really good synergy with loops that you can end up doing in these areas. And especially for banking loops, it might be even more relevant if there's like a specific thing we really want to bank a lot of. For example, water lily. If we need to go do more water lilies to catch up with our starfishes. Like, stuff like that is stuff I want to end up doing with combat. But I need these to actually be viable to kill, because I'm not going to kill the lower tier one, and these things are too strong for us to kill right now. So we need to go get to a nice sweet spot where we can start doing these. Ghoul I'm not as worried about, but carnivorous plant and hare beast are really, really, really useful to be able to kill for multi-skilling in that area. So it is something we're going to need to work towards at some point. If we don't get it by milestone 6, we definitely got to get it by milestone 7. As I'm not sure we'll get enough combat by 6, but we'll definitely 100% get it by 7. As I need to re-unlock those so we can end up getting them. Which will also get us to the rest of our combat level to level 1000. Which has the final cosmetic upgrade to all of our stuff. So that way we can go for the 500 Forager keep. Or actually I probably won't bother with that keep. But we can go for 500 Forager at the same time we get max gear. Because that's my goal. Is during this grind. Is I want to get both simultaneously. Or around the same time. I want to end up getting milestone 20 combat with all the milestone 20 combat gear. Which means we'll need to also kill some of those spar and guards and get slightly over 20 combat. But I also want to go and obviously finish 500 Forager. Because by the time we finish Monument, we're only going to be like 6 levels away. So, might as well finish the grind. As Monument completion will get us to level 944 or so. Or, level 494. But Milestone 944. And at that number, you might as well go 6 more levels. Like I said before, we'd maybe not get any 500s until we do like all of a chapter or something similar. But, if we're 6 levels away, we might as well finish it. That is just so close to max already. You might as well finish the final 6 levels at that point. If you're going to get that close. But yeah, the only big downside of doing a really big cycle like this is it takes a while. I think it's almost 5 minutes for a full rotation. Like, it's so long, we have enough time to double drink potion. It is that long of a cycle. Which is why we're probably only going to be doing this for about 2 more levels. I just want to do this so we have some amount of this stuff banked. But we're basically going to be doing drop all soon. Until we start doing Jade loops. But not counting Jade loops, we're really going to go drop all heavy soon. It doesn't really matter if we drop these tier 5 Jades that we end up getting. Not Jades. What am I talking about? The limpets. No, not the limpets. Whatever they're called. Those little berries. The halgo berry. Whatever the berry is called. The hail berries? The hog berries. I knew it was something H related. But the hogberries, it doesn't matter if we drop at this tier, or, even once we get to tier 5. Because we're going to be getting them later at tier 5 when we do other circles. Because when we're at tier 6, we'd still be grabbing them at tier 5. So it doesn't actually matter if we grab any at tier 5 now. Because we're going to be grabbing them at tier 5 later. When we're grabbing everything else at tier 6. Like, when we're at this point, but at the other end, we'd be grabbing the hogberries at tier 5, for example. When all these say 6. So we actually don't have to grab them as soon as we get to 5. Obviously we would for the first time bonus if they're on cycle and everything. But we don't need to bank them now. Because we're going to already get them when we're banking all the tier 6 stuff. So doing drop only on them is perfectly fine. When we do get to that point. In several hours from now. About 3 hours. Actually 2. I don't know. How many levels are we gaining per hour? I'm still having really bad time trying to keep track of that since the new milestone system. Like, what is our levels per hour really coming out to, ultimately? But it's at least 2 an hour. We're definitely pretty consistently be getting at least 2 an hour. That might slow down, obviously, a little bit once we get to the final several tiers. But we've pretty consistently still been at roughly 2 levels an hour, give or take a little bit. And that's while sometimes doing other stuff, like cooking bounties, ventures, other things. Like today already, we've been going for 40 minutes, but, you know, 10 of that minutes was doing the ventures, putting all the stone in the monument and everything. Yet we've already gained a level and a half. In a single hour. Or a single half an hour, I mean. So right now we're gaining like 2.5 levels an hour. But of course that will slow down as we get to higher milestones. I'm not even sure what the current time estimate would be. Because while we might be doing 2.5 at tier 5, we're definitely not doing 2.5 levels at, you know, tier 7 or 8 or 9. If I had to guesstimate the total amount of time at this point, I think we have about 150 hours of grind left. It's like around there. It's hard to bring out the exact number until we have like the actual data of what the formula is though for the XP curve. But it seems like it'll be around there when accounting for all the ventures we'll do, or not ventures, but passive we'll do and everything else combined into it. It seems like it'll be about 150-ish hours, give or take a little bit more. More some more. Could be as high as 200. But we'll keep chipping at it almost like 8-ish hours a day, maybe a little bit more if we can, a little bit off stream. See what that number ends up coming out to, and it shouldn't be that bad overall. And as once we have it up, you know, unlocked, we have it permanently unlocked. This also basically gives us 500 alchemy. I know it doesn't give us everything we need for 500 alchemy, but it'll put a really big dent into 500 alchemy. As it gets us all the early levels as soon as we get into a tier. And it then helps us get all the way to like the mid-20s. And then from the mid-20s is when we got to figure out what we want to do. Because the mid-20s for a skill is the main bottleneck that we're kind of going to reach with our current routing. As normally the mid-20s are offset by Botanist. But I will be skipping Botanist entirely for my 500 alchemy grind whenever we get around to it. So we need to put into consideration how we're going to go about that. As there's going to be a little bit of a small dead area in our alchemy grind. That hasn't been fully solved yet. Partial solve of it is we're going to get some of our mining supplies from Mines Matubin when we go do some combat there. So that will offset some of it. But as far as fully fixing it, I have not determined how we're doing that yet. Because the mining supplies only gets us so far. But it gets us far enough. Because it gets us out of the hole a little bit quicker. It gets us out by level 40 instead of level 43. So it allows us, if we do a couple, you know, milestones there, it allows us to get through that section, basically. Is the main reason why it's useful. And honestly, I was going to save one of the milestones for later, but I think when we do Mines of Matubin, I might actually fully max out Mines of Matubin. I've been considering it. Just like fully max out Mines of Matubin. And the main reason being is I just want to make sure that all the alchemy supplies we have is basically finalized. Unless we're getting like post-max combat XP there at some point. But I just want to make sure it's like done. Just so we don't have to worry about it. Oh, I hate when that happens. No, these small bones. I hate the hitbox. But yeah, still not sure what the solution is to this, because we're also not going to have that many strength yellow potions. Like, we'll have some, but the way that we bank, we're not going to have a huge amount of them. So there will be that really big gap there that I'm not sure what the solution is. The main thing I could think of is making the Chronopolis potion from the previous chapter and using the venture to offset that. I need to double check the wiki or test it ourselves at some point at our level range and just kind of see. Which is something that we'll check maybe a little bit at some point when we actually start worrying about leveling alchemy. But if the wiki's not already updated. But I want to go check the difference between doing Chronopolis potion at this point or doing, you know, like more of a something Forager related. Because if I had to guess, doing this potion right here is better XP than every single thing here. That might seem counterproductive, but the main reason for it, other than the Explorer potion, but you can't get those, those are in Chapter 5. But the main reason for that is I'm pretty sure potent potions are still way higher on XP. So I'm pretty sure every single one of these, except for Explorer potion, which we can't really do, are better XP. So yeah, we basically just do the other potion, just ignore everything here. I think that's gonna be the way that we get through the wall. Is when we hit this level range, we'll do the Chronopolis potion that's like 30 levels lower. It'll still somehow be better XP than even like this potion over here. I need to go test that in practice, but I'm pretty sure it is. Also, whatever numbers are on the wiki, I need to take with a grain of salt too once they do get updated. As they do use two very different methods, and if they're using the same method to justify all the rates, it wouldn't actually show the correct rate for Chronopolis potion. So regardless, I would have to manually test Chronopolis potion, so I might as well just manually test both. As they might not actually put the real rates for Chronopolis potion potentially. Unless they put into account how they're gathered and everything. Because they're basically 0-time banking and 0-time gathering. As you get them just through ventures that you're already going to be doing anyways. And you have 100 stack of them instead of having like 12 in the inventory. Like a 12-12. Like the bank time on them is insanely low. Because you only have to refresh them every like, what, 5 inventories? You only need to refresh. Compared to everything else that you need to do, you know, 12 and 12 for. But it is insane how quick you can end up getting them done. Like, bank time is theoretically 0. Like, I think per hour, your banking time is 5 seconds. Maybe even less than 5 seconds. Compared to everything else that's measured in minutes. And one thing that's also interesting about alchemy now, you can 0-time drink potions while doing the potent potion maker. You cannot 0-time drink potions while making normal potions. And what I mean by that is when you're queuing up something to a station of some kind that you are just like, you know, your guy will just automatically keep doing them over and over again. There's not a downtime where you can drink a potion in that. You can do it right as you walk up to the station, but you can't do it in between. They ended up changing the potent station as well as some of the mining and smithing and some of the other things, where you can now drink the potion in between. And this is very exceedingly relevant for potion making, because you're already waiting for your potion to be ready, where you're just standing there doing nothing anyways. So while doing the potent potion maker, you can 0-time drink any XP potion. We'd probably just be using 5% at that point, because I'm pretty sure we'd be depleted on almost every other boost due to this Forager grind. But we'd probably just be using 5%, but it is 0-time, 5% extra XP. Like, it's actual literal 0-time. Because you're always just waiting for the thing to be ready anyways. There's like at least like a second or two where you're just standing there. And that second or two is when you drink the potion, of course. So it's just a perpetual 5 times boost. Something you can't do with normal potions, only potent. So potents are just better than normals in almost every way, with one main exception. The number of potions you can make per hour. You can make double as many non-potents as you can potents. But they're less XP per hour and less knowledge per hour doing normals. But you do produce almost twice as many. Not exactly twice as many, but pretty close to twice as many. Which is good if you, obviously, if you need a lot of something. And there are a few things that's good for. Obviously, XP pots, the whatever your main power potion is, so you don't have to worry about them. Healing potions, like stuff like that is pretty nice that you can make twice as many. But a lot of other ones is kind of irrelevant, like fear potions. You don't need that many fears. Like, I don't think you're ever going to... Like, how many fears you can make per hour is actually insane. Because let's say, hypothetically, you make, like, 220 fear potions an hour. I don't have a calculator open. Why don't I have a calculator open? Calculator, go. I just want to calc this out real quick, because it's a really funny number. You can make about 220 potions per hour, let's say. I believe it's somewhere around there, of the normal potions. The highest tier fear potion is 30 minutes. So we times this by 30. That's not a times. Times 30. There we go. And then we divide that by, what, 60? And that's how many minutes it would be. You get, or sorry, how many hours it would be, I mean. It would get 110 hours per hour you make fear potions for the final tier. That is absurd that these things aren't potent potions. But because they're normal, you get 110 hours worth at max level. Obviously not for 21 minutes. But for the final tier, though the other ones will still be ridiculous numbers too, obviously. But at the final tier, you would get 110 minutes of fear per hour of making potions. Just because you're making so many per hour. That is way more than you're ever going to need. Especially in such a short duration. It's probably out of every potion that isn't a potent. I am so surprised isn't a potent. I'm not sure why they didn't make that one potent for some reason. But because they didn't, it's really weird. You just get to make 110 hours of them per hour. As far as, you know, duration that they last for. It's kind of crazy. It's like the only potion in all this mess that I'm really surprised isn't a potent one. And the ones that are weird that they are potent are the fire and necromay ones. Because those don't really feel like they need to be, but maybe when special attacks come out, it'll make more sense why they are. As they might be more useful effects, potentially. Because that's the only thing that's really confusing, but they probably know stuff we don't know as far as those. As far as what they intend to use with them for special attacks and everything. Though it makes sense, because if necromay gets lifesteal, it makes 100% why they made those potent. Because obviously you'd want to make it harder to do whatever lifesteal is. And same as if they make fire damage over time, obviously you'd also want to make sure your damage over time mechanic is properly balanced. So if it costs more to be able to boost it, that would also make sense. But otherwise, I'm not sure why fire and necromay are rarer. Because you're still going to need just as many of them, most likely. Unless they are going to be used almost entirely just for special attacks. Which is maybe what they're kind of going for. Where they don't really intend for you to ever use a necromay or fire weapon. Or, you know, they don't really tend for you to use a death or fire weapon unless you're using them for special attacks. Might be the case. And that's why you only make half as many. Because otherwise, if you are using them on generic enemies, you're going to need just as many of them as any other boost potion. So a little bit weird that you would only get half as many, technically. Or, you know, produce them half as quick. But no, they know stuff we don't know, so... They're planning something with them that will be different. And obviously it makes sense why the Explorer potion is rare. For things like dungeons. That'd be a little bit broken if you could make twice as many of those per hour. Plus it gives actual reason to go get Delver up as well. As every single thing from Delver that is not associated to Builder or Armor Maker is a potent potion. It is the only gathering skill in the game where every single thing you get from it is a potent potion. That's not the case for Forager, that's not the case for Botanist. And Delver's the only one. And they're adding another new potion by then. But as it currently stands, Chapter 5 would be the first and only chapter that every single potion material that you get from it is a potent potion. I guess technically Chapter 4 too, but it's the only potent potion is their XP potion. But that one actually has two different ones, the XP potion and the Explore potion for dungeons. Alright, 1.5 more levels. We'll go say hi to Bone Spike, and then we're going to go to drop method to start speeding this up. Though I say that, we're only like 1 hour in. We're actually still making pretty good time. But this is the last level range where you can realistically drop everything, so... I think we've banked enough after we finish out, you know, 2 more levels or a level and a half. So we're going to start going really drop heavy and just drop on the beach. Drop it on the beach. Only problem with dropping it on the beach is we don't get any potatoes, tier 5. But now that every potato gets doubled, I'm not really sure we're going to run out of potatoes. But it's hard to tell because I'm not really sure how many potatoes to really gauge. Like, let me go check. What is everything you need potatoes for? Don't need potato, don't need potato, don't need potato, don't need potato. Right there. Sausage and mash for... I want to say a small amount of levels, but technically, due to the way that cooking bounties work, every single thing you need for 5 tiers. So even if you only need it for like 3 levels, you need it for 5 tiers worth of levels to do the bounties. So for this, we would need this for 3 levels, but technically we need it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need it for 15 levels because I need to have it for bounties all the way up to there. But then you also need it for cod and chips, which then means you need it for 5. So 1. Okay. So you need potatoes all the way from 26 to max. So from 26 to 0. So for 24 levels, you need potatoes. Because you start needing them for mash, then you start needing them for cod and chips, and you still need cod and chips all the way until you reach the next milestone. So level 26, I'm not sure if they're marked with that. Yeah, 26 plus. They're marked with the first one, but not the endpoint. But their endpoint is 0. So you would need them for 24 levels, starting at 26 and ending when you reach milestone 0, as that's when you would no longer need anything potato related. That's not too bad. So you only need potato half the time. And each potato gets doubled as of the update they did. So each potato is 2 potatoes, effectively. I'm not sure what that number comes out to, though. It doesn't really help me figure out how many potatoes I need. But that does help us determine that we need potatoes for 24 levels. But that gives us very little info on how many potatoes that is. Because I have no clue how to gauge what 24 levels of potato looks like. Hundreds? Thousands? I don't really know at this level range. Hopefully however many we have banked is 24 levels of potato. Alright, we get a double boost here. I don't think it's going to be enough for a level, but we're getting pretty close to that bone spike. And I will go say hi to the bone spike for a little bit once we get it. We're not going to like farm it, but I do want to just kind of see the area. A little change of pace so we're not stuck at the beach all day. But yeah, this skilling icon wasn't kidding when it has a starfish there. This whole skill is basically to pick up shells and drop them on the beach skill. Pick up shells, drop the shells onto the beach, repeat until you somehow are more competent in picking up stones. Then put the stone into a giant monument, and boom, that is the entire skill. Unless you want alchemy supplies. But like 80% of the skill is just picking up shells from the beach and then dropping the shells on the beach. That then makes you more proficient in picking up stones, somehow. Like, you would think something like Delver would make you more proficient in picking up stones. I'm actually kind of curious what other resources we're going to be getting from it. We kind of know most of the stuff that's going to come from Delver. Things that are likely to come from Delver. Obviously, the ingredients to go make the XP potion and the Explorer potion for next chapter, or for these recipes. These all use Chapter 5 material. Technically with level ranges as well, though they might not have the same level ranges. But it looks like they're already slightly prepared in that regard. But those 2 potions end up using stuff, obviously, from that. Actually, I can't show this one, but that one also uses stuff from it. But those 2. There's also bones that you'll likely need to make armor for Guardian. Similar to how you need bones from Forager to make weapons, you're going to need bones from Delver, most likely, in order to make armor. And beyond that, there might be some building material that you get from it that we're not even aware of yet. Those are likely the 3 things that are going to come from it. The 2 potions of Explorer Potion, plus obviously the Chapter Potion, as well as anything else that they need for the chapter. You're also going to get baits from the AFK, so you're going to get baits for fishing from the AFK, as well as supplies for Bone Right from the AFKs, which we've already seen from the Bone Right skill and fishing skill currently in game. You will end up getting potentially AFK material for Builder, as well as active material for Builder, both of which we have no clue what it could be. And you'll get armor material most likely for Guardian. And that should be pretty much a full list of everything it gives. Or the main thing that's up in the air is we don't know if or how many Builder material it gives. It might be barely connected to Builder, or it could be like literally required to get 500 before you even start Builder. Like, we don't know how interconnected they are. They're likely to have some amount of connection, we just don't know to what degree. Like, is it, like, skippable doing the, like, can you skip 500 Delver and still get 500 Builder? Or is it going to be, like, so required to do 500 Delver that, you know, everyone's just going to do that first? It's not something we currently know. Also, there's a non-zero chance there's zero material for Builder, though. That'd be very doubtful. Because I don't think any skill has had zero into their main production. Like, obviously, Forager feeds into Alchemy and Cooking. Botanist feeds... Actually, that's not true. Botanist doesn't. So, yeah, I guess that could happen. Because Chapter 2 did it. Botanist does not feed into Woodcutting and Carpenter. Carpenter and Woodcutting feeds into Botanist. But Botanist does not feed into Woodcutting and Carpenter at all in any way, shape, or form. I didn't think about that just now. But yeah, we kind of already have a skill like that. It's why Botanist is so useless. But yeah, Botanist is already like that. Botanist does not feed into Woodcutting or Carpenter in any way, shape, or form. At least currently. So... Delver technically could, but hopefully it still feeds in the Builder somehow. But I didn't think about that. But yeah, Botanist is the only one that's like that. You could say Detective too, but Detective gives you Shortcut for Merchant, which feeds into Leatherworker, so I would still count that as counting. It's only a shortcut that you get from it, though. But those shortcuts are really important. Like, having every Detective shortcut by level 233... which is milestone 4.5, is very important to have for Merchant. Like, yeah, it's not, you know, like, feeding into it directly, but it's kind of feeding into it directly, realistically. Like, not in the literal sense, but your Merchant... the reason why you can get 6 knowledge per hour doing Merchant is because Detective exists. If you did not have those Detective shortcuts, you would not be getting anywhere near 6 an hour. It'd be close to, like, 4.5 an hour. Maybe even 4, if you had, like, no Detective shortcuts at all. So it's kind of important for it. Whereas Botanist, you can literally get max Woodcutting and Carpenter with level 0 Botanist. Or maybe not 0, but, you know, like, really low level Botanist. And you wouldn't even notice. Like, as long as you just got Botanist high enough to do all the quests in the chapter, that's, like, all you need. And you just max out Woodcutting Carpenter and just ignore it. It's something they still got to readdress with Botanist. Ever since they reworked it, a lot of weird things have happened with Botanist since they reworked it. And one of the main things is its usefulness just tanked into the ground. Because they got rid of its best drops of bones, but didn't really replace it with anything of enough value to justify it losing its best drop. Like, it's fine that bones are now in Forger, but in doing so, Botanist is kind of underwhelming. There's so little you get from it that's actually useful. And a lot of it can be offset by combat in the area. Like, one thing that it gives is cooking supplies, but, you know, you can get that from fishing, you can get that from Forger, you can get that from doing combat in Chapter 1 and 2. As well as the supplies at max level from Chapter 2. Because out of any skill that I feel like needs to still a little bit more tweaking, I would say, honestly, it's like the entirety of Chapter 2. But it's mostly Botanist. Even though they kind of just got finished reworking it. It's the one skill in the game that if I was to point at as like the last one I would get to max level in the current state of the game, it would be Botanist. It's not even like a hesitation. Especially now that they're making cooking actually useful. And fishing can basically just be ventured all the way to max. Because before, fishing and cooking were kind of like the pretty dead ones. Particularly fishing. Because cooking was so dead and then fishing was just getting stuff for dead skill. But now that the ingredients are actually going to do something at some point. Currently they don't, but you know, they're going to in the near future. Yeah, that now makes Botanist the worst skill in the game. From an overall value perspective. But they'll probably fix that at some point. Hopefully, fingers crossed, maybe. Currently, the best thing it has going for is you can make luck potions. That is like the only thing it has that's even remotely useful. That and XP pots for the chapter, but you know, you can get away with 5%. It's not that big a deal. It's not that much slower even using no XP pots for a chapter. Like, yeah, you're missing out on like 10+% XP, like 10 to 12% or so, counting drinking time, potentially. But it's not that bad going an entire chapter without using any XP pots. Like, we're only talking like an extra dozen or 2 hours. Which obviously adds up, but, you know, it's not that bad if you were to go through a whole chapter with no boost potions. Or only 5% boost potions. There we go. One more level. And we'll go say hi to Bone Spike. And then I'll stop doing these circles and start doing the really quick drop method. I should be way quicker than what I'm doing now. I'm just doing these so we can bank some of everything. Mostly potatoes, honestly. If you're wondering why we're doing this, it's almost entirely because of the potatoes. I just want to make sure that we indeed have enough tier 5 potatoes so we don't need to worry about them. As what I'm grabbing now is likely the total of the tier 5 potato I'm ever going to have. So that's like the main thing that I'm paranoid about with this cycle. It's tier 5 potato. Because everything else we don't really care about too much. But tier 5 is probably going to be one of our roughest areas. The main reason being is we don't have a billion oysters banked. My billion oysters I have banked got converted to tier 4, not tier 5. And while I will have a billion tier 6s, which we're catching right now, that doesn't fix our tier 5 issue. Tier 5 might actually be harder than tier 6, even though it's quicker, technically. I am pretty sure going from tier 5 to tier 6 cooking, from tier 5 to 6 is going to be harder than 6 to 7. Not because it's actually harder, but because my amount of supplies banked are way worse for tier 5. It's one of the other reasons why I've been catching so many of these tier 5 fish. I'm just really concerned with tier 5. Like, tier 5 is legitimately going to be harder than our tier 6. And that's a big problem. Because it's going to make me never want to train cooking for the next, like, half a year. Because tier 5 is going to be so slow. So as many potatoes as we can get, we kind of want to keep if we can help it. While they're still, like, okay XP. Because otherwise I gotta buy them from the shop, and they are not free. They are 5.5 silver each. If we absolutely had to, it's not that bad, but, you know, that starts adding up. But I guess, you know what, that's not actually that bad. Because each potato is 2 now, so you know what, that's only technically 3 silver each. So yeah, if we're a little low on potatoes, I guess it doesn't matter. Now that each potato is 2 potatoes. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they did that too. Just to make sure you wouldn't need to have to get as many potatoes. Because before, the reason why that matters a lot is it is the only supply that you need for 2 ingredients, or 2 dishes. Which I think is why they split the potatoes in 2. Because there's actually 2 dishes you need for it, like we were showing earlier. The potato and mash at 26, and then you need it all the way to max because of the cod and chips at 35. So you need it from 26 to 0, or, you know, till 50, or whatever you want to call it. You need it for those 24 level ranges, needing it for 2 different dishes. So maybe that's why they split the potatoes, as I don't think there's any other ingredient you ever need 2 of. Like, chestnut is only used for 1. Like, when we're talking about, like, other forager stuff. The leek is only used for 1. Like, every single fish is only used for 1. I don't believe any of them double up anywheres. But potato's the only one that gets double used. So because of that, they doubled the potatoes to justify the double use of it. Which makes sense. Because there's 2 potato dishes, and it's the only one that has 2 dishes. Now you get 2 of them instead of 1. Yeah, I keep forgetting that. Whenever we calculate out potato, we have to calculate out half its value. Or technically double its value, depending on how you look at it. But, you know, if you're buying it from a shop and it costs like 10 silver or something, it's technically 5 silver if you're doing it, you know, calculating it per dish. Because obviously you're going to use both of them. It's not like you're just going to use one and drop the other one on the ground. You could. But obviously, generally speaking, you're going to be using both of the potato, not just the single one that you get for a dish. Unless you really want to go get a 1 bounty done of some kind. But otherwise, you'll be using both halves of the potato. Right, grab that, grab that, grab that, grab the other thing, head over there, boom, boom. And yeah, even though we won't be playing as much the next 4 days on stream, I will still try to be grinding this up. Tomorrow we'll reach milestone 6 on stream. And then the other few days, I will still be grinding up some of the stuff we need. Some of the more noteworthy ones is, I'm pretty sure I'm going to try to AFK this grind. And get our alchemy level to where we need it to be. So that we can start making at least the healing potions once we reach tier 6. Because obviously we'll be at tier 6 then. So I want to start being able to actually make this tier 6 potions. And during one of our streams, maybe next weekend, I think we're going to take a half break through one of them and do a little bit of an alchemy grind. So we can start processing all of our tier 6 material. I guess we just do that off stream. I don't know, see. But we might actually just go process them on stream. Like, get the full loop in there. Because that'd be kind of fun. If we are off stream, get this, and then on stream do the other 13. And try to do that in one stream. How long will 13 levels take? Doing the best potion possible? I don't know. But we'll probably do that sometime next weekend or sometime next week. Either Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. We only need one day for it. But we can get 13 alchemy levels and basically just process everything we have. We'd have to be like halfway through tier 6 though. Or pretty much almost all the way through tier 6. Because the final ingredient we need is those limpets and hogberries, which is I believe level 43 for the highest one, or 40? Which one was it again? We would need to have forager level 640 to be able to make them all. Which means we probably don't have that until, yeah, probably next weekend. Like Saturday or Sunday angle. But I think one of those streams, instead of focusing as much on Monument, we focus entirely on making this whole set of potions. Which is the highest tier of potions we'll be able to make during this grind. As I won't be able to grind higher than that during this duration. But we'll be able to see like what we're going to be able to get in the future when we go to Milestone 7, 8, or 9. Just the smaller versions of them. And just process them all in one day or something. I think that would be our game plan. So we can get a little bit of a taste of the power we'll get from those. We won't be able to do the better ones quite yet, but we'll have them banked for, obviously, future use. For future alchemy grind. But this one's close enough that's realistic to do while our forager grind, just so we can kind of see all the potion variety. We'll have 46% healing, we'll have the 11%, which up to this point we technically wouldn't have had, but we had this just because of all the reworks they've done. But otherwise, obviously, at this point, it'd be impossible to have 11% normally unless you have trading enabled. But, you know, we got a taste of them already to some degree. But at least we get to refresh them if nothing else. We've been using these for knowledge points. It's also the highest thing we'll have for knowledge points during the entire forager grind. So we'll be able to go refresh them before they hit 0, which is great. And then, of course, we'll have a bunch of boost potions, which we could use for some combat there. But the most useful one being the blue one, of course. But we also have a wide variety if we want to mess around with a couple different ones. If there's like a strong enemy we want to kill a little early or something. But for the most part, the blue one's going to be the only really useful one in that little section there. Oh, and also we get enrage potions. Well, those are mostly AFK off-stream kind of activity, though. But we would start getting 7-minute enrage potions without having to spend anything. As the few dozen enrage potions at 7 minutes that I have gotten so far, I have spent money on. But ever since we started getting the 5s, I've just been using those. So we're kind of good on enrage potions now. I don't need to spend money on enrage anymore. I still have to spend money on luck, but I don't have to spend money on enrage anymore. As what we're grabbing right now, these pondweeds. If you wonder why I keep coming here for 6 pondweed. These are enrage potions. And if you remember earlier, we grabbed like 1,000-something bell plants. But we have like almost no pondweed. And this was my plan for kind of offsetting the pondweed. Is whenever at an okay level range to throw pondweed into cycle, which we are right now, we're throwing pondweed in the cycle. Especially once we start hitting the higher tiers where we actually start needing them. But this is why. It's mostly because of the disparity between these two numbers right here. If I go check it real quick, I just want to show it. If I go check my pondweed number, it's like, okay, we have an okay amount. Let's see, pondweed, let's go to P. You know, it's okay. We have, not that one. We have like 350. But then you look at the synergizing thing, it's like, oh yeah, 1,350? You know, like a extra 1,000. Just an extra 1,000. Just a small, little bit higher amount. Just slightly higher. So that's why we're grabbing the pondweed. This will matter more at higher tiers. But I figured we still do it now just to kind of get used to the gameplay loop, because we're definitely going to need it for later, for other loops. But yeah, one more level and we'll start dropping everything pretty much until we get to Monument Piece, I think. Because we really don't need the stuff at this tier. A lot of it I've just kind of been practicing and seeing what it would be like, and just kind of routing it out. As far as theory crafting what we'd want to do to end up doing it once we end up breaching there. But at this point, we kind of already know. So we'll do this until we get one more level. And then everything thereafter, we'll go check Bone Spike out just real quick. And then thereafter, we're just going to go drop everything on the beach. As this is the final level range where it's still viable to drop everything on the beach. Also, hello, I'm a bud. Welcome, welcome. And happy Valentine's Day. Hope you've been having a good holiday. But I don't have too much plans for the holidays. Mostly off stream. Most of it I'll be celebrating later. I will still be doing a Gems of War stream later tonight for Valentine's Day, might as well. There's some kind of Valentine's Day event thingy too. It's just like a little rewarding game though. It's nothing like too fancy. We already had the pet and everything else early in the week too. But it's kind of unfortunate. Brighter Shores doesn't have any event ever for Valentine's Day. The only holidays they address are what? Easter, Halloween, and Christmas are the only 3 holidays they acknowledge as existing. But hey, we got the Easter event soon, I guess, in a couple months or whenever it is. Actually, when does Easter fall this year? I always keep forgetting, because it's like 2 different months that it sometimes falls in. But we should be able to see that in the next month or 2. It's either sometime in March or like mid-early April. I always lose track every year when Easter is. Oh, let me just click all 3 of these. Google, quick, when's Easter? Because we're probably going to start the event like a week or 2 early. Easter 2026, what? April 5th. So yeah, they started by late March. If we, well, we definitely are. It's not if. But when we get the Easter event, it should be late March then. As they're probably going to do it at least a week beforehand. If not 2 weeks beforehand. So like mid to late March, we should get Easter event. So yeah, about a month from now. About 1 month or a month and a week from now, we should get Easter event. And then we don't have another one for like a very long time. Thank you, I'm a bud. Yeah, we've been really grinding it out. Our hours played are starting to look like when we first started the game. If we go check it real quick, let's see. Not quite there yet, but we're at about 100 hours played in the last 2 weeks. There was one point where we were like 200 something hours though in per 2 weeks. When we were going like 16 hours a day. Like 14, 16. Right now I've been doing a more realistic number. Like about 8-ish a day, roughly, give or take. Most of which are just streamed. The next 4 days they're not going to be as streamed though. But we'll be back to normal schedule by Thursday or Wednesday next week. It really depends how my tooth is after the Tuesday dentist appointment. Because my jaw might need a rest a little bit, so I won't be able to talk, at which point I should probably not stream that much. So Tuesday stream, if we even stream at all, is going to be very short. And Wednesday might be similar if my jaw still needs to stay stationary. But I assume it would repair by then, but if it is still, you know, out of whack, do want it to heal before messing with it any. But then by Thursday, we should 100% be back to normal. And that one project thing I was mentioning earlier, I should be able to finish tomorrow. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So tomorrow's stream is going to be pretty short as well, but tomorrow's goal is also pretty short anyways. Tomorrow's goal is just to reach Milestone 5. I mean, sorry, Milestone 6. It shouldn't take that long. Because we're already going to be only 8 levels away by the end of this stream. Plus, obviously, I'll grind some amount between now and then. So, realistically, we're only going to need a few levels, realistically. Which obviously doesn't take that long. We can get that done in an hour or 2. And that's the game plan for tomorrow, then. Is get to our next milestone tier. And then, yeah, repeat the cycle again. Except this will be the first tier where everything we bank actually matters. So I'm probably going to stop drop spamming as much and start really doing bank cycles. Even though we kind of already been kind of trying bank cycles lately. But next tier is the first tier where banking's going to start getting really important. As every single supply we bank will be needed. We'll need the potatoes, we'll need the fish, we'll need the every single ingredient. Because that's the biggest issue right now is a lot of the alchemy ingredients we've been grabbing we don't really need. But at tier 6, we will need every single one of them. There's not a single thing we don't need here. As far as their current viability for our level range. Tier 5 was like the last one where we're still getting some material that we didn't quite need. I guess the other thing too is bones. Bones are still kind of iffy at this level range. Even though we're still kind of banking them. Bones are the least valuable thing I'm currently banking. Not because bones are bad value. They're actually really good value for, you know, bone rate and everything. But the problem is my bone rate level is too high. My bone rate is level too high to use the value that we're getting from this. Because the whole reason why we're originally AFKing bone rate other than to upgrade our weapons and everything is because, well, for one, it's just free money. It doesn't even cost anything. But the main reason we were skipping bone rate was because all the material were really annoying. But now you get them from Forager instead of Delver. There's now a reason to go get 500 Forager. You know, because of the monument and everything. On top of all the supplies you end up getting. But also, they end up doing an update where everything for bone rate requires 1 less bone. And everything for stonemason requires 1 more stone. So now you just magically made bone rate better than stonemason. Stonemason is now the hardest skill to get in chapter, well, smithing's still kind of annoying, but you get so much for mining that it's not as bad. But, I don't know, they're both kind of still annoying. But Bone Ray is nowhere near as annoying as it was to level, is basically the bottom line. And, Stonemason is now harder to max. And smithing was made slightly easier to max with the 8th keys that they added. But I would say smithing and stonemason are about even still as far as how hard they are to get upgraded. Whereas before I would have said smithing's probably a little bit harder. But now they're about even after the most recent changes. But Bone Ray got substantially easier. Like, I honestly would say Bone Ray is the easiest skill to max in Chapter 4 now. I mean, Chapter 3. It kind of already was, given how broken the ventures were, or the passive activities. But even more so now, that everything requires one less bone. It's still annoying because you all need all the carpentry supplies, but the other two do as well for some things, if nothing else. You're 100% looking forward to more events. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they do with reward events and stuff like that, too. Especially since we got to see basically what a public beta version of it was with the Christmas event. As that was basically a Forge reward event, in a sense. I hope they're a little bit more in-depth compared to what it was for that, where it was just pick up Snowball, bring them to location, and get reward. Hope it's a little bit more involved in that when they do end up doing something with it. But probably not, given that most of them, or, you know, they're going to add so many reward events. Unless they're going to be trickling them over a long period of time. But I'm curious to see what they end up doing. As well as how much differently they do the Easter event this time around. If they do it at all differently. Given that they might make it like more of a reward event-like system. Where you actually get XP for something. Though the only problem with that is that it might be Forge or XP. That would be funny. Who knows? Maybe it'll be Alchemy XP. Maybe we'll make egg potions. That'd be funny. Like you go collect a bunch of eggs and make them into a cooking dish. Oh yeah, maybe it would be a cooking venture. Could you imagine that? That'd be funny. Imagine the Easter event. You have to make a bunch of different egg dishes. Like you gotta cook the eggs for the bunny in certain ways at certain stations. Because there's a lot of ways to do eggs other than omelet. Even though this is the only way I ever make them is like omelet and scrambled. But they could literally do it for every single different way that you can make an egg. And then have to bring them to, I don't know, bunny or something. That'd be funny. Like have 5 different versions of an egg dish that you need to make. For the Easter bunny. From various eggs that you just find around town. So you still have to like scavenger hunt for the eggs, but then you have to cook the eggs. And then you get cooking XP and then turn them in. Alright, half a level to go. We'll go check out Bone Spike. And then, yeah, we're going to start dropping everything for the rest of the stream then. Until we get Jade. In 7 more levels. Sorry, 8 more levels. 7? 8? 6? Yeah, 8 more levels. Never mind. Gosh, 8 more. I've only been going for about an hour or so. We still got plenty of time. How many levels did we get so far? If you subtract about 10 or 20 minutes, 10 minutes from the other thing. So I've been going for about an hour and 10. We started at, what, 32 pretty much on the dot? Around there? Like around 32-ish. Yeah, we've gained about 2 levels. Yeah, about 2 per hour is where we're at right now still. Even accounting for everything. We're at about 2 an hour. Which means we'd have to go for about another 4 hours before we can go and finish out what we need. But it's why I want to go bring out the drop method, is that should bring us down to, or up to like 2.5 levels an hour then. If not 3. Probably 2.5. But yeah, we're probably going back to drop method soon. But we'll do it after we get to Bone Spike. But I think we're going to have to do drop method for most of our stream then, just to cut off an hour. Super AFK, you just been AFKing, just chopping and mining. Nice. Making your way back to port to try your Forge combat start soon. Nice. Yeah. I haven't been doing as much combat with it at the moment, though. The biggest issue with my current level range is one thing I didn't put into consideration when synergizing combat for this area is ignoring Death Crow, because wall plants aren't particularly good, unless you just want them for healing potions. But ignoring Death Crow, every single enemy in this chapter that's good for foraging are right on top of each other. If these were separated a little bit, it would be really good. But one big issue we ran into is you hit a really, really wide area where it's not worth doing combat. I basically have to get another 25 combat levels before I can start doing it again. So many green names. Someone has a lot of people added. But, yeah, we basically need to be at least level 25 to be able to kill those. We're currently level 1, or, you know, for the milestone level. I haven't had as much time to go AFK combat off stream. But by tier 6, tier 7, probably tier 7, I want to be able to go do combat again. So we can keep getting that synergy and get that all the way up to max. It does, of course, take away from your Forager XP, but there's a lot of cycles that you can do where throwing a combat in there would be really good. For example, if we were doing drop methods, starfish, shell, and everything, I believe there's enough time that we can get like half a kill, and at which point, obviously, we'd have to get a full kill. But, you know, there's like a little bit of time where we can end up getting a kill, wait for the refresh, and go back. Like, for example, we would take everything here, take all those, then go grab a kill, and then by the time we get that kill, all this would be refreshed, obviously. Like, stuff like that we can end up doing. Which is worse Forager XP per hour, technically, but it is, you know, you're offsetting it with combat. It's like one tile, a few tiles away. But yeah, I'm definitely getting a lot less synergy than I would have hoped for, but mostly because of the level gap range. There's this really big level ranges where you can't do it at all. Or if you do it, it's just like so little value because it's not at your level range. If you're doing over a long period of time, you'd be able to synergize it better. Because obviously you'd always be able to get into that combat range. But since we're rushing Forager, I won't be able to do it. If you were taking your time with it, you definitely could, though. Because then you would get the combat pretty much like evenly upgraded. Where in doing 10 milestones of Forager, you basically get 10 milestones of combat in. I'm not doing that, though. We're getting basically 2 milestones of combat in 4 sets of Forager levels. So I'm still getting levels, I'm just not getting them both up simultaneously as much as I originally planned. Because instead of doing something like, you know, 5-5, or, you know, 5 milestones for one, 5 milestones for the other, we're getting a closer amount of, like, 5 milestones for Forager into, like, 2 milestones for combat. Which is still fine, but, you know, it's not as much combat as I would have hoped for. Mostly because I'm focusing on Rush Forager. But if we were taking our time with it and not rushing Forager, we would be able to get way more combat out of it. It just, we would have to take days at a time to go do combat only to go catch up our combat in those dead zones. Like right now, I'd have to go do combat for like 15 hours, 10, 15 hours. To go catch up our combat to our Forager level right now for our current range. So that we can start attacking these plants. Because I would need to gain at least 24 levels to realistically kill these. Ideally even more, but 24 should be fine since we're a blue class. We can kill these pretty easily. Already got the weapon for it as well. Oh, don't miss this one, don't miss this one. There we go. Cooking needs some love. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they're going to do for the consumes. Because it does seem like they're going to make them consumable or at least have some kind of other purpose. I hope it's not healing, though. I hope whatever they do with the dishes is not healing, oddly enough. Or if it is, it's regen. Like, different amount of healing regens. But I hope they all have, like, really unique effects. Like healing regeneration rate or, you know, other things. Maybe even active boosts. I would love to see active boosts from one of them. Like, if I was to make a list of everything that they should be, let's see. We need HP regeneration. We need active boosts. And by that, I mean, like, +1, +2, +3, so you could do activities earlier than you otherwise would be able to. Whatever food that is going to be the best food in the game. Like, that is so broken beyond belief in the current state of the game. But if we got something like the AFK boost potion, but for active, but it was like a thing that lasts for 2 minutes that you just keep consuming from cooking, that'd be so good. Whatever that food is. Imagine it being omelet or something. Whatever that food is, you're going to need like thousands upon thousands of them as they speed up every skill in the entire game if they were to do something like that. Other things they could do are, I don't know, they could be like resource-based. Maybe things that like lower the cooldown of your double tool. Or even get you a % chance of getting like double XP or double, because they wouldn't need to do an XP again. But they could still do XP in the sense that, let's say a food gives you like anywhere from 2 to 10% chance of getting double a resource. So not only would you get double XP, but you would get, you know, double the resource as well. Kind of like what your tool does, but it's a % chance every time you take something. But easier way to do that would just be to reduce the double tool cooldown or something. But something along those lines. I don't know, there's several things they could do. Regen and active boost are the 2 biggest ones I want to see, though. Kind of like when they did potions, the main one I wanted to see was the aggression potion, or, you know, the enrage that they added. When it comes to food, the 2 main ones I would want to see is regen, which I feel like is a given. But the main one I would love to see is active boosts. If there was like any one I could choose. Kind of like how Enrage was the one for this one and they actually did it. Surprisingly. Kind of like how Enrage was the one I wanted the most for this. The one I would want the most for cooking is active boosts. Kind of like how the passive boosts work, except you could use them actively, but they only last for 2 minutes instead of an hour. So like, for example, at level 6 milestone cooking, you get a 2-minute long +7 boost. So that means in one more level, if I had that food, we could keep consuming that and go take jade pieces right now. Or in one more level, if we were to have that. That food, whatever food they make that would be the strongest food in the entire game. It might almost be stronger than any potion as well, almost. Just how strong it is to do an activity several levels before you otherwise would be able to. The only problem is if they are 2-minute long, just like potions, you're gonna have to like chow down food every, like, forever. Unless they make them longer durations, like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, or whatever they end up doing. I do kind of hope they are a little bit longer than 2 minutes, honestly. But they also have to balance their effect around them being longer. And it also means you consume less per hour, of course. But cooking stuff you make pretty quickly, so I'm not sure what they would do with that. There's a good chance they'll be 2-minute long. It just gets really annoying to have to reapply it. Hopefully they'll have an auto-eat or auto-potion drink option eventually. So like all the really short ones. Like if they make all cooking things like 2 minutes long, hypothetically. If they do end up doing that. They really need an auto-eat and auto-drink option. So whenever you're using a 2-minute potion or hypothetically a 2-minute food, it will just auto-refresh every single time. Yeah, it reminds you of spicy stews. Yeah, oh gosh, I hate spicy stews so much. I will never... I basically never make spicy stews in old school RuneScape. I always like the guaranteed boosts. Because the RNG factor on getting anywhere from -5 to +5, I just never like dealing with. Luckily, old school RuneScape's starting to get what RuneScape 3 has, which are the super potions, which give you +6, which are not just stronger than stews, but also guaranteed. They haven't done that for every skill yet, though, like I believe RuneScape 3 has, or pretty much every skill, I believe. I'm not sure, because I don't keep up with RuneScape 3 stuff too much. But old school RuneScape, the only 2 skills where you have a guaranteed +6 or higher, or, you know, or +6, I should say, just none higher than for combats. But the only one that has a guaranteed +6 is Fishing and Hunter, and they were both added with Sailing. But as time goes on, they're probably going to add it for eventually every skill. But currently, Fishing and Hunter are the only 2 that got +6 in old school. Whereas I think in RuneScape 3, like, nearly every skill has one now. So you never need Spicy Stew in late game. But you currently still do occasionally on Ironman. I think the main one that people tend to use it for is crafting. I didn't mind doing the higher crafting level because you need it 99 for the really good keep perk anyways. Because it brings you to a really nice bank. But I think most people use it for the crafting grind. Because the Best in Slot melee amulet requires 98 crafting. So most people just boost +5 boost from 93 so they don't have to do that much. But I don't mind going for max, even though a lot of people hate crafting. The teleport that you get there is just so useful. Which is why I'm curious to see what they do with skill keeps in Brighter Shores. Because skill keep perks are a really big feature in old school. I'm not sure how much they're using in RuneScape 3. But max keep in old school is really broken because it has every perk of every skill keep in the game. Which if they did that for Brighter Shores would be kind of crazy. How many buffs that would be. Given that, you know, there'll be more chapters over time. I'm really curious what Brighter Shores max keep would be. I feel like they're going to go more so the RuneScape 3 route than the old school route. Because if they went the RuneScape 3 route and we had like 20 chapters and the keep perk for Brighter Shores had every keep perk of every single keep in the game. Like literally no one would ever wield anything but max keep. It would just have so many perks. Like it'd be so strong that it would literally invalidate everything. But yeah, we're still doing the old school RuneScape grind on the side. I keep showing it here and there. But yeah, our guy's just woodcutting AFK. Is he gonna bring him up? Yeah, he's still just chilling. We're at like 110 million XP or something, I don't remember. We've only gotten 1 beaver so far. I got at 91 million. We are so dry for beavers. I'm still missing 1 piece of evil trick chicken though. That's why I've been doing the ones that actually give the events for it. Though I've been not doing some of the events. 2 events already spawned. I ignored both of them. Because obviously we're focusing on Brighter Shores. But, yeah, I'm missing that really rare outfit. But otherwise, I have literally everything you possibly get from woodcutting now. I don't plan to, like, max it. The only reason I'm doing it now is because it's so AFK. Because they're adding some kind of new tree to, the Blood Moon Rises quest that's coming out this summer. Which I will probably be away for. I'll do it after the fact. But they're adding some kind of new tree that makes some kind of new ammo. That basically upgrades every arrow in the game, which is kind of cool. Which will be very, very, very useful. As I don't have the other bow that's really good that doesn't use arrows. So be able to just upgrade every arrow for everything is going to be so nice. Oh yeah, I already have like 40 or 50,000 ironwoods banked. The other reason I'm doing it is because of clue scrolls. We're currently, I think, rank 12 for collection log for hardcore. We're ranked 23 overall for clue scroll completions. So we're kind of going crazy on clues. Actually, we even got higher than the most well-known hardcore, I would say, in the current state of the game. I think his name was Treedemption, or what he currently goes by. Well, he goes by Mutts, but his in-game name is Treedemption. But yeah, we finally passed him on clues. I think he's done 4,000. We've done like 4,300 or something. Which is not like a crazy, crazy high amount, but we finally passed them recently. Not because we were trying to, just because, you know, I just naturally do a lot of clues AFK. Well, the clues aren't AFK, but getting them are AFK. Like, doing that woodcutting's getting us them. Oh, so as Jess mentioned, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Also helps people find the channel, or people who were watching Brighter Shores in the past try to find it. As well as just spread Brighter Shores to everyone. And of course, we will be doing Gems of War later today, too, for any of you that are mostly around for Gems of War, just kind of stopping by. We will be doing that tonight for the Vault event grind. Which I've definitely been slacking on because I've been focusing on Brighter Shores. But we will be doing this some tonight for a couple hours. Or at least an hour, not sure how long we'll go for. Some amount of time. But yeah, I haven't done an old school RuneScape stream in a while. The main reason being is I feel like a lot of my grinds right now are kind of boring to watch. Not that this is exhilarating that we're doing right now, but you know what I mean? Like, if you think this Forager grind is repetitive, like, every grind I gotta do right now is like this times 10 in old school right now. Like, add a 0 at the end of how long this grind's gonna take. That's what I gotta do in old school, with just as repetitively. So it'd basically just be the same thing. Just a different game. That's one of the reasons I've been kind of playing a little bit less lately. Like, the endgame grinds get absurd in old school RuneScape. Like, progressing your account is fine. But they definitely got to do, like, some kind of endgame rework at some point. Because most of my grinds are measured in months. Not even days or weeks. Literally months. Like, what we're doing right now for Brighter Shores is measured in weeks. Like, 4-ish weeks or so, give or take a little bit. Technically a full month. But there's almost no grind I need to do in old school RuneScape right now that isn't measured in literal months, if not even years, depending on how often you play. Like, if you only play like a few hours a day. There are actual grinds that are literal years long that I would need to still do right now. It's kind of insane. They've adjusted some things in the game. Like the Nightmare, they ended up reworking a little bit last year. But there's so many grinds that just take hundreds of hours. And that's if you go on rate. Obviously, you could go thousands, you know, you can go like several times dry. Because that's one of the reasons I'm hoping they do point system as well for dungeons in Brighter Shores. Not only because they did it last time with Dungeoneering, so it's more likely that they'll also do it this time. But having it based on RNG drops like old school RuneScape has, it is over 2,000 hours to complete all 3 raids in old school RuneScape right now. And with the new one coming out, and if you're just basing it on like average capability rather than like an actual good team or anything, like if you don't have like absolute max and everything, it's realistically like 3,000 hours to finish every raid that's in that game. There's 4 of them. That is a lot of time. To put it in perspective, I don't even have 3,000 hours total in Brighter Shores with everything we've done. Yeah, just doing the raid content in old school RuneScape is 3,000 hours once the new raid comes out later this year. That is like infinite time. There's only like a handful of games I even have 3,000 hours in. And that's just to do the raid content in that game. That's not counting bossing, that's not counting skilling, that's not counting collection log, though that is part of collection log. But just the raids. Especially if you're going for 2,000 kills, it's even longer than that. That's not even counting for doing 2,000 KC in every raid. Then you're talking like 5,000 hours maybe? Like somewhere's around there? Like 4,000 or 5,000 hours? Like basically double whatever number I just said. Like it gets crazy long how long you would have to do it for. Because most raids, realistically, when counting like time of getting supplies and finding a team, or if you're doing it solo and everything, and the fact that you're normally not going to have best in slot, especially on an Iron Man account, it's realistically like 2 raids per hour is the best you could do in that game for any raid, realistically, on average. Like 2 raids an hour. You could eventually get quicker than that, but if you were to average everything out, it's about 2 raids an hour. And you have to do every raid 1,000 times, so at 4 raids, it's at least 4,000 hours. And that's assuming you get every drop within those raids. There's a chance you do that many and still don't get every unique. Because of RNG, because there's no pity system. But a point system kind of fixes that. Because you can never go dry. Like if they add some kind of really good reward for 1,000,000 points, and you get like 10,000 points on average per raid, you know, then after 100, it's like, okay, you just go get it. You're not going to get spooned on like 1 KC or something. Or have to go like 300 or 400 just to get the 1 in what is effectively a 1 in 100 rate. Because I brought that up yesterday when we were talking about what they did for dungeons last time around. Because that was like the last thing the Gower brothers basically did. Was, if we go bring it up again, right over here. The Dungeoneering reward shop. I'm not sure if they've added other things to it in recent times. But all this is points. So all this is like rate points that you end up getting. Like 2 million, 1.5 million, 250,000. These things used to be pretty good. I think all these chaotic weapons, I'm pretty sure they're trash in the current state of the game. But if you want like a summoning pet or some kind of summoning override, we got this thing for like 250,000, 200,000 for what used to be best in slot. That's probably trash gear now. But stuff like this, where you would just go get X amount of points and then, you know, you'd be good to go. But you don't have to worry about RNG. You simply just get X amount of points every single time you do a dungeon. You just keep going through the dungeon over and over again, and then you know after X amount of time you'll get X reward from it. Because that's what they did last time for dungeon system. It's like the last thing they really worked on RuneScape 3 before they kind of left and sold out Jagex. But that was like the last thing they really worked on was dungeoneering. And the last time they added dungeons, it was a point system. And if I had to choose between points and RNG drops after playing, like, you know, dungeoneering, that, and, you know, just the difference between that and old school, I really hope they do a point system again. I'm not sure what the community would feel about it, but I really, really, really hope, or, you know, the Brighter Shores community, but I really hope they do a point system for dungeons, if it has some kind of reward shop or anything like that. Which we don't even know if it will. It could have literally 0 uniques. We don't even know yet. But I really hope they do a point system and just keep adding uniques to it over time or something. Is that way you can also earn points for future content as well. So it actually allows them to add stuff to it. Because you could never add something to like an old school RuneScape raid. Like that's literally impossible to do. Because of how drop rates and everything work. Like you can't just add something that would be like another 500 grind in the raid. But if you had a point system, you easily could. Well, maybe not that long. Don't make it a 500-hour grind like old school does. But, you know, if it's like a 50, 100-hour grind, they could easily add like more objects that are that 50 or 100-hour grind. And it wouldn't really affect things because people have points. They don't need to go all the way back to that raid again just to go and get everything. If they add something new. Like, it allows them to actually expand upon it. Because that seems to be what Brighter Shores likes to do. Is make systems that can be infinitely expanded upon. And a point system works way better for infinitely expanding upon than a pure RNG system. Obviously, stuff like bosses and such would probably still have RNG when it comes to their drops and everything. But there's a good chance dungeons will be point-based instead of here's like a random RNG drop that you just get something, or you don't get nothing. But no, time will tell. All we know is the last time they made a dungeon system, it was points. But just because they did it last time doesn't mean they'll do it again. Alright, we got our Bone Spike time. I guess we'll go say hi to Bone Spikes. I probably won't spend that much time on Bone Spikes, but I think we start doing drop method now to start speeding through this. As most of this material we don't really need other than, I guess, maybe the potato. So we'll grab all this, grab everything in the other room, store it all away. And let's go say hi to Bone Spike. We're not going to stay that long at Bone Spike, though. I'm probably just going to grab a few inventories to see what it's like and then be like, yep, this is not worth it. And then we go back to Drop Beach. Well, who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe Bone Spike's giving a lot more XP than I expected to. But if I had to guess, Bone Spike only gives, I want to say 5 point something K XP. It's not going to be anything crazy. Like, it's going to be a 5,000 something drop if I had to guess. Alright, grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that. Actually, I should have grabbed the double there so I could teleport it immediately because it takes a while to get out of here. Oh well, we're just going to have one less object. If nothing else, I can grab a Bone Spike on our way there. Maybe we'll do that. I'll grab a Bone Spike on our way to the bank. And then we'll figure out what cycle we want to do for Bone Spike. The only problem is, if we want to do Bone Spike only, one of them's in a fear room, which is kind of annoying to get to. Alright, we'll throw that one down, go teleport over to the other area. Should have grabbed a double on the other thing, but we'll offset it with a bone. That should be max points as well. Teleport over. Oh, come on, teasing us right there. Well, I guess we'll get it when we grab the Bone Spike. Alright, we teleport over here, run north, grab some spike, or one singular spike. And then we'll figure out how we want to go and do this. Alright, make sure to use the bigger potion. Drop this on the Forager. Nope, on the Forager. No double for us. Alright, there we go. If I can navigate past them. And then click it. There we go. Alright, so what do we want to do for Bone Spikes right now? Do we just grab double, triple? I'm not sure how I want to do this because I don't have Fear Potion on me right now. I'm not sure if it's worth the time to go even bother grabbing one. I'll grab like double Bone Spike and then like head over to that other area. We'll double this. Yeah, even with the 11%, it's only giving 5,700. That's not great. It's still worse than one shell on the beach. And these nettles aren't that high. 6,000? Ah, well, that's with 11% though, you have to keep in mind. Because like I say, that's not that low either. But no, that's not great. It still seems worse than Drop Beach. But I wanted to give it a shot. And taking 8 bones is definitely not worth it either. Yeah, we'll just do one inventory of this for now. It just doesn't seem as worth. If we need the material at a given range, like maybe. Oh, I do need this trout though. But, yeah, at this level range, I just don't think it's worth. There's just so much time where we're just not even grabbing Bone Spike as well. Because this set is more so meant for not necessarily Bone Spike spam. And due to the one fear room, it's not really worth trying to grab those Bone Spikes. When we could already just be getting more from the Shell Beach. Oh well, we'll finish up this inventory, grab the Bone Spikes at the end and be good to go. Grab that, grab that, grab that. But yeah, this set's not worth. This bone's too low of a level. That bone's not worth taking all the nodes. And just there's not enough other high material at the moment near it for it to be worth it. There is a point where this does become not horrible though. And that level range is at... oh, I forgot to take the other thing, but that's fine. That level range is at when you get Femur and the other thing. When we have all of these upgraded, it's kind of worth. When we could do Femur, Ram Horn, and Bone Spike and get all that, and even get these, because these would also be upgraded from that. Then it's kind of worth. But otherwise, yeah, not really worth. I guess we go back to Drop Beach then. So I'm just going to start navigating back over there, go get these Bone Spikes in. Get our double over here, walk all the way back, do one last bank. And then I think we figure out what kind of circle loop we want to go do a, just keep dropping down on the beach. And we'll do, actually we do that until we rush to 42. I think that's our game plan here. Alright, back we go. We have verdict on Bone Spike. They got nerfed into the ground compared to what they were for Gatherer. Poor Bone Spikes. You still grab some for free, but unless you're grabbing them for free, they're not really worth grabbing. Alright, let me go just get one full inventory real quick of random stuff while we head to a bank. And then after that bank, we'll go do Drop Beach for the rest of the time. I'll take the scenic route. So we can actually get a full inventory. And by that, I mean going through the beach instead of going through the pond. Because I think we have way more than enough Enrage Potions at the moment. It's not until tier 7 that we're really going to need a lot. Because even the tier 6 ones, Even though I was saying a lot of tier 6 material is going to be useful, we're kind of past the point where tier 6 is kind of useful, honestly. It's tier 7 and above that's really going to be useful for us. We'll still use everything else, of course, but as far as actual usefulness, tier 6 and above is what we're looking for. Particularly like those 8 and 9 minute ones. Because those are like the most optimal range we could end up getting for them. Which of course we can't do for next tier, unfortunately. We can't do it this tier, can't do it next tier, but we'll get them soon. Give it a week or two and we'll be at that level range. But at this point, I'm basically just rotating to a bank right down there. And then once we get to that bank, we're going to go start doing circles on the beach, dropping everything on the beach. And then just do that until we get 7 levels then. It should be quite a bit quicker since we're just going to be dropping everything. As there's just nothing that beats that at the moment. Or honestly ever. We were talking about that a little bit the other day. One thing that's a little bit sad about Forager, though it makes sense based on the icon, is it is technically optimal at every level range to just do drop beach, I am pretty sure. Like picking up everything on this beach and then dropping it. I don't think ever becomes not optimal. There's not a single level range where it isn't your best in slot method. Which is kind of crazy. But I'm pretty sure that's the case. That picking up all the shells, all the starfish, all this kelp, and then dropping it all on the ground. I'm pretty sure every level range, if you don't care about the supplies, it is best XP rate. And obviously we just stop for monument pieces when you need them. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure it is. We would need to do more math to figure it out for sure, but I am pretty sure that is the case. Alright, let me grab these last few. Grab that shell over there. Where does kelp? This kelp's a little closer. I'll grab the shell. Shell's more XP. So let me go bank all this and then figure out what route we're going to be doing here. Also gotta wait till they respawn. Is there any other potion I need while I'm doing this? Not really. Should be fine. Trying to see if there's anything I need to organize in the bank real quick while we're here. Or something to peek at. I guess we could peek at some of the foragers stacks that we end up getting. Let me check some of my stacks that we've gotten. Like, how many potatoes do we have right now? Like, what's our potato situation looking like? So we got tier 5 fish, some of those. Oh yeah, did I ever get the 1 canard I need for my cooking recipe? No, I need to go fish a tier 4 canard at some point for that. Got a bunch of tier 5 from before. Like, all of them from the previous system upgraded to tier 5, but I don't have any tier 4 for what I need now. Some lobster from the one-time bonuses. We'll be getting those better oysters soon. I have so much tier 4 oyster. Too bad I can't use any of these. Too bad they don't sell for much either. Like, a whole stack is worth, like, silver, I think, or something. I'm not sure. It's not much. A bunch of other one-time stuff. Still a bunch of leaks when we did the Gatherer grind, back when it was still Gatherer. I only grabbed 225 potatoes. That was quite a bit less than my previous tier 4. Look at these kind of differences between these numbers. This is how many you had to grind in the previous system. Look at it now. Like, if I would have banked everything, this number would have been probably close to 800 or so. But, yeah, that's still way lower. One number is way lower than the other. Still. Hopefully that's enough. There's a chance it's not enough potatoes. That's the only problem with me not grabbing more. This was the trout we were picking up with the other route. But I'll worry about that later. Anyways, we should be good to go to start our cycle. And then figure out how we're going to be circling this. It might take us a few rotations before we figure out how we want to do this. But basically what I'm trying to do here is I'm taking every single node, circling back, and then taking every single node again. So we'll take everything in this room, go up to the starfish, then work our way down, take everything, and we should be good to go. The only thing we have to worry about is the downtime of the room that we're going to take in next. So it's really important that we grab these 2 nodes that we're going to do in this next room pretty much as immediately as possible. Because we're basically starting a timer. And whatever I need to do here, I need to try maximizing the amount of XP we can get during this time. Between me taking this and this. We are now on a timer to get back to this room. But I also have to delay the time of how much time that is. So obviously we need to be doing something right now. But right now we're basically waiting for this room to refresh. So we got to do whatever is optimal XP for that refresh right now. So as many nodes as we could possibly grab. And then we just do the same thing. We go down, we go back up. And then we drop everything again. But the biggest dead time is going to be right now. You may have noticed I didn't do a net earlier. Because I have a different plan for that net. Because the delay that we have to do is here, not at the other side. But because the delay is here, I am going to do a COD. So we're going to go and milestone this down. Oh, I forgot that ruins your action. And we're going to do this cod right here instead of that little fish over there. We're going to do this singular cod, double catch him as our double catch rather than doing the fish on the other beach. And this should hopefully give us enough time that we get the respawn. We can then drop everything on the ground that we don't need, which is everything because we're just dropping everything. And please, yes, perfect! That's exactly what I wanted. All right, we got it. And now we just do that until our number is big. It is exact timing. Actually, it's so exact I don't even have enough time to drink an XP pot. But, yeah, that's nice. That's exact timing. That's exactly what I wanted. All right, well, that's what we do until that number says 42, I guess. That's our game plan now. Perfect timing. Unfortunately, that fish is still a little low level, but I need something to delay it, and it's the perfect amount of time to delay. It's not as good as the bass we're getting, but I can't take the bass because I need the delay on this room, not on the other room. And then from this room, we just go north. And just take everything from this room other than that one cod we normally took in the past. Which means I can just click all these immediately and be good to go. And now we can just take a sip of something, relax for a moment, and then after he takes that shell, we just go north, and that north room should be respawned. And then we do the same thing again and respawn it with the fish. As that fish puts it at perfect timing. And then we just repeat that until we have infinite XP. Basically until 42, this is the gameplay loop, I guess. Big downside is you drop everything. Big upside is I don't think there's a single thing in all Forager that gives more XP rate than what we're doing right now. Like the XP rate that we're getting right now, I don't think there's a single part in Forager that ever gets higher than this. Like this level range of Forager. Is I'm pretty sure the quickest you can ever go, but it does cost you having to drop everything. Which at higher tiers we're probably not going to want to do. But for now it's fine. Tier 7 onwards, 100% we want to keep banking. Tier 6 is a mix of maybe we bank, maybe we don't. At this tier, yeah, we could definitely get away with dropping everything. The only reason I haven't been for some of the loops is just to kind of test drive what banking loops would be. I should have grabbed that shell or when we're already there. Yeah, it's still worth grabbing that shell first. Then we grab this, then we grab that, we grab the double. We could technically grab some of these foraging supplies if we want to, even grab the other starfish, but I don't know, I like using double net. Also, based on the respawn time, it seemed like it was like the perfect amount of timing. The only problem is we didn't really have the time to drink a XP pot. Maybe we can this time. And then they should spawn any second now. Yeah, there we go, that's what we want to see. I like it, there is enough time. There is indeed enough time. Also, don't forget to grab that one over there. He's trying to hide from me. Blending in with his environment. The camouflage starfish. Yeah, it's going to be the gameplay loop then. And then we just keep repeating that till we get 7 more levels. Honestly, we could probably do this at the higher level range too. I don't think it's going to be that big a deal if we drop like this for... we can start doing this at level 32. So we do this for 10 levels in Forager. I think it's fine if we drop 10 levels worth of alchemy supplies and cooking supplies. I say before we run out of potatoes and alchemy supplies. But, yeah, we should be fine. Also, I forgot to drop the fish somehow. I thought I clicked it. Must have misclicked. And if you didn't want that one fish, you could just grab the starfish or a couple of the emerald thingies, I guess. Probably the one starfish. Because one starfish is worth like 2 emeralds at this level range. But because I didn't drop the fish, we're going to have a weird, awkward situation where I might need to pre-drop something. Did I ever just skip fish on this cycle? But the problem with skipping fish is, I don't know, maybe go for starfish maybe this time. Is I'm going to run out of inventory. But grabbing the one starfish makes us not run out of inventory. The only problem is I feel like grabbing the starfish takes longer than grabbing the fish, just because it's so far away. But because I didn't drop fish, we're in a really awkward situation where I kind of have to go for it. Or I could double grab the fish and just drop it there. Let me do that, actually. Change of plan, change of plan. Sorry, starfish, you're just not going to get grabbed. What I'm going to do instead is grab this fish, double it, and then just drop everything on the ground on this tile. Because we'll still get the XP for it. All right, remember to drop the fish this time. There we go. And then we drink the XP pot here, and then boom, it'll spawn right in front of us. Go, spawn. There it is. Oh, that is so nice. I love this cycle. I hate that we're burning all of our resources, but I can't think of a single thing that is better XP than what we're doing right now. For Forager. Yeah, this is pretty much down to the second of perfect timing. There's even enough time to grab your XP pot. And then the second you're done drinking the XP potion, it's like, oh, there it is. Like, whoever's going to make the mega ultra tick perfect Forager guide, like, some version of this is definitely in it. At least for this level range. I know Valerie made some in the past, but obviously they're outdated at this point. As is basically every guide ever for this game. It's one of the reasons I haven't really been making guide content or anything like that. And even though I tend to like the skilling aspects a lot, I probably will primarily be making guides on some of the more engaging content. Oh, why am I grabbing this? I didn't mean to do that. Like, you know, future bossing and stuff like that. I don't know, I just like engaging with everything, so... anything that could be considered completionist stuff to any degree. These completionist content is just ultimately what I like the most. Which of course encompasses everything. But because I like skilling so much, you know, the current state of Brighter Shores is actually a lot of fun for me. Because I know some people kind of still hate Brighter Shores the way it is now. Or even saw the Milestones update as a negative. But I like skilling so much that, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with exactly how it's been pretty much since launch, as well as how it is now. Like, the game doesn't need any bosses or anything for me to personally find it interesting. Like, obviously I would love to see bosses, dungeons, special attacks, all that. But I don't need it in the game to have fun, personally. I would have more fun with it in the game, obviously. But I don't need it to have fun with Brighter Shores. I do have to say, I do love the double mechanic. There's a lot of interesting routing things you could do. Like, for example, the whole reason why we're taking the fish and not the extra starfish at the bottom is because of the double mechanic. If that double mechanic didn't exist, I would never grab that fish. We would literally have grabbed 0 fish during all this grind if that double mechanic didn't exist. But it gives some interesting things to routing, since you always have to put into consideration using every tool. Because it makes things that otherwise wouldn't be worth it, magically worth it all of a sudden. As long as they're off cooldown for the double effect. Oh, you end up agreeing to lead Loki? Yeah. I don't know, that's one thing I've always been confused about with Brighter Shores. Like, when people are disappointed with the game at launch, or disappointed with the game now, or disappointed with any update. But then I think back of, like, why I liked RuneScape and everything else. Like, they both look the same to me. Like, I don't see what the difference is in that regard. Like, every reason why I liked RuneScape back in the day and old school RuneScape now is the same reason I like Brighter Shores. Like, they all have, like, that similar kind of loop. It's just in both old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3, they've kind of been biasing it towards PVM and other stuff that isn't all skilling. But I literally didn't do, like, a single boss, other than, like, Barrows when it came out back in the day and stuff like that in old school RuneScape, or, you know, RuneScape back in the day. But I did that then, but aside from those few things, I literally just did skilling for, like, 17 years in RuneScape. Like, literally just skilling. Like, maybe a little bit of bossing here and there. But otherwise, it was just skilling for, like, almost 2 decades. It was only when I made an Iron Man or a hardcore that we still have that I did any amount of combat. Because you have to for, you know, completionist sake. Because you actually have to get it yourself and you can't just buy it on the Grand Exchange. But otherwise, I've always loved these kind of, like, varied gameplay loops like this. And contributing to the in-game economy if you aren't going Iron Man mode. Or if you are going Iron Man mode, you know, doing everything from scratch. And I really like that aspect right now of Brighter Shores. I'm not sure if it's always going to stay that way. But I really like games that have, like, handcrafted gear. Even though Albion Online's PvP system ended up making me not really want to play it that much, I really love that like all gear was basically handcrafted by players, and you can even see who crafted them too, which is kind of cool. But I really like games where like every best in slot is just handcrafted, and you don't really need to worry about a boss drop, or if you do get a boss drop, it's like, oh, here's a material to craft the thing. It doesn't just like outright give it to you necessarily. Like you still have to like go and craft it. Like there's still some drops obviously that you would get from bosses, but I do like the whole crafting from scratch kind of aspect, where not only do you gather everything, but you get boss material that ends up doing it, stuff like that. But yeah, every iteration of Brighter Shores I've liked so far. The one I've liked the least was the first combat rework they did, because I feel like they were kind of forced to do it. I actually really like the chapter divide system personally. But I feel like the first combat rework they were kind of forced to based on all the feedback that people gave negative towards, you know, the whole system. But them fixing that is probably the only state of the game I didn't like. It's one of the reasons why we kind of stopped going, you know, playing as much for quite a while. But they fixed that with Milestones. It's not like fully fixed, but until, you know, everything else comes in for combat, it's about as fixed as it's gonna get. Where they kind of broke it a little bit trying to do what the community said. Or, you know, all the people that hated the chapter divide system. Even that's like the whole core aspect of the game to make it work. But they kind of brought that back now that you can choose where you want to do combat in for a given time. And you still get to keep getting a big number upgraded. So everyone who wanted that still gets it as well. Though now it's like a mega big number though, but... given that most people will be prioritizing combat, I don't think combat level being that big of a number is that big a deal. Because realistically, most people will gravitate towards, obviously, combat, PVM, stuff like that. Rather than skilling once everything is in the game. Even though I like doing a mix of absolutely everything. Alright, drop all this mess. Drop. Drink potion, and magically respawn in front of us. Go. Also, I keep doing it on the wrong tile. Since we don't have tile markers, I gotta keep doing, like, environmental tile markers. So we gotta remember that double stone right here is the one tile we have to stand on. Double stone tile is our starting tile. Right over there. Also, that is something I'm actually kind of glad Andrew Gower is for, personally. Or more so against. Because that's probably one of my biggest gripes with old school right now, and RuneScape 3 is about to start doing it soon, too. But, Andrew Gower is actually really anti-third-party plugin. Both because it's used for botting and stuff, but also, you know, if any feature was to be added to the game, he kind of wants to do it himself. Rather than, you know, unofficially being added through, like, some kind of third-party client, so everyone's on a fair playing field. Because that's one of the main things I actually hate about old school RuneScape. The fact that they allow third-party clients and everything. Because they're so strong that you basically have to use them. Like, RuneLite is basically required to play old school RuneScape now. Like, you technically could without it, but it's effectively required. Unless you're playing on mobile. But otherwise, it's basically required to play the game. Just because it has so much power creep that main launcher doesn't have. And Andrew Gower is actually against third-party clients, so that's never going to happen to Brighter Shores. We're never going to have, like, a Brighter Shores Plus client that you have to pay, like, $5 a month to get, like, a bunch of features that are all power creep. Not that RuneLite costs anything, though some iterations of past ones did. Like, I think OS Buddy has, like, some premium features back in the day. Not sure if that even runs anymore. But I knew they had, like, some kind of system like that. So the even more broken stuff they would put behind a paywall. I was not sure why I keep dropping on this tile. Oh, I know why. Because there's a small delay between me clicking drop all. The reason I do that is because there's also a climb delay. So the reason why I keep walking one tile rather than dropping immediately is the fact that I can't just immediately click drop. There's some small amount of delay before I click drop and then drop all, or, you know, go into the menu. So during that delay, I keep moving up one tile So during that delay, our guy's still moving into a position that he would otherwise move slower in. So that's why I keep going up and dropping instead of dropping it where we are. If anyone's wondering why we're doing that. Because even I was wondering for a second, but then I realized, oh yeah, I'm doing it because of the drop delay. Because when you try dropping something, you have to menu into a menu and then click drop all. And during that delay, I'm deliberately making him move, so he'll move up the really slow one tile. It saves like half a second, but... it makes it so we can make the cycle in time. Because if we don't do that, we're going to be a little bit late to the cycle because we're drinking the potion as well. It basically gives us time to drink the potion doing that. Which is why we keep doing that every time. But yeah, I think we have truly found what a best in slot cycle is. I don't think any other cycle I've done has been the officially, like, quickest, tick-perfect method you could do. But whatever we're doing right now seems pretty close. There might be some movement you could do otherwise, but I'm just queuing everything up. There might be some really specific movements you could do for some of these as far as click order and clicking side to side on some of them. Which I've done for other resources, I'm just not really bothering right now. But as long as we make it within cycle, it seems pretty close to as close as it can get. The only room I think we can save time on is that room over there to the south. There might be an order or some weird ways that you could walk differently through it that saves like a few ticks or something. I'm not going to bother with it right now, though. So hello, Lady Alfred. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. And yeah, we'll still be doing Brighter Shores later tonight for the Vault event. I saw Cindy Cole doing that earlier today. Not sure if he's still going right now. I saw he was still up earlier, though, when I was starting to stream. Yeah, we'll be doing some Vault grind tonight. Probably like an hour or 2 or 3. Not sure how long we'll go. But for the next, like, 5-ish hours, we'll be here doing this. Or actually, more so 4. It's one of the reasons I'm trying to do this rush method right now. We gotta rush, like, 6.5 more levels, and then go do all of Jade pieces. So hopefully we can rush those levels in like 3 hours and then do Jade pieces over like an hour and a half and be good to go. I'm going to grab dinner and then we'll do the other stream a little bit later. But I should get up to the normal 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time we would normally do it at. Not like it has to be at 8 p.m. I just like keeping some sort of schedule. Kind of like our Brighter Shore streams are normally around noon. But you know, they're not like always perfectly at noon. Like today I had to start a little bit earlier. Just because morning routine stuff was taking a little bit longer. But also because we had no electricity last night, so some things I couldn't do last night I had to do this morning. Because that's why our stream ended weirdly yesterday. The whole city's electricity went out for several hours. Came back on sometime last night. But it was down from when the stream ended until sometime in the middle of the night. I assume it just like a power line or something went down, not sure. I didn't bother checking the news. As long as it's fixed, that's the only thing that matters. Could also be from the cold. It's been really cold here lately compared to what it normally is. So maybe someone slid and hit a pole or something. Is what I assume is what happened. There's like some frozen ice on the roads. They hit like a really important power line and then it went down. But I've been lucky enough to never been in a car accident yet. I've been near a car accident. One time when I went to New York for a field trip. Gosh, how old would I have been for that one? There's a couple different ones. I think that one specifically I was like 15-ish. I want to say 14 or 15. But we were on a field trip where, you know, we're going to New York, all the normal things you'd kind of see in New York around that area. But for, you know, a school trip. But when we were walking to go from one place to another, can't remember where, but you know, we're transitioning from one place to another. There was a relatively busy road, and someone actually hit the stoplight pole, or you know, the gosh, what do you call it? I guess it's the light. You know what I mean? You know, the green, red, yellow light. Why do I forget what that's called? I was always called the light, but right on the corner there, they end up hitting the light pole. And it was like a few feet from where we were. Like Like, if that light pole wasn't there, they would have literally ran over probably like 3 kids. Luckily, I wasn't like exactly right there. But if that pole wasn't there, they would have ran over like 3 to 6 kids. But that's the closest I've been to, like, adjacent to an accident so far. I've never been in a car accident. Traffic light? I guess traffic light. I don't know, I just always call it the light. The light. Alright, we're almost at the next level. Also almost double knowledge. But yeah, this is so quick. I love this. Too bad we only get to do this for 6 more levels after this. And we gotta move over to Jade. Or obviously we gotta bank everything. Which will be slower, but obviously we need Jade pieces. We might do a little bit of a wider route depending on how much time we have. I plan to go until about 6:30, which is like 4-ish hours from now. So we'll see how much time we have by then. It's going to take almost 3 hours to get the levels we need. And at that point, I might just want to rush down Jade over the course of an hour. Any way that we end up doing is going to be fine, though. As long as the Jade Monument gets completed by the end of the stream, unless we somehow lose electricity again. But assuming we don't, that's the main goal of today. Get Jade Monument done. Then tomorrow for our short stream, we'll have getting tier 6. On Monday, we'll do another short stream and go over the weekly leak. Hopefully it'll have some good info, like what's happening the following week's Monday update, which I don't think we currently know. Back to me. Tuesday, I got a dentist appointment, so I won't be around much, so I'll probably just be around for an hour just to kind of say hi. And to show progress that we've gotten from AFK and off-stream the last few days. And then, Wednesday, I might still be only very short if my mouth still needs to rest from the dentist. Because I'm getting a tooth removed in the back. And then, yeah, we should be back to normal on Thursday, hopefully, fingers crossed. And after Thursday, we just all in mega grind until it's done. Every day until it's done. With the only exception being Mondays, where that following Monday we'll focus on whatever the update is. If they're adding a new quest or fishing bounties or whatever they're doing. Because we'll dedicate that stream more so to that rather than to Forager. But we'll know this Monday what that update's going to be. Unless we already know somewhere, and I just don't know. It's either already announced or it's not announced, and it will be on Monday. I'm just not sure which. Oh, so we're at a really, really bad knowledge range right now. Because I'm about to hit the full meter by the end of this room. But the problem is, I still got like 3 more nodes to go grab after this room. Which is not ideal. Oh yeah, you know what? Going diagonal of that one stone might actually be a little bit better. If we can land there after this cycle. Maybe I should go there now before I grab the fish for once. Nice, we got our level. Even more XP from when we claimed this. Yeah, I'm gonna go diagonal of the stone tile. The main reason being is, I believe double spawn happens here. So we don't even need to move. If we have any downtime that we're waiting. If they would stop doing a billion screens. Forager. Forager. There we go. But yeah, I need to start going diagonal. I need to go to northeast diagonal of this tile. As northeast diagonal of this tile is where the double spawn is, so we don't even need to move. Not sure if that's going to save us any time, but it feels like it will. Maybe we can grab both those nodes without moving at all and then move to the other starfish. Gotta get those little efficiencies in there. I still feel like there's a better way to route this room. What if I did it the other way around? What if we start this way and go the other way around? Oh no, is that still the same thing? I can't tell if this is quicker or exactly the same as what we just did. I might need to try doing it where I try to enter like the same time as this guy. And see what happens if you go the other way around, if it's any quicker. I don't feel like it is. But I'm not sure. Because I'm pretty sure both come out to about the same time. If not exactly the same time. I did technically beat him, but I'm not sure if we entered at the same time, so it's hard to tell. Like, yeah, we got here quicker, but he also could have came into the room later. I'm pretty sure both are about the same time, if not literally identical. No, I wanted you to go north. I mean south. He's going to that tile would be slightly quicker. I just can't be bothered to manually move there every time. Because we're not really on a timer when going through this for the most part. Well, I guess we kind of are. Because the second we take both nodes, we are on a timer. The second we take both the 2 shells in that room is when the main timer starts up that we have to try to beat. So if we could save a tile there, that actually would help. Same reason why we try to save a little bit of time here when we do the drop by moving up. And then doing the drop while we're menuing. No! Gosh, I hate that that's a thing. I wish there was a feature in the menu that would lock in current action. Where it doesn't lock in the queue that you're doing, but if you're currently doing an action, you can never cancel it. I wish that was a toggle somewhere. Because the amount of times I do that when I'm trying to grab a resource and then like literally the last possible tick that you could possibly move to cancel it, I accidentally cancel it, is slightly too many times sometimes. When you're doing multiple queue, that never happens. But if you're walking like from a room to a room, that can happen because there's no way to queue it currently. Yeah, that's everything there. Now we can just chill a little. That's one nice thing about these routes as well. You just grab everything in the room, chill a little bit. Grab everything in the room, chill a little bit. Honestly, Fortress is kind of nice ever since queuable action. Like the AFK time is quite a bit better. Not that this is like super AFK obviously, but you know, this is like a solid like 20-30 seconds. Where you can kind of just relax for a moment. Take in the atmosphere. Hopefully the beach will become sunny one day. Hopefully we will eventually have brighter shores. Hey, the shore got brighter. I like how it's raining in one room and then the next room it's like, ah, it's bright here. The clouds are just over top the other room. Getting really bad cloud coverage. Oh no, I did it again, except that time was a misclick. Oh, I see. The sides of the stars are in a hitbox. You gotta actually click on the star. That's what made us misclick there. I thought it would be more like a square hitbox, but no, it's literally the star itself. It's the same wonky hitbox as like the bones. Oh, I did that on wrong tile, but that's fine. Did it like one tick too early. That's one other thing that's weird too. If you do an action like right before you move sometimes, if you do it within like that 0.0325 or whatever many seconds that is, it'll sometimes cancel whatever move it was already midway through. The main reason that throws me off is that's not the way that RuneScape works, or you know, old school RuneScape. Not sure about RuneScape 3. But old school RuneScape will always do whatever you queued up for that next tick. It's also a much longer duration. But Brighter Shores doesn't seem to do that sometimes, like if you do it like midway through. It's a little bit more responsive because the tick system's like twice as quick. But in doing so, that sometimes makes it when you want to move a tile for one tick, it sometimes cancels it. Because the time window is so much tighter. They'll mostly get annoying during combat when it comes to attack speed. Because once we have whatever the skill trees and everything like that, we're going to have to put into account our movement speed relative to attack speed so we don't waste any ticks attacking. Which means you're going to have to do a really weird movement cycle to make sure you never lose attack speed at all. You have to do this for some things in Old School RuneScape too. I'd say one of the easiest ways to learn it is probably Tombstone Masket, the third raid. Because during the final stage, he keeps moving the tiles that you need to not stand on. And he does it in a way where it's a great way to learn how to not lose ticks while moving. And we're going to need to do the same for Brighter Shores, but I'm not sure if we're going to have a good boss to learn it on. Because TOA is a really good one for Tombs of Masket for Old School. But hopefully we'll get something similar in Brighter Shores where we can learn the tick system for movement once they have it all in. He's having a nice, good tutorial boss for that would be great for earlier mid-game. Because that starts to add up. Like, occasionally missing an attack, like doing it one tick later, might not seem like much damage. But with Brighter Shores tick system, it could be as much as like a 10 to 15% damage reduction if you're missing too much movement. Or if you're doing too much movement rather than attacks. Like, it really starts to add up. Like, that's almost the whole value of a boost potion at that point. If you're missing out on like 10% damage. Especially when you compare, like, EXP pots. Like, imagine if you were missing 10% EXP on a skilling activity. It's like the equivalent of not even drinking an EXP pot. But for combat instead of skilling. Oh, no, I don't always do the most efficient thing in any given game. However, if it's simple enough to do, I generally will. Like, Old School RuneScape's tick manipulation, I will very barely utilize too much when it comes to skilling. Just because I'd rather just do it more chill and AFK and not have to click like 200 APM when I'm just trying to get a little bit more XP. Rather just take a little bit longer and not do 200 APM. But, you know, when you can opt to do small things to optimization, I'll normally do that. Like for Brighter Shores, that's like walking on the right tile, stuff like that. Like here we can save, I believe, a third of a second if I move here and then grab it instead of moving here. But I just do this out of laziness. But like stuff like that, I normally don't mind doing most of the time. As long as it's not like way too many clicks for barely any benefit. Oh. Did I, Where's my starfish? I accidentally dropped on my starfish earlier. I was like, wait, where's my starfish spawn? I should probably go move that. I didn't realize I dropped on my starfish. That's a big no-no. Don't do that. You could drop, like, anywheres that is not that tile. Actually, I'm about to go pick it up just to move it somewhere else. There's, like, the one tile we gotta not drop everything on. Technically 2 tiles, but there's no way we're gonna accidentally do it on the other one. I'm gonna have to waste some time just to get rid of it. There we go. Oops, I forgot a shell somehow. How did I do that? I wouldn't be surprised that's the first time. Because I'm pretty sure I'm almost always missing a shell here. I don't feel like I have yet. But there's definitely no way I haven't. Well, we're almost there. 5.5 more levels to go. It's definitely feeling way quicker than what we were doing earlier, which is great. Big downside, of course, no banking, but we're at a level range where it doesn't matter as much. Honestly, even most of Tier 6 we can get away with not banking. Tier 7 and above is where banking really, really, really matters, though. Because in theory, all you have to do is bank enough to get to level, like, 25-ish. Ideally 30-30-ish, so we can get to, the AFK for the Mind Sling. And then active for the Mind Sling. But yeah, really, if we just get to like 30-ish or so, not because I can make these potions, but that'd be easy enough, just a knowledge point if we had to pass it. We don't really need that much tier 6 material. The problem is I don't know how much to gauge to even know if we need it. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to do that one alchemy day during all this forager grind. Not just for our potions, but so I can gauge based on how much grind we did for forager, like what % of it we actually banked. Determine how much XP we got for that much banked. To see if that % of picking up everything is going to work for higher level ranges. Because we have to break it down by %, not by number of resources done. I gotta do it based on % of resources done. Because the % should be consistent. The number of resources are not going to be consistent from level range to level range. But the total % of resources should be, given how the new system works. So let's say hypothetically we banked, I don't know, 80%. We would then be able to tell if we need to bank more or less of that % for future level ranges. Because that's one of the other reasons I want to do alchemy. It gives us, it'll kind of let me know about what % of total loot we need to bank or drop. Or if we just have to bank it all. Or if we only have to bank like 50%. But that's something we need to actually like test to know. That's something even the wiki wouldn't really tell us by checking the numbers. We basically need to know the % of resources gathered that need to be banked rather than dropped. To be able to get all that alchemy levels. Because ideally we'd want to get enough to get to level 33. So we can start doing this passive right there. Right there. And then do the other passive and then do the active of the Mines of Matubin one. But, yeah, we need to figure out like what ratio we need of everything. It's fine if we're only at 30 because we just knowledge point past that gap if we're going to have to. Like, knowledge pointing 3 levels is nothing, especially in the new system. Like, we can just do that while we're doing cooking contracts or something. Or just combat in the region. Because that's another factor, too. Since I'm doing combat in this region right now, one of the reasons I'm actually going to keep doing Hopeport combat is not something I actually mentioned yet. But, of course, XP pots when you're doing combat, they work for, you know, whatever chapter you're on. So if we're doing combat in Chapter 1 and we use the XP potion for Chapter 1, we will gain extra XP for, you know, the chapter. But because of that, we're going to be utilizing that in order to basically be able to boost up the skills in the chapter. Because we're already going to have to use a Hopeport potion. I'll be able to double dip the Hopeport potion for, you know, XP for what we're killing. But also be able to go and dump it into something in the chapter. Which is likely what we're going to do for the dead zones of alchemy. Like every dead zone of alchemy, that's going to be like 5-ish, 10-ish levels in that one in-between range between the forager supplies and the supplies we're ignoring from Chapter 2, is probably where I'm going to have to dump knowledge points into alchemy through combat in Chapter 1. It's the same reason why we left Chapter 2 open so much, so I won't have the boost potion for Chapter 2 since they are not makeable. Or, you know, they're not buyable from a shop. So it's going to be a little bit awkward. I'm going to have to use like 5% or something. Or use the ones that we had banked already and just hope those last us forever somehow. Actually, I need to go check that later. I need to check how many... Actually, I'm going to check it right now. I'm actually curious. How many Hope Forest potions do I have right now? Because whatever I have is the total we have forever. Basically. Because I can't get anything better than a 6% from the shop. And the shop 6% is too much, so we'll probably just use the 5%. So whatever I have in the bank right now that is higher than a 5% is the total I have for the rest of time. How many is that? Let me go check. How many potions for Chapter 2 do I have? That's concerning. I got 123 8% to last me for the rest of time. 76 7%, 46 6%, and 5% we can get infinitely. That's not that big a deal. But yeah, it's not much. We got like 200 pots. Like 250-ish. That is not great. Because I'm not going to be at a point where I can ever really make them. Both because my alchemy level is too high and because my botanist level is too low. Is going to make it so I have no XP pots other than 5%. And those that we just looked at for the entirety of the Chapter 2 grind. That's going to be a little rough. Because you can't buy them from shops, so it's literally impossible. We're bottlenecked by botanists. And it's not worth going out of our way to go do whatever the thing is to go upgrade them. I think it's Hailberry and some other thing. I think it's Hailberry and Dockleaf now. So we could do these. What is tier 4 potion? Hypothetically, if we were to do this. I'm not saying we will, but hypothetically. It is 9%. We can live with 9%. Honestly, we might do that. We'll see. Am I going to bother making 9% potions at max alchemy just to have that for that chapter for knowledge points? I'm not sure if the answer is yes or no. Because I feel like it's not worth, but really, how long would we really have to do it? Not that long. Plus, if we're actually training botanists, we'd still be getting them, so... Oh no, I just really don't want to do botanist first. I think it's the bottom line. Maybe once they have bounties and everything, it won't be as bad. It just feels so bad doing max botanist before max woodcutting carpenter. Like, I'd rather max woodcutting carpenter be slower than bothering to do botanist first. But technically, optimally, it would be better to do botanist first unless we really need, like, a shortcut for something. I don't think any of the shortcuts were so strong that you would, like, have to have it. Pretty much every shortcut I saw was pretty underwhelming. I'll need to double check every shortcut we don't have with this woodcutting level. But I don't think we're missing out on anything that we really care about, I don't think. I'll need to double check it before we ever properly do a Chapter 2 grind. But I'm pretty sure my current woodcutting level, we can live without every shortcut that we are currently missing. Not counting the one that's pretty close that we could easily go get if we need that. I guess we could technically check them one at a time on the map. Maybe we'll start checking them right now, actually, while we're doing this. But I'm pretty sure nearly every shortcut we don't have doesn't matter. They save a little bit of time to get to where you want to go, but I don't think any of them save time while banking. But no, we'll double check in a second. I just need a big room where we can grab every node. Then we can go check real quick. But I'm pretty sure... Okay, maybe we do botanist first then. I'm not going to do it before the forge or before the botanist grind, I don't think. I mean, before the alchemy grind. But I would do it before maxing out the chapter because I need those better XP pots. This could be a little rough otherwise. Alright, let me check one at a time. Every room we'll check one bramble and see if it's good or bad. Alright, first bramble that we can easily go get. This is a bad shortcut. You will never need this. It saves time getting to a location, but doesn't save time while doing a location. So we don't care about not having this. Next. This one. This one is... just to get to the obelisk tower. Once again, it makes it a little bit quicker to attune your weapons. Or attune your tools so that they're a little bit better XP. But you're not going to need to do that often that it would really save that much time. It'll maybe save you like 1 minute in the lifetime of your account. So that shortcut's also not going to do anything. Next shortcut. Bramble 7. Bramble 7. Does Bramble 7 do anything? No? No. There's like one banking route that might be a little bit quicker, but it's for woodcutting, not for, which you would need to do anyways if you're doing woodcutting. But it's a woodcutting shortcut, not a gatherer shortcut, or botanist, I mean. So maybe it would be somewhat useful for woodcutting, but you gotta do woodcutting anyway, so it's you know, you'd get it while doing woodcutting, so it's fine. It's not like you need it for botanist beforehand, which is the main things I'm trying to check right now. Alright, let me go check the other two. If I can click on that other node. Alright, final two. But yeah, I don't think we're missing any shortcut that isn't useful. Like, I'm not sure if any of the shortcuts are useful, but every shortcut I'm checking right now are not useful. This one, nope. This one doesn't get used for anything. I guess maybe if you were doing a weird suave route, but once again, that's woodcutting, not botanist. And then the final one, the highest leveled one, is... Ooh, it's guarding a storage rift. I'm not sure what side it's on, though. But once again, that seems like it's only for woodcutting. I don't think carpenter's benefiting... I mean, I don't think botanist is benefiting from it. So I'm not sure if any of these shortcuts are benefiting botanists. But if they are, we have the level range to already do them. As every single one I just saw there is either benefiting something that doesn't matter, or it's benefiting woodcutting, which you'd have to do anyways while doing woodcutting. None of them seem to specifically do botanist, unless one of the lower level ones that we already have does botanist, in which case we don't need to worry about it because we already have it. Oh, I forgot to drop the fish. No! Not the first time that's happened. Nor will be the last. XP, gatherer. But yeah, long story short, I can train botanist without training any further in woodcutting. Which means, oh no, I gotta actually train botanist. I'm not training botanist before max alchemy though. I'm only going to use it for the luck potions and the XP potions for the chapter. So that we have some amount of speed for when we do woodcutting carpenter. I'm not doing it for botanist. I mean, I'm not doing it for alchemist XP. It just doesn't seem worth trying to get beforehand. It's just too much of a grind to bother doing when alchemy can already get there without it. And the few handful of potions that we actually need from that chapter are good enough that we would just make them, you know, at the highest level range when applicable. Or just use some of the lower tier stuff that we grabbed along the way. But yeah, we're not going to use it for our alchemy grind, is the bottom line. Or 100% skipping botanist for alchemy grind. With the only big downside being luck potions, but we can make them through other means for cheaper. So that's not too big a deal. Because once we max, the XP rate doesn't matter anymore. So we can start making the lower charge luck potions, which are really cheap to make and still give great charges. Because as long as it lasts longer than a rage potion, it doesn't matter how many charges it has. As long as you can last for 1 9-minute enrage potion. What that number is, I'm not sure, but I would assume something with like 7 charge is already enough. And you get 7 charge at like tier 2, which I already have some banked of this material from the previous thing. Like, this is already enough. You only have to make it last like a 9 or so minute enrage. And this already lasts for a 9 or so minute enrage. So you don't actually even need anything higher than that. All the other ones are kind of weird in that regard. Because you really don't need higher than that. Yet the other ones do go higher. So even though luck potion is good, you don't need the really high tier luck potion. So there's really not a single thing that's high tier for chapter 2 that you need. Other than the XP for the chapter. But it starts having diminishing return by like 9 or 10%, which we can already get pretty easily anyways. Like at that point, you're already getting most of the value of a potion. Like yeah, 14% would be better, but not that much better. Especially since we're mostly just using our knowledge points. It's not like we're chucking them. Because I was only make enough to, you know, utilize them. I'm not going to be, like, mash chucking them or anything, I don't think. And if I am, it's going to be for carpentry. But now that woodcutting and carpentry is a little bit more even, I might not even need it for carpentry. Because I might over-level my carpentry if I do that. I'm not sure. It's something we'll have to figure out whenever we start doing woodcutting carpenter, because I haven't gotten to test it in the new format. But now that they're a lot more even, like here's our ash log and here's our ash log. Like they're right on top of each other pretty much, like a 1 level difference. Like, now that everything's pretty much right on top of each other, we don't need to worry about the disparity between, like, one falling behind too much. It might still happen, but that's what knowledge points are for. So when we're doing woodcutting carpenter, we're just going to have to keep an eye on our points and just, you know, keep allocating them as we need. But they should stay relatively even throughout the grind, I would assume, with this new format. I don't see why they wouldn't. That's kind of the whole point of why they changed it. But I don't know. But that's what the XP pots are for if we do need them. Also, hello, Tyrion. Welcome, welcome. How goes the Vault event grind? We'll be joining you later tonight in like 6 hours. Or 5 hours from now, actually. As we'll be streaming it for later tonight. But yeah, we will be doing a Vault stream tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be the only one we do this weekend for it. But I will be doing it tonight. Because I'm not going to have as much time tomorrow. Even the Brighter Shore stream's only going to be like an hour or 2 tomorrow. But yeah, we're just doing Vault event later tonight then. I haven't even started the grind yet. So whatever we do tonight is probably going to be most of what we do the whole weekend. As we've slightly re-addicted to Brighter Shores a little bit. Also because I really want to get this grind done. Afterwards, we'll slow down again a bit. Until the next major piece of content gets added to the game. But I do kind of want to rush this down over the next few weeks. Just to have it done and not need to worry about it later. Otherwise, it would take me literal months if I don't just rush it down now. You already got like 200? Nice. I'll definitely get at least 100. Might go for 200. Like 100 only takes like an hour since we already have it all good to go. Which I'll do later tonight. Alright, another level rolling in. Still need another 5 before we can go do Jade. And at current XP rate, let's see, how long have we gone? We've gone effectively 2.5 hours of getting rid of all the other stuff we were doing on the side there. So in 2.5 hours, we started at 32. We've gained 5 levels. Yeah, we're pretty consistently, even with this method, still getting about 2 an hour. Which means, oddly enough, even though we're not banking, this isn't going that much quicker. Though in all fairness, I didn't actually time the exact most recent hour. I was just doing it based on total time. So that might be why. But we're still averaging roughly 2 levels an hour. And we need 5 more, and then we need to get all the jade pieces, which will probably take an hour. So what is that then? 2.5 hours then? No, 3 hours. But it's not too bad. And then I'll grab dinner. Don't want to do the other stream tonight. Then I'll get everything done we need to go get done tomorrow. Probably go get Milestone 5 as a quick stream at some point, since I'll just be AFKing some things while doing that. Not to mention, I'm also starting to passive Forager now. So in that downtime, I'm going to gain like a level and a half just of not playing tomorrow. So by the time we end up doing the stream, we should be good to go. I might still do it at noon, though. The only reason I might do it a little bit later is if get caught up. And also so we can make sure we can actually get the level. Which if we pass it for a little bit longer, we'll be able to do. But I'll still try to aim for noon if I can. My only concern is at noon, I'm not sure if I can actually go get Milestone 6. Or we're going to try for it. Alright, drop all this, drop all that, drop all that, drop all that, drop all that. Grab over here. Boom, boom, boom. Take that. Grab everything, and we're good to go. Alright, let's see. Is there any other skill page we want to go check? We've been doing that quite a few times today. I feel like detective is really awkward to level now. With the changes they made, it seems like investigations are literally the only thing worth doing. Or AFK and Cribe Den raids if you're at a really low level range of combat. But in all fairness, I haven't actually tried catching thieves during the new layout of it. Maybe it's actually worth doing. But I'm pretty sure investigations are still the only thing worth doing. Particularly investigations while doing merchant. I'm pretty sure that's just the entirety of the skill. Especially now that raid dens have been nerfed into the ground. Unless you're a really low combat level. Like I'm talking like under 200. Like Milestone 4 or lower. Like if you're anything higher than that, you're already like over leveled for it. For doing even the detective skill at all. But my other alt accounts are like AFKing this for passive or for their knowledge points. Or, you know, actively AFKing it. That's how they're getting all their knowledge points, but also getting combat and detective. But I'm at a level range where I can't really do these, other than maybe for the first time bonus and everything. So, realistically, unless they, like, mega buffed catching thieves, spotting thieves, the entirety of the detective skill is literally just doing investigations. And nothing else. Like, literally just investigations into investigations, and that's it. Which is not necessarily bad, but the variety that you used to have for detective is pretty much completely nerfed out of the game at this point. This skill would greatly benefit from whenever they add world events and dungeon interaction with it. Because its current interaction, if you were just mash train it, is realistically, for most people, literally just do investigations and nothing else. The whole skill is just investigations all the way to max. Which is not ideal. But I'm pretty sure world events and stuff like that will kind of offset it enough that, you know, mix it up a little bit. It's one of the reasons I'm waiting for Botanist Grind as well. Botanist Grind, I feel like, would benefit a lot from bounties and investigations. Or not investigations, but bounties and world event. Because the way that you already do Botanist kind of works really, really good for bounties. Especially if the bounty board is really short cooldown. And especially if you don't have to go and harvest it yourself. Because there's like 2 different versions. The wild version and the like prepped up version. And if there's bounties that you can just use the wild version on for botanist, that's going to go really quick. Because then you would benefit from doing a wide range of different things at once and just worry about their timers then. Because they will slowly grow to wild, so there is a chance that if you don't have to, like, they have a special name, I forget what it is called. But if you don't have to hand grow them, bounties for botanists are going to be really interesting. Or if they have a mix of both where you have to hand grow or not hand grow. Because any that you don't have to hand grow are really quick to do. And you can cycle multiple different ones. So you can get like 5 different bounties for 5 different ones, go grab them, then you go get more bounties for all the different ones, and then, you know, grab them, do them again. But if you had to hand grow them, that's kind of bad. Gotta hope world events save botanists then. Because hand growing them would drastically nerf that method. Though, hand growing them would do one interesting thing. It would make bamboo stakes worth it, as well as willow water. It would make willow water and bamboo stakes not completely trolling to actually utilize, as they would actually be kind of useful for speeding up your bounties if they have to be hand grown. As willow water gives you more progress on your watering. I think it's like 10%. It's not a lot, but it would save you like a few seconds. And bamboo stake, I believe, saves like 5-ish seconds? 10? Some amount of time. Some amount of time more than not using it. I'm not sure the exact number. Haven't done too much botanist since the botanist change. Or the gatherer change in the botanist. It saves like 5 to 10 seconds per bamboo stake. And willow water, I believe, saves like 2 to 3 seconds per watering. But you get to use a lot of water. Like, it has a lot of charges. The only problem with willow water, though, is it only works on a certain tier. I'm not sure if you can use it on a below tier or not. Like, willow water is set up to be a certain tier. Like, let's say tier 5, for example. Or let's say tier 4. Which means all these that might need the water, I can't actually water because they're on tier 3. I'm not sure if they work that way. But that would be relevant for bounties. Unless the bounties only give your most recent few. In which case, willow water would be good. If it's like cooking bounties where you only get your like most recent 5. Because then everything would normally fall into willow water. So if you had tier 4 willow water, you'd be able to water these when applicable with the willow water. The only big downside of that is willow water is an 11-hour-long venture. So unless you prep a whole thing of willow water and get one in your can and then also prep additional one, you'd basically be bottlenecked until you run out of willow water if you want to do it as optimally as possible. So there's almost like a daily in a sense. You could do like 3 times a day. 1, because you got it from a previous day, and then 2 within a day's duration. Which is going to be kind of awkward. Like, you don't need willow water, but, you know, 10% speed or whatever increase it is, it starts adding up. Like, a few seconds here, a few seconds there. Like, the difference between not using it and using it saves probably... If you were to utilize, like, 2 a day, I'm pretty sure it saves, like, 5 to 10 minutes, while also giving you all the XP for botanists that the willow water would give to you. So not only are you getting the XP drops, but you're also saving, like, 5 to 10 minutes on bounties per day. Which doesn't sound like a lot of time, but you're also not using it that much. Because we're talking like an hour of watering. I forget how long it lasts. But I believe each water... Oh, no, they did double it. So maybe it's like 2 hours now. I don't remember. But at one point, they did double the amount of willow water you get per can. So never mind. Maybe that would actually be fine. I don't know. It's something we'll need to look into whenever we get around to it. It's definitely a little bit weird, like, how it's set up like a daily, though, compared to some other things. Because unlike most other ventures in the game, you can't stack willow water. That would have been great if you could, if you had like a dispensary where you could just keep hoarding it. But it didn't add that. It's something potentially worth considering. It is the only venture that you can't bank in a sense. Every other venture in the whole game can be banked and used later. But willow water is the only one that you have to use, otherwise you can't refill it. Like, there's a limited stock that you could ever hold at one time, and it's 1 full can. It's something they might want to look into in the future. Keep like a whole water tower of willow water. Is that something you could actually do in real life? I'm not sure if you could. I guess, I don't know, for some farming things, you know, they would have to do it for some kind of hydration system. But we need like a water tower for the botanist skill. Maybe with Builder, we can go build a water tower. Build a water tower for Hope Forest. So we can keep all of our willow water in it. So you can bank more than 1 day's worth of willow water. It is currently the only venture you can't bank at the moment. Yeah, it needs to be a quest. We need a quest to build a water tower for Chapter 2. To store all the water, willow water in. I'm only half joking, by the way. They actually should do that. Like, it's definitely fixing a problem that they solved that they could have easily just done with quality of life. But that actually does sound like something the Gower brothers would do. Like, instead of just doing a quality of life update, they're going to do a quest just to build a water tower so you can store the water more than one instance. That 100% sounds like something they would do. Hey, you already had to make beehives in the chapter. And we do have woodcutting and carpenter, so it wouldn't, like, you wouldn't even need builder skill in a sense. Like, we already built beehives with woodcutting and carpenter. Who's to say we can't build a water tower? We're almost at our double knowledge point. Next cycle should hopefully get us there. And that gets us definitely easily to the half point. And we just need 4.5 more levels. And with how many levels we so far done this stream, we are already more than halfway there. As far as getting there. And this took us like 3 hours, so that will take us like 2.5. And then we just got to go get all of our emerald stuff. Which I think I am going to rush down instead of wide farm. Ooh. I'm not sure if we're going to get enough knowledge point. The only bad thing about these is even though they give so much XP, because they're giving so much XP, they're giving reduced knowledge. And I'm not sure if we're going to get enough knowledge point this cycle. To enough of a degree, I think we're going to drink an 8% here instead of a 11. Because we're starting to run a little low on our 11s. I'm not going to use the points for it, but I want to... Oh no, do we get 16%? I think we will. We're going to risk it. What's the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is we just use it on 1 point and not 2. We'll be fine. Oh yeah, I'm drinking the big one. I'm just going to cut it really close if we actually get 13% here or not within that time. I think we will. Especially because we're going to double this shell. Just going to give us like 2 knowledge right there. Yep, perfect. Oh yeah, we'll make it in time. I was going to have like a weird in-between where we're like walking from one location to another where we end up using it. Like as soon as I walk through this room, I'm going to have to use it. That's fine. Actually, what would make sense is grab both of these 2 nodes first and then drink, use it. Just so that we're on cycle for when we come back. Otherwise, we're going to have a weird desync cycle. But yeah, we'll definitely make it in time. Oh, stretch. Which that's something I need to be doing more. From sitting here for so long each day like we've been doing like this again. I need to start walking in the morning more often. I keep getting so sore by the end of this stream. From sitting here so long. Oh. I start go for our morning walks again. If nothing else, let's just stretch out. It's just been so cold lately. It's one of the few times where it actually feels like winter this time of year. Also, I lied. I'm using the point now because the menu's already open. Doesn't delay that much time. Alright, there we go. Halfway to that level. 4.5 to go. It's 4.5, right? Oh yeah, by the way, we did get hogberries. I haven't actually tried taking them yet. Which kind of makes me want to go for the first time bonus real quick. We're about to do a really weird tangent right now. Is this worth it? Probably not. But I haven't grabbed the first time bonus for Hogberry. I kind of want to grab one while we have the 11% going. Is this worth it? No. But I want it. There we go, we got it. While we're here, I guess we'll grab a few and bank everything real quick. And then we'll go back on cycle. Tier 5 Hogberry. Used for the potion that we don't quite need because it's not tier 6. Anyways, let me just store all this away. And then we'll go back and cycle. Was that worth it? No, but we got our first time bonus now. Alright, back to normal cycle. And then we have limpets at 40, but once again, I'm not sure if it's worth doing that. I'm pretty sure it's still not. The only benefit of it is that we do get to bank. Like, the only benefit of doing that is we do get to start banking stuff, but it's tier 5, so we don't really need it. Tier 6, we'd definitely consider it at this level range. Like, at level 40, we'd 100% consider doing some kind of Hogberry Limpet route that would also bank a bunch of other resources. But we don't care about it for level tier 5 or below, so we're fine for now. Tier 6 and above, particularly 7 and above, we'll start worried about it, though. This is like the final tier where we can still really ignore it due to where our alchemy level's at. I do have to say, though, after all the grind that we end up ultimately doing for this, I'm not sure if the Milestones update really made it that much quicker at all. Or if it just kind of feels like it because there's a lot more stuff in between. But it's hard to tell how much quicker it's really made it or not. I would say, like, at this level range, it's definitely quicker. Like, tier 4, tier 5, 100% way quicker. But now that they're slowly starting to slow down, I'm not sure how much it actually ultimately comes down to by the end. Given that 7, 8, and 9 would be quite a bit slower than they were before. The benefit of which, though, being that you get a lot more supplies if they actually give good supplies. Which Forager definitely does, 100%. And we're definitely going to start banking them at the higher tiers. Yeah, that's one of the nice big benefits of the new curve. The resources you actually care about, aka like tier 8, tier 9, particularly tier 9, you get a ton of. Whereas before, you would actually get a relatively small amount. It was one of the weird things with the previous curve. Like, you'd still get a lot of them, but not as many as some of the previous tiers. Like, there were actual times where the final tier of something that you would gather would be less than one of the other tiers in the previous format. It'd still be tons, like thousands upon thousands. But it would technically have been less when it came to some skills. Whereas now you get a lot more of that tier 8, tier 9 material you actually care about. Also, that better not be where the spawn is. I hope it's not. Is that the second time I put it right at the top of it? I need to be better at doing that instantly so I don't accidentally put it on the spawn. Is that the starfish spawn? That better not be the starfish spawn. And I'll find out next lap because I forget exactly what tile it is. If it is, I need to go pick it up again. I gotta be a lot better about instantly doing that so we don't accidentally do that again. I did it once so far. But I waste a lot of time whenever I do that, so I gotta make sure not to. And I'll find out in a minute if we made the same mistake twice. Only twice in like an hour and something is not that bad. But we gotta make that 0 times because it wastes like a good 10 seconds, 20 seconds to fix it. Don't worry, Jade Piece. We're coming. We're coming for you. This will also be the first and probably only day during this this whole grind that we're actually going to get a double monument upgrade. Unless we deliberately delay it to make sure we do it again. There shouldn't ever be a single other day during this whole grind where we get a double monument upgrade other than today. And the only reason we even got today was because we lost electricity yesterday when we were about to go do it like in like 5 minutes. But yeah, this is possibly the only day we get this done. Because the grind's gonna get longer in between each section. So technically it could happen at tier 7, but there's no way we're grinding that much on one day. I don't even think a 12-hour stream would end up doing it. Like going all the way from stone to emerald. I don't know, maybe a 12-hour would. But it probably wouldn't at tier 7. Because that's what? 18 levels? You know what? A 12-hour stream actually would. I don't think we will, though. We're rushing it down. We're not rushing it down that crazily, though. Want to split it up a little bit. But yes, we technically could. If we did a 12-hour stream at tier 7, we could do both tiers in one stream. But I have to go all the way from 25 to 44, basically. So it's like 19 levels, plus all the stone, plus all the emerald stuff. It's doable, but it'd be very close. Because just the leveling alone would be like 10 hours. And then like 1 hour allocated to actually getting the pieces for both. And that's assuming the pieces numbers doesn't jump too much. Because I think both of them will take like an hour and a half to grab all the pieces at that range. But it also counts for some of the EXP, so that would be time you wouldn't need to get EXP. Because getting all stone is about a level or so, like a level and a half. And same as all emeralds, about 2 levels. Stone's about a level and a half, and emerald is about 2. And the only reason emerald is higher is because there's a lot of nodes you could grab nearby that are free loot. Whereas stone doesn't really have anything other than hogberry that's 2 level at the range you would normally do it at. That's one of the weirdest things about where they end up putting stone. They put emerald in an area that has a lot of synergy, because you just got hogberry upgrade, you just got limpet upgrade, they're both like right next to each other. You had some other upgrades that were kind of nearby. But for stone, the only thing in the room that you can even multi-synergize it with is hogberry. But you'd have to get another 12 levels, otherwise you're doing an absurdly under-leveled hogberry. It's one of the weirdest things of where they end up putting it. I don't quite understand. Like, it almost feels like stone should have been a little bit of a higher level or something. Because the main thing that it synergizes with, it is nowhere near the level range of. Meaning you would almost never take them together unless you delay the stone pieces all the way to level 37. Because if you're not doing that, it has basically no synergy with anything around its level range. Other than combat. It's one of the reasons I wanted to synergize it with combat. Is combat's like the only thing you can synergize it with. Which we will be bringing back for some of the later tiers. It'll take longer, but we get a lot of free combat XP from it, which is worth it. But it's not going to be that much longer. Like, it'll take us like 20-30% longer to do all stone, roughly. Give or take a little. But we won't need fear potions, and we'll be getting combat XP the whole time. Which, of course, would also convert to knowledge XP that we would use on Forager. Oh, so it goes without saying, we were kind of mentioning it earlier, but whenever we do the alchemy grind, I will be throwing literally every single knowledge point onto alchemy. Pretty much every skill we train going forward will be thrown onto the skill other than combat. Combat and mining are like the only 2 exceptions, I think, at this point. Mining because I have a really upgraded tool, and I need the supplies anyways. And I'd rather be putting that into like smithing, because smithing's the most behind one here. But the only ones I probably plan to not put into the skill as we train it is combat, because it's better to put it in literally anything that isn't combat. And mining. And I think that's it. That might be the full list. Because merchant I might put into itself just to speed it all along a little bit, just so we can get all the hides that we need for chapter 5. Because now that they rebalanced Leatherworker, there's a good chance that they aligned Leatherworker to Armor Maker. So it makes sense that I don't try to knowledge point past it, so that when Armor Maker comes around, we have all the leather we will ever need to not just make our armor, but also all the XP for our armor. So it make a lot of sense to do it that way. As tempting as it would be. We'll still put it in some, but I'm not going to, like, as we do Merchant, put it into Leatherworker. As we do Leatherworker, I'll put it into Leatherworker. But as we do Merchant, I'm not going to do it to skip tiers, just because we might actually need every piece of leather we get along that Rhine. So that it's a little bit even for, like, if I put leather, basically, what I'm thinking is, if I do the rest of my Leatherworker, dumping only knowledge points into Leatherworker while doing Leatherworker, but then I also do Armor Maker, and then only while I'm doing Armor Maker, dump all my points into Armor Maker, my assumption is from level, tier 6 and above, we will be even on both. So, you know, the amount that I would get from Leatherworker would hopefully, they did the math, so that the Armor Maker would be about the same. So we'd basically be 1-to-1 from that level range, effectively. That is what I'm hoping for. If that's how they scaled it, I would sure hope so. That would make sense, but that's my philosophy behind it. Is if I start doing tier 6, or you know, where we are right now, tier 6 and above for Leatherworker and dump knowledge into it only from Leatherworker, then doing the same for Armor Maker should keep them both mostly together. Hopefully. Obviously, that won't fix the first 6 tiers. We'll have to figure that out as we go. That'll be a nightmare how that's going to work. But ignoring those first 6 tiers, the final 4 tiers should hopefully be nicely aligned. Hopefully. But the earlier stages, that's going to be a mess that we'll worry about when Chapter 5 comes out. There's going to be a lot of dumping in a knowledge point into Armor Maker for those first tiers. Because my plan for Chapter 5 is likely rush Delver to 500. Maybe we'll try for top 20 if we have the time. Otherwise, I'm just rushing for the sake of rushing, not for a leaderboard. But we'll rush Delver to 500 because it's probably needed for a ton of stuff. We already know a lot of things it's already needed for. But we'll get that maxed. After doing that, we'll probably see what Builder's about. Obviously, we'll try everything initially. But, you know, when we're, like, power grinding, it's going to be Delver to max, then Builder to max, then probably Armor Maker last. Dumping a lot of the Spear knowledge points into Armor Maker, as there's going to be a lot of dead zones that I'm pretty sure we're going to have up until tier 6. But in that tier 6, it should be nice and smooth to max. But the first several tiers are going to be kind of awkward. And that's something else I'm considering when we do like our 3 tiers in Minds of Matubin combat. I'm really heavily considering putting that into smithing. Because of course we need to put it into something. And smithing just makes the most sense. I really need to start pushing smithing and stonemason to tier 8 at some point. Just because it seems like a lot of things start slowing down at tier 8 and 9. And I do want to passive these when applicable. Especially when you could do them for free. As they have very specific level ranges now where you could do both of them for free. Stonemason with the statues, smithing with the horseshoe things. And getting to those level ranges are really nice. Unfortunately, there's a limited amount of time that you can end up doing them for, though. Especially the smithing one. Smithing still has it worse, because Stonemason, I believe, gets a double statue. Smithing only has 1 that it gets to do for free. Whereas Stonemason gets 2. It gets 2 different types of statues. 1 indoor, 1 outdoor. Which is one of the divides that they made in the most recent thing. But the problem with smithing is it only ever gets 1. Because the other second new one that they added isn't free. Though that's with a slight asterisk. You do technically get it for free. You get it from Forger AFK. The problem is, since we're rushing down Forger, but not rushing down smithing, I'm going to have almost no scrap metal relative to that. Like, yes, tonight I will be doing the scrap metal tier 5 AFK. But for 1, I don't even need that for smithing. And for 2, because I'm already past that smithing level. But for 2, even if I did, that's only going to be like half a day's worth of AFK for smithing. Because I'll only need it for like half a day, if even that, for Forger. But for smithing, you know, when we get to that level range, relative to smithing, I would need it for literal days. Like, literally up to the full max of the 2 times. Which is not how long I would do it for Forger. Like, half a day at max for Forger, yeah, I would need it for like 5 days for smithing or whatever the cap is on it. So it's not even going to align, even though I'm still technically going to do it at some level ranges. Because that will fall perfectly whenever we do a Jade piece. Because Jade piece gets us to like 44. Then off stream, I'll just get to 45 and get the knowledge point. And then that night, I would just go and, you know, do the scrap metal AFK, which is pretty much exactly what's happening tonight. The only issue with the one tonight is it's tier 4, not... Or, sorry, it's tier 5, not tier 6. So this one's kind of useless. However, all future ones, it'll matter. And that's basically what will ultimately end up happening. We'll go and rush for the Jade piece. We'll get the Jade piece done. Like, you know, what's happening today. And then I would, like, off stream, get 1 level. I would then go do the scrap metal AFK. And then for like half a day, we'd have to scrap metal AFK. But the problem with that is I need way more than half a day worth of scrap metal for smithing. But I don't need more than half a day's worth for a forger. It's the only slight downside of that. Like, it's an upside because it's perfectly placed for me to actually do the AFK. It's a downside, even though it's, like, perfectly placed. It's downside in the sense that I'm not going to be able to do it long enough since we're rushing it down. I don't know, it's more than nothing, at least. It's better than the current state of smithing. Or the previous state where you had, like, no way to get free EXP for AFK. At least now you have, like, a few more options through other skills other than just, like, mining AFK. Or, you know, getting the material for mining and then putting it into smithing. Which it didn't give you anywhere near enough, by the way, to get max. Like, not even close. Like, if you did mining AFK all the way to max, you wouldn't get anywhere near enough for it. And it's mostly because of the EXP that was on the pickaxe before. Because before we had like 35% XP on our pickaxe, now it's only 10%. Because all the upgrades on the pickaxe no longer give you passive XP anymore. We still have the 10% for before, but we no longer have that extra 25%. Now it's used for that double mechanic. So in some instances, they actually nerfed how much passive XP you can end up getting in the game. Mining is the one most affected. Though a lot are unaffected because no tool even affects it. But the mining passives have been the most nerfed from the changes that they made. Mostly because you just got like a mega quick XP drop on it. That also worked for like every activity pretty much in the entire mines. Like every single thing except gold panning got affected by it. But now nothing does. Because they converted it to the double mechanic. Which reminds me, I think the gold is untradeable now. So if I want to do the gold AFK ever for smithing, we actually got to pan for it, which is kind of annoying. But now there's not as big of a XP disparity. Before there was a big XP disparity between mining and gold panning. Now they're both 10%, assuming you get your gold panning upgraded. Which I believe I haven't because it wasn't needed before. But in a new state of the game, I would need to go get that to level 25. We wouldn't use it that much, but I think we use it enough to justify getting it to 25. Though maybe not. Maybe we'll still ignore it. We'll see. Because you still use it very rarely. I think I would have to gold pan like only 2 more times ever. So there's a good chance I might just ignore it, honestly. Like, we'll have to do it some, but I think we just mine instead of the passive. So maybe I will just leave it at level 10, honestly. Because we'd only have to gold pan for 6 levels here, and then 6 levels again. So I'd only have to gold pan for 12 levels. And that's only if I didn't want to do mining at that level. I could easily just be Durabine and Andesite, which honestly I think I would prefer. So, especially because this is untradeable as well, the Durabine. Which is really awkward because they put 2 untradeable items at the exact same time. Both gold or, I keep saying untradeable, I mean unbuyable from shop. Whenever I say untradeable, I mean unbuyable from shop almost like every time, by the way. But, yeah, it's not buyable from shop, the gold, or the beans. So, you basically have 2 conflicting interests. Which means I'd still barely do the AFK and just grab the beans instead. Because the other thing doesn't give you anything unique. Like, the only thing you're going to use the gold for is just for the AFK activity. It doesn't give you any unique material. Whereas the beans are used specifically for cryonite shields as well as for shield upgrades for every class. So you'd want the beans over the AFK. You'd maybe do the gold AFK for like 1 hour max or something. Or, you know, just mostly just for the first time bonus, or if you need to go away for like a few hours or something. Around that level range. But beyond that, you're not really touching it. So yeah, we don't need to upgrade the tool beyond level 10. Level 10's already enough. Because we're going to be there for like 5 hours max. Like 10 hours absolute max. On our way to maxing. And just because I'm going to be walking away for like a couple hours during that level range at best. And that will make up like the several hours that we'll have of gold panning. And we're really not going to need to upgrade it just for like 10 hours. Like something that would be worth doing it for, because of how often you'd probably use it on your way to max, is like the magnifying glass for this. Like making this level 25 instead of 10 might be worth it, potentially. But gold panning, it's just not worth. For how few times we'll end up needing it on our way to max, it's perfectly fine at level 10. And honestly, even the magnifier, or that thing is probably fine at 10 too. Like, you'll utilize it some, but, oh no, you don't need it that much. And you can just level through it when you're at that level range, instead of passiving it. They're just both really bad value, because the only thing they work on is a passive. which is a little bit different for woodcutting now because the material you originally used for... oh, wrong one. The material you originally used for passiving is no longer a passive item anymore. They actually made it an active and a passive item. So it's more worthwhile to actually upgrade. Because before, the shears, or whatever you call those, were passive only. These one right here. So they weren't really worth getting higher. Also, this is probably worth getting level 25 now, by the way. But before, you didn't really need to upgrade them as much unless you were passiving a lot. But now it is worth it because of the botanist changes. Where they end up adding willow water and everything. As I believe willow trees use that as an active tool, not a passive tool. So before it was passive only, but now it is active and passive. Like quite a few tools in the game. Like for example, the woodcutting one-handed axe in that chapter is used for both the woodcutting passive, but also obviously every tree that needs it. But now the thing that was exclusively only AFK before is now also an active and a passive. So you get to double dip it a bit more, making it more worthwhile to actually upgrade as a tool. Whereas before, you didn't really need to upgrade it much. But there are still two that are in that category. The gold panning thing and the binoculars. The gold panning for mining and the binoculars for detective are the two that you could probably keep at level 10. Getting them to 25 is a little overkill unless you're doing passive only on an account or something. And can trade over some gold to go get it for it. Which I can't do because mine are still undecided. But if you were trading enabled, you'd probably get them to level 25 on your AFK account. But otherwise, if you're actively playing on an account, I don't think you need over level 10 binoculars or over level 10 gold panning. Only old accounts would really need that. And only if they had trading enabled so you can actually give them the gold to go do it. Unless they're going to earn the gold themselves, but that's quite a bit. It's like, what, 20, 30 something gold? Like, that's not cheap. It would save them a lot of time, though. But it's definitely not cheap. Just help speed them through detective and mining a little. Though that gold AFK would probably sell pretty good to players if you were to do that on a trading enabled account. The detective one wouldn't matter as much, but I guess the gold panning one would matter a little bit more. Because if you did have trading enabled, that gold ore is only sellable to players. You can't buy it from a shop. So anyone who wants to do that passive would probably pay a bit of a penny for it. Like, definitely more than you can sell it to the shop for. That's for sure. Like, if you were to use that material, you definitely get more from actually selling it to someone. How much more really depends on what economy is. But it is one of the few things that actually would trade pretty well. There's not too many of them in the game, but that is like one of the few handful of things. Or even in the current trading economy, it actually would have quite a price tag on it. Assumably. I'm not sure what the trading economy is doing these days. I feel like so few people have trading enabled. Because a lot of people are still in either undecided, like my alt 2 accounts, or Lone Wolf. Like, obviously people have trading enabled, but it's only like half the player base, if even that, when accounting for both Lone Wolves and undecided people. Which is already a small game. Like, there's probably like 200 people playing right now, so you have like 100 people to trade with. Of which almost none of them are probably actively trying to trade right now. Like, if we went to Chronopolis Square, there's probably no one there. I know they normally have, like, flea market-like stuff. Where some weekends, on some days, they have, like, almost like a flea market where everyone goes there to buy and sell. But aside from that, unless you're using, like, a third-party tool, it's almost impossible to trade people. Unless you're trading, like, in a facility. Like, some people trade in, like, the alchemy place where you do alchemy. Or where you produce weapons and such. That's currently still pretty rare in the current state of the game. Until there's more of a player base really around it. Or until they have a better in-game system for trading. Which is the main thing I'm kind of keeping undecided on my alt 2 accounts. Because if they're not going to implement a better trading system, ever, then there's really no point in enabling trading on them. Because what am I really going to trade? I can't give them resources from this account. Even if they have trading enabled, I have no way of trading from an Iron Man to them. And in the current state of the game, even if both accounts had trading enabled, I'd have to trust trade someone to go give to the other account. Because currently you can't even trade from account to account. Oh, this is really clunky in the current state of the game. Something they'll address at some point, but obviously slower priority. We just got the basics in and we'll probably expand upon it in the future. Yep, someone's talking to us. Let's see. It's gonna ruin my cycle, but I will say hello. Let's see. Alright, I'm out of here. If he says something else, I won't see it. Oops, I almost forgot the other shell again. I might need to look back through this stream at like ultra quick speed to see how many times we've missed this shell this stream. Because I want to say the answer is 0. Which means if I did miss it, I like really missed it. Like it didn't even hit me that I missed it. But there's no way I haven't missed one of these shells at least several times. Even though I haven't actually realized me missing one a single time yet. Also, 4 levels to go. We're almost there. Keep up at least 2 levels an hour, get to where we need to be, and then we just go and rush down Emerald. I have Krydex here as well. He's been here almost every day we've been doing this grind. Let's see, what's his level? Didn't we check it earlier? I think he's 1 tier below me. But given the cycle he's doing right now, I think he's moved up to the same tier as me, but at the earlier end of it. Let me double check. Friends, total, Krydex, compare. Oh no, he's 1 level above me, actually. Never mind, I thought he was 1 below. He's 1 above. Looked at that wrong earlier. And he's absurdly gained that much XP in that time. But I don't think he gained that much XP. I think it was 1 above, not 1 below. Otherwise, gosh, he's been playing like 18 hours a day or something. If he was 1 below before, he's been playing like 18 hours a day. So I assume he was 1 below. I mean, 1 above, I mean. He's otherwise, I'm doing something wrong if he's getting that much XP. But yeah, I think I just thought of it wrong earlier. Because I think I was looking at the numbers inversely before. Which means we both gained about the same amount of XP then. Or actually both the same level. I think we've been gaining the same exact XP over the last few days. Because we're both pretty much even, just on a different tier. Whatever it is, I blame Tacit. That was probably our fault. No clue what he's talking about, but yeah, it was our fault. 100%. Three and a half to go. So close yet so far. At this point, it'll take us a little under 2 hours to get there, and then we just emerald the rest of the time. And if we rush down Emerald, it should take us just a little over an hour then once we reach it. And then that would be 2 monument pieces in 1 day. Something we will never do again. Unless we want to go do like a 12-hour stream for tier 7, which I probably won't. I think 1 a day is normally fine. Because the main cycle that will normally happen is an EXP day, stone, emerald, repeat. Is likely going to be the gameplay loop most of this grind. Though we will have to keep putting in slightly more time each time to be able to maintain that. And the next few days will not follow that, the next 3 days. But once we hit back to Thursday, that should be the gameplay loop. Where we do an EXP day, stone day, emerald day, today's emerald day. Or jade, I keep calling it emerald. But you know, they're both green, same difference. But the green stone day, and then we repeat the cycle, going back to EXP, then stone, then green stone. And if we were to maintain that, though that'd be a little bit hard to do at the final tier. But if we were to maintain that, we would technically finish it within, if we were to start back on Thursday. And that would be, what? How many sets is that? Trying to do math in head and failing really badly right now. 6, 7, 8, 9, So you'd have to do it 4 times. That means technically, not counting for XP curve, we would finish it within 12 days of Thursday. It's like 2 weeks of from Thursday we would. The main caveat to that is that's not actually what's going to happen, probably. In the sense that the curve is probably going to outcurve playtime. Unless I really start putting a lot of time more as we keep going. Which it might. But the only way that happens is if we start doing a lot of playtime on the later stages. Because there's a good chance that Tier 8 and Tier 9 we will not be able to do that. Tier 7 we might still be able to, kind of, if we end up doing it. Like, Tier 6 we definitely can. Tier 7, maybe? But Tier 8 and 9, there's no way we're doing the 3-day cycle. That's gonna be like a 6-day cycle. Well, and I'll find out when we get there what the curve looks like. But 6 we 100% could still do the 3-day, I believe. 7's gonna be a little iffy. Might need like that 4th day in there. And 8 and 9, 100% we're gonna need more, like probably 6 days for both sets. With 9 potentially having like 7 or 8 days. Which the only thing that's a little bit bad about this new format. Tier 9 takes like, if I'm understanding the curve correctly from what I can see, it looks like 9 might take like a week just for Tier 9 instead of like 3 days for the whole cycle. Might take like triple that. Well, and I'll find out when we get there. If nothing else, we definitely got to start using those passives during those days. That would save us a lot of time. As the passive doesn't have any really diminish on it, like it did in the previous system, where it also didn't really have that much diminish on it either. So it's going to be really good value to utilize passive there. As it's not any weaker, so it's a lot stronger at that level range. Tier 8 and 9 passives are just so strong. Not because they're any stronger at that range, but because actively playing is weaker at that level range. Not that actively playing is bad to do at that level range, because you're getting a lot of material you need. It's just a lot slower, like how much you have to do for that area. Whereas passive is still about the same amount of time, roughly. Like, the benefit of EXP that you get for passiving, like, Tier 1 or 2 is about the same you get for 8 or 9, effectively. Which makes it really strong, because actively playing at 1 or 2 is way quicker than actively playing at 8 or 9. So it's the same as the previous system, basically. Where passives get really strong post 200, even though they're technically still doing the same. This system's the same, but it's at level 8 and 9 that you really start to see it. I guess we'll slightly see it at 7, but 8 and 9 is when you really start feeling it. I just realized Craddock's still banking. Though, in all fairness, he's at Tier 6. He's at a tier what I'd be banking as well. Today's like the last day where we don't care about banking. Every day after today, we will be basically bank only when we do these cycles. There's some ingredients in Tier 6 we could bank a little bit less. Most notably bones. But pretty much everything that isn't a bone we'd pretty much want to bank for Tier 6. Bones and pondweed are the main two that we don't care as much about in Tier 6 as we would in future tiers. Everything else, though, which also means bell plant we don't care about as much, but there's not a better XP rate at that level, so we'd have to do bell plant regardless. But those are like the only few we don't care about. Bones, bell plant, and pondweed are the main 3 that we technically don't really need that much of for Tier 6, but everything else we do. And in Tier 7 onwards, we need absolutely everything we touch. Is that saying Britain? What is that word? Brit Athena. Oh, she's been in chat before, hasn't she? I think she has. That's the same name sounds familiar. I just need to stop by a couple times. I was trying to think of that name for a second. On the event account. Oh yeah, some people have done specific builds. That's something I did do for RuneScape back in the day, as well as Old School. Most notably Defense Pures and Summoning Defense Pures, as well as some PvP accounts. I always like the skilling kind of Defense Pure kind of thing, so you could do wilderness stuff and be safe while skilling. But I actually haven't made any Pures for Brighter Shores. All three of my accounts are basically a main. The main way I was thinking of doing it, just so we could play all three classes, is my main account is obviously, you know, an Iron main. We're just self-sufficient Lone Wolf. Our second profile, I'm likely also going to make Lone Wolf, so we could play an early game Lone Wolf whenever we get tired of the end game grinds on our main account. So if we ever want to see levels just breeze past like nothing, we can go play the early game Iron Man, which is what the second profile will be for. And the third profile will be our Hammer Mage, or the second one was Guardian for the other Iron. And then our third profile will be our Hammer Mage with trading enabled, because I got to go for the double yellow icon. It just looks too clean like the double blue. So we'll go double yellow on Hammer Mage, and that'll be good to go. And that'll be whenever we need to do anything with trading. I'm not sure what kind of content we'll do with trading in the future, but if we ever need trading enabled, we'll do it on our Hammer Mage. Which means I guess that'll be our PvP account if they ever add full loot PvP. However, based on what they've described PvP will be like in this game, it seems like even Iron Man will be able to go into it, or, you know, Lone Wolves. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that pans out then. Because obviously it won't be full loot then. Or those would be way too easy to exploit on an Iron. But I don't know, we'll have to see what they do with it when they ultimately end up bringing in PvP. But from what they last said, it seems like Lone Wolves would be able to partake in PvP from what they described. If they change that, that's to be determined. But it seems like Lone Wolves would still be able to partake in PvP in some way, or even fully. Which means they might do a Bounty Hunter shop. Because Bounty Hunter they did do in the past as well. And they might take inspiration from Old School RuneScape's Bounty Hunter, even though they originally created the original concept for the Bounty Hunter thing. And the main reason I say that is, you guessed it, it's a point system! They love their point system shops. It was a point system originally, and it was a point system in Old School because it was a point system originally, so they recreated it that way. He loves his point system shops. Which is why I think it will work on Iron Man. Because it works for Old School for Iron Man as well, so I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. They just balanced it in a way that it would work. So they will probably do that again. And the main reason, the main way that they did it in both games, both with the Andrew Gower's original concept or whatever on the team made it at the time, as well as Old School's version, the way that they balanced it for Iron Man is the PvP gear you get is only usable in PvP. You can't use it anywhere else in the game. So that's why it's balanced. Like, most of the rewards you get literally just help you more in PvP. So that's the reason why Iron Man can get them, as you're doing PvP to get better gear for PvP, essentially. If they're going to do that again, who knows, but that's the way they did it last time. As well as the one that Old School adopted. I believe they did it in 2007 or 2008. They did it around the time when they disabled trading, basically. Where they nuked the wilderness and ended up adding trade limits to stop bots. It was around that time. Iron Man didn't technically exist at the time. But a pretty similar system was used for Old School 4 Iron Man after the fact. Basically just by copy-pasting the similar system as before. That was during the Gower years. But yeah, they love point system shops. And honestly, I don't mind them either. I actually do prefer them that way. So if they're going to go down point system into point system into point system for everything, I don't mind at all. I kind of hope they do again. Because the main benefit of point system is you always know how long your grind's going to take. If you're getting 500 points per hour and you know something costs 20,000, you know basically exactly how long it'll take you to get that grind done. Like, you don't have to guesstimate or anything, you know exactly. Also, I did the wrong XP pot. Oh no. I have to waste 1 point here. Oh no, I meant to drink at 11% there. Oh, I'm wasting some of my knowledge here. Do we do it now? I think we do it now. I'm gonna waste one of these on 8%. I haven't done this a single time this whole grind. It's only 3%. It's fine. I just don't want to waste the knowledge. We're gonna waste more from doing the knowledge than wasting the 3%. So we might as well just do it that way so we actually keep getting knowledge here. I gotta remember on next set to actually use it correctly. But after we get that next double knowledge in, we would only need 3 more levels. We're nearly there. And then we just got to pick up all of our jades. Which we saw on the monument earlier. I forget what the number was. I think it was 490, 390? Somewhere around there. Which is a little over 1 hour of jade pieces. We just can't touch them until we get that nice 42. They're teasing us in this room. They're just staring at us, waiting for it to be picked up. But our guy doesn't know how to pick it up because he needs to get a bunch of plants picked up before he knows how to pick up a stone. In all fairness, a shell is kind of like a stone. Actually, now that I think about it, how does a snail form its shell? What kind of biology is happening there that mussels and snails and similar creatures get a shell like that? Because it's not like there's just like a shell in the wild. Doesn't it just grow on them? They must have some kind of cellular system that ends up doing that at some point. But I guess that makes sense because, like, you know, lobsters and stuff also have like that external shell. It is weird how many sea creatures end up like forming a shell around themselves. Because obviously mammals just have like skin, fur, or, you know, otherwise similarly. Like no mammals ends up forming anything shell-like other than like nails and claws. It's like the closest thing we have to like a shell of any kind. Or any form of like crustacean. Oh, hello, Frank. Welcome, welcome. Oh, hello, Joey, as well. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. And finally the weekend. And Valentine's Day at that as well. Let's see, what were we doing this time last year? I think we were still doing Brighter Shores because we were doing 100 days straight of the 100 Brighter Shores stream. And that was like one of the last few we did. And I think we were mining and doing the... We were doing a combination where we were doing combat on Tentacle into mining the andesite next to it. Back when the spawns were still pretty bad and there wasn't a bank right next to it like like there is now. That's what we were doing this year, last year. So I do like nothing for Valentine's Day, do I? Last year we were playing Brighter Shores all day. This year we're playing Brighter Shores almost all day. That's our Valentine's Day tradition now, I guess. We're doing the same thing last year. Well, not the same thing, but you know. We're just power grinding. We're almost at our level. Gotta remember to drink the 11% this time instead of 8% though. And then we've got 3 levels to go. And then we'll grab all the emeralds, and that's our main goal today. Just get the emerald done. Got the stone done earlier to stream. We'll get the emerald done at the end. And then the next few days I won't be able to stream as much. But starting next Thursday, we should be back to like full day streams again. Or whatever you call what we're doing now. Like several hours. Give or take depending on whatever our goal is for today. Though they might start getting longer in the sense that we kind of need to if we want to keep getting the higher tiers. Because tier 6 is only going to take longer, tier 7 is only going to take longer, tier 8 is only going to take longer. And tier 9 we might have to literally dedicate a week to. Just to get tier 9 done. How long are we expecting phase 3 to take? They're going to be rolling it out slowly. So phase 3 includes a few things. It includes bounties. It includes dungeons, which is by far the biggest feature and the thing that will probably be a huge mega update whenever they do that. And it's including whatever small other things we're adding with that. But it's probably going to be a while till we get dungeons. But the very first bounty might be as early as like next week's Monday. Not like a few days from now Monday, but like, you know, the following week's Monday. I don't think it's been announced yet what that update is, but it's really likely fishing bounties. So if, all the bounties are likely going to slowly trickle in, whereas they're probably going to do one mega update again for Wave 3 where they bring in dungeons and whatever bounties are still left. Is how I assume they're going to bring it in. Where they're going to slowly trickle in bounties, but then they're going to have a mega patch where they bring in dungeons and whatever bounties haven't been added yet. From the slow trickle that they'll keep doing. Is what I assume is happening, though I'm not sure if they've stated exactly what their exact plans are schedule-wise. I'm pretty sure the Valerie video she'll post soon. In like a few days, we'll maybe give some clarification on it from the weekly leak. She's in communication with the devs, I'm pretty sure, and everything with all that info. So whatever she mentions there, we'll probably have it. As well as in the weekly leak that's in-game. Would probably mention it some as well. But that's my current understanding of it. They're going to slowly trickle out bounties. And the next big mega update when they do Wave 3 and who knows how long will be dungeons and whatever bounties they didn't finish. As well as ward events. They might slowly trickle out the ward events too. Because Wave 3 is basically ward events, bounties for every skill, and dungeons. How they're going to separate adding all that, who knows. But bounties are likely to slowly trickle in. Ward events might also slowly trickle in. Dungeons probably going to be like a mega update like what earlier this week was with the Milestone Wave 2. Is how I assume it's going to go. '23rd's update is fishing bounties? Oh, okay, so it is confirmed. Alright, that's what I thought. I just wasn't sure if it was confirmed yet or not. Alright, so 23rd is fishing bounties. That's 2 Mondays from now, as it was saying. I believe that's 2 Mondays from now, isn't it? It should be. Yeah, it's 2 Mondays from now. Alright, so that's what I was saying earlier, that would be fishing bounties. I just wasn't sure if that was 100% confirmed or not. I've been saying that for the last few days, I just wasn't sure if it was confirmed, but yeah, it is, okay. I must have missed that somewhere. I knew it was coming soon, I just didn't realize it was 100% for that day, but it is. So yeah, I guess during our Forager grind, we'll take a break on that Monday to go do the fishing. So that'll be the one day that we might not do any Forager. As I do want to try the new bounty system for like a couple hours during the stream. And have that stream dedicated just to the new bounties. So it'll be our 1 day of Forager break in all of our grinds. And then the following day, we'll go all back in the Forager. But on the 23rd, we'll just do a few hour fishing bounty stream then. Give us a day off from the Forager grind to break up it all. And then we'll be right back to just rushing Forager down until it's max. Oh, it was confirmed in last weekly leak? Okay, I normally skim the weekly leak, so that's probably my problem. My analysis of the weekly leak, though, we'll go over a little bit more in depth this Monday since we'll be streaming a little bit, which we normally wouldn't be. So we'll go a little bit more in depth this Monday for it. But normally, I would just go and look at the weekly leak, spend like 2 minutes skimming it over, and that is my analysis of it normally. Whenever I'm looking at it off stream. That is normally the maximum amount I look at it. So I sometimes miss crucial details. Oh, I did it again. I was supposed to drink 11% here. I'm just never going to drink this 11%, am I? I'm just going to cancel this potion, I think. That or just waste a point on 8% again. It's not really wasted, but rip 3% bonus. Yeah, I'm just going to use it here. It's going to hurt, but I just got to remember later. At some point, we will use it for 11% again. But 3 levels to go. We're almost there. So close, yet so far. And then we can go get the Jade Monument, and that'll be 2 upgrades in 1 day for Valentine's Day. That's never going to happen again during this grind because each one's just going to get longer and longer. And the only reason that happened today is because we lost electricity for several hours yesterday. But yeah, I'm almost scared to see what Tier 9 is going to look like. It's good that it's so long because the material at Tier 9 is really, really, really good. But the downside, of course, is it'll take forever. The upside is you get a ton of it banked. The downside is, yeah, it's going to be like a week-long grind, probably. But we'll do it. It's definitely, I wouldn't say it's longer than the previous system at tier 9, but I don't know, we'll have to feel it out once we get there. It should technically still be quicker than the previous system, oddly enough. It'll still be a while, though. Like, it's definitely not a short grind, that's for sure. But even the final 50 levels should still be quicker than any post 200 level in the previous system, I'm pretty sure. But I haven't seen the XP curve yet, so that's still to be determined once we get there. But based on what I've seen from these percents, it looks like that's about the case. But I don't think we have an official posted XP curve anywhere yet. Someone will eventually make it. That'll be a little bit easier to understand. But feeling it firsthand would also give us a pretty good idea. I just haven't gotten anything to tier 9 yet. Actually, I actually don't have anything at tier 9 because combat doesn't count. It works a little bit differently how combat works. But I don't have a single skill even at tier 9. We might be one of the highest level people in the game that still don't have a 500. Though we're finally going to get one with Forger, obviously. Because I'm not going to bother waiting on 6 levels. If we're getting, you know, 494 from this grind, I'm just going to grab the other 6 levels, obviously. I'm not just going to keep it 6 levels below just to go do the monument. So by the time we finish out, we'll be a little over 5... We'll basically be slightly over 5555 before we get our first 500. And then we never do Forger again. Though that's not fully true. When I do combat in Chapter 1, I will be grabbing Forger supplies. It's one of the few times where I won't care for resources worse. For example, forever killing the Death Crows. Those are really good healing pots. We'll be able to mix max healing pots out of them. And normally those are awful for forging XP, but if you're getting 0 XP from everything, it doesn't matter at all. So we'd grab that triple spawn, get the double on it, kill Death Crow, do it again, repeat, keep doing that. Bank in the room right next to it, rinse, repeat. It's not worth doing for Forger XP at this level range, but if we're getting 0 Forger XP, it only really matters how many nodes we're getting. It doesn't matter how good the material is for XP or anything. If anything, knowledge nodes actually become better at that point. Since you'd still get the knowledge, but you wouldn't get the XP. Because right now these shells are really good because they're low knowledge but high XP. But post-max, you know, we wouldn't really care about them unless we're just walking by or something. Plus you get them for free from Death Crows anyways. So it's the ones that give you knowledge that would matter more. Like potatoes, for example. Where right now you would barely grab any because they're really low XP but high knowledge. But post-max, you know, if you need some potatoes, that actually wouldn't be bad because it's a really high knowledge yield. And it also has a lot of really good bank loops. That's hello, Tansin, as well, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you guys have been having a wonderful week and a wonderful Valentine's Day. And a wonderful update week for Brighter Shores. Definitely got me re-addicted, that's for sure. Because lately, prior to the last few weeks, or, you know, knowing that this update was coming, we have probably only been playing like half an hour a day just to reset dailies, basically. But lately, we've been going like 8, 9, 10, 12 hours. Not all streamed, but most of it streamed. Every single day. So we're pretty much back to like launch levels of playing. Though at launch, we were doing like 11-hour stream like every day, though. I kind of slowed down after like 1 month into the grind. We haven't actually done an 11-hour stream since then. Oh no, it just goes a little bit too late for not eating that long. Because normally I don't grab breakfast, and sometimes I don't even grab lunch. So I did today's, which is why I'm not hungry today. But, yeah, normally I wouldn't. And there's no way I wouldn't get hungry by like the 10-hour mark. Like normally by like 6 or 7 I would already get hungry. But I did eat today, so it'll be good for this grind. Missed listening to us while you were playing? Well, we'll be around for a lot the next few weeks. I'll be playing a little bit less the next few days until like this upcoming Thursday. They'll still be here every day. But after that, yeah, we're pretty much all in on the grind until that number says 10. And we have a full monument there. So we're not even halfway there. Numerically, we're slightly more than half. But, you know, as far as total grind, we're not even halfway there yet. So I'll be going every day until it's done. It'll take like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it takes. We'll be here around every single day around noon Eastern Standard Time here on YouTube. And yeah, we'll keep at it until it's done. After that, I'm not sure if we would be streaming that much again. Mostly because the next grind I gotta do is really AFK. It's gonna be using Enrage Potions basically to AFK combat. Of course, we could do active combat streams here and there, maybe. Like, throw those in occasionally. But after we finish Forager, I'm not sure if we're gonna go back to everyday streams again. There are some pieces of content that definitely would do that, like when dungeons come out, for example. Like, if dungeons are really good, we could go every day for months. But that's to be determined. And also a while away from now, obviously. As there's a good chance we'll have both world events and bounties before we get dungeons. Dungeons is probably the last one coming of those three, I would assume. I just forgot to double the shell. I wish there was a way to, like, auto-set a specific tool to always double. Because for the grind I'm doing now, it would be worth for me to have all my tools on auto-double. There'd be some instances where we wouldn't want the trowel to be doubled if we're getting multiple things that need it. But I need to always double the fish, and I need to always double the shell, which is the only one that we're taking. So it would always be worth it. It's something that I mentioned in the beta thing too, but it didn't make it into main game. But that's that there should be a way to, like, but currently you can prep a tool, but it only works once. You can't set it in like per login or anything, and you can only do it when the cooldown's down. So this, I could prep it like I can with this, and it would be primed. But you can only do it when it's not on cooldown, and there's no way to keep it permanently primed. You can only do it for one instance. There's not like a, you know, keep primed until you log out button or something. Because whenever I'm catching one of these fish, I gotta, you know, click it every single time. I can't just, like, keep it permanently primed. Which hopefully will be a feature they add at some point for it. There's something mentioned in the beta, but has yet to be implemented yet. But hopefully is on the table to eventually be added. Just so you don't have to click it every single time. It was particularly annoying on Steam Deck as well. And obviously for mobile, whenever it comes to mobile. So hopefully they'll have it implemented soon. So it won't be an issue down the line. Because on Steam Deck, it's a lot more annoying to have to click it every single time compared to mouse. Because you could easily misclick. And on phone, it'd be even harder on a small screen whenever they launch on phone after 1.0. So it's definitely something they'll implement. It's more so a matter of when and if. Hopefully. Also, poor stack of loot right here. Just 100 stack of random junk. There it is, 100 stack. Some of it will despawn soon. But yeah, 100's the highest anything stacks to. And the reason it says 99 is stacks in this game are a little bit weird in that it's saying it's that item plus 99 more. So if it was to say, you know, that number plus 7, it would be 8 items in that stack. It's a little bit weird. A lot of things are denoted that way in this game, where technically it's one higher than it actually is. For example, the monument piece I'll be grabbing at tier 5 is actually the tier 6 monument piece. Because there's one at 0. And the way that stacks on the ground are also numbered weirdly like that. Where whatever the number says, it's actually one higher. Because it's saying it's that item plus, you know, 80 more or 99 more or 5 more or whatever number it says. So it's always one more than whatever the number is. It's kind of weird that they do that way in this game, but at least they're consistent. Since there's several things that are like that. Alright, 2.5 levels to go. Because that double knowledge will definitely get us there. At this point, I think we're just waiting for the double all the way at the beginning of the cycle, just so we can get it back into set. We're going to have to waste a little bit of knowledge points here, but it's really annoying me that I got it off tick already. So now I got to realign it. And we're going to have to waste some knowledge here to be able to do that, but I think it's worth it for my sanity, so I actually drank the potions correctly. We are going to waste like 3% knowledge here, though. Yep, I forgot the one shell as well. Honestly, I need to go look through the stream for like half an hour while I'm AFKing something. I really want to see how many times I've missed shells during the stream. Because so far, I feel like the answer is 0. But with the way that I'm clicking sometimes, there's no way I haven't missed one yet. Alright, now we could drink our potion. There we go. Alright, now we should be back on cycle for when our knowledge point should be correct. The only thing that keeps setting it slightly off is the doubling. I think the doubling keeps making it go off slightly. Because we keep gaining like a weird number per set. So it'll work correctly for the next several sets. But it'll slowly keep moving slightly and slightly off based on all the doubles we keep doing. Or we're going to eventually get slightly too much knowledge. But by then we should be at Jade, so it shouldn't matter. It's going to take like hours for it to get off tick again. Like that slight little bit of extra that we keep doing. So we should be fine, because we only have to do this for like another hour. And then 2 Jade pieces. Which, I mean, we should be able to finish Jade by about like 2.5 hours from now then. About an hour or so to get there, and then like an hour, a little over an hour to actually do it. And then we only have, what, 4 tiers left of upgrades we need to do. We'll need 4 more stone and 4 more jades after today. After getting another full set in. Though it's only going to get harder from here. This is the easy part. But it's cool to see how many people are actually doing Forager. Even though this game doesn't have that many people playing. Like, a third of the total population of the game's doing Forager right now, so you always see everyone around. Like, every single room is always bustling because of that. Even though the player base is low, like, half the player base is here. All doing Forager right now. Unless they already did in the past. Like, everyone who hasn't done 500 Forager is pretty much doing 500 Forager now. Not like everyone, but a lot of people. It's just such a good reward. Like, you definitely live without it, but, it's just so much value over time. Like, even that person who's mostly doing Mines of Batubin is over here. It just adds up to a lot of value. Like, it's better to do now than later. It's one of those grinds that the earlier you get it done, the more value it stacks over time. Especially if you're playing the game pretty passively. Which is rather ironic, because you got to play the game very actively to go get max Forager, or any max skill for that matter. Unless you want to AFK it over the course of like a year almost, like half a year. Not sure how long it would take over the new system. I think before it took like, it was like 200 something days, I forget the exact number, to get a skill max in the previous AFK system. I wonder what that is now. I want to say it's still around 200 something, depending on, you know, XP pots and everything else. And if you keep up with the activities and everything. But I'm actually not sure. I assume it's pretty similar. It takes like 200 something days of not playing the game, or, you know, just resetting dailies in order to get a skill max off of just passive. Which means within the first year of account, you could passive Forager all the way to max. Which is what I'm doing on my 2 old accounts, by the way. They're doing the raid dens in Chapter 4 for their knowledge points, as well as picking up the stones and everything when they need them. And they're doing passiving all the way to max Forager, so they can finish Monument. But that would also obviously give them access to making good potions down the line. There will be quite a bit of gaps in their leveling that I'm not sure how to fix. That's a later issue. That's a later issue that I do not know how to fix at the moment, especially with none of them having trading enabled. But having the alt accounts be able to make any potion they need is pretty solid. As well as all the core really good ones from Forager, like healing potions and such. So you never need to worry about that for combat, as well as their boost potions. Actually, that's not true. The Guardian won't have its boost potion, because it would need it from Botanist. It wouldn't be able to get it from Forager. Only the Hammer Mage and Cryonet get it from Forager. Well, rip that account. That's going to be a little bit of a divergent that needs to go do. At least it gets Luck Potion along the way, though. But no, depending on how self-sufficient you could be in dungeons, it might not even really matter. It depends how much of your own supplies, if any, you even need to bring into dungeons. Because if the answer is barely any or literally none, then it wouldn't really matter. It would more so just matter what your levels are. It wouldn't really matter what your supplies or gear are then. That's still to be determined. We got a good several months before then. Yeah, realistically, dungeons will just be for skilling, in a sense. As it is attached to every skill, so it does seem like it'll be more so like skilling dungeons, as far as how they're going to be setting it up. But I don't know, I wouldn't mind a skilling dungeon. I do feel like a lot of people will be disappointed with whatever they do for dungeons. But as long as they do it like half like what dungeoneering was, it should be fine. Like if it's a point shop, it's mostly skilling, everything like that. I'd be perfectly fine with that. Because I'd definitely be doing it for botanists, that's for sure. And the main skills we would want to train probably through dungeons rather than actually training it normally are botanists, fishing if we don't want to do it all in on venture. And honestly, that's almost it. And detective, those three, if you were able to target them. There's like the three main ones where we don't really need the material from the skill. Fishing, botanist, and detective. Would probably be the three I would target with dungeons if there was like a way to do so with dungeons in any way. As the rewards you actually get from the skill probably don't outweigh the rewards you would get from the dungeon. Whereas every other skill would probably want to train mostly normally. Because the supplies you get from them are worth it. But I guess the main other exception would be merchant. But merchant's already so quick that I couldn't ever see dungeon being worth doing for it. It's just too quick already. And dungeon's almost guaranteed going to be worse. Regardless how it's set up. Like there's almost no way doing dungeon for merchant would be better. Like if it's incorporated in a dungeon with other skills, obviously you utilize it. But if there was like a merchant only dungeon, then yeah, you would definitely be doing normal merchant over that. There'd be no reason to do the dungeon, as it's almost guaranteed worse than just training the skill normally. Unless there's some kind of reward attached to it that makes it worth it. But we don't really know what the reward system is other than XP and maybe money and such. I don't think they ever really clarified what we would get from doing dungeons other than, you know, obviously a training method for various skills. Because obviously there'd be some reward beyond that. Or sure hope so. That'd be weird if it was just XP. Like World Events just being XP and a little bit money makes sense. But I feel like dungeons would have a little more to them than just that, I would sure hope. As far as a reward system. For World Events it'd be fine if it was just money and XP though. Unless they're going to add like unique crafting material to each World Event. These World Events feel like a good thing to put a consumable on, potentially, if they're going to do it that way. But there's a good chance this is going to be like what the, what like the winter event was with the snowballs and everything. Where you collect a bunch of snowballs and then you get money, cosmetics, and XP for a skill, in that case Forager. Because to my understanding, that's the way that most World Events are going to be. You do some kind of activity, you complete the activity, you get XP for skill and money for doing that activity. And maybe they would put some cosmetics attached to it. That's my understanding of what World Events will be. But dungeons, there's a lot of different ways they could do it depending on what they're going for. Whereas World Events seem pretty clear what they're likely going to do for it. As we kind of already saw it with the winter event. Also, someone earlier mentioned that they liked our cape in-game. I keep forgetting how clean this cape looks with the thing above our head. I'm so satisfied with this triple blue There's honestly nothing more satisfying to me cosmetically than like Cryonite with this triple blue symbol with blue armor right here in the back. It looks like so clean. It's probably my favorite appearance in the whole game by far. And soon we'll have 500 all in Mines of Bitumen, right? At some point we need to push for it. No time soon, though. But it is on the to-do list eventually at some point soon, TM. And by that, I mean like a year from now. But at some point, those numbers will say max. There's just not much of a need to get it above tier 8 at the moment, which is why most of them aren't really that much above it. The reason being is tier 8 already lets you make max equipment right now. When Stonewall Hill comes out, level 10 will matter. But until Stonewall Hill comes out, there's literally no point even going higher than 8. Until Stonewall Hill gets announced in like a couple months, or you know, until it gets announced that's a couple months away or something. There's no point in trying to push Mines of Bitumen. And even then, there's other things that'd be better to push. Most notably, Merchant, Leatherworker, Woodcutting, and Carpenter. As all of them feed into Builder. Oh, well, actually not all of them, but, you know, some of them feed into Leatherworker, I mean, into Armor Maker, the other ones feed into Builder. But until that comes up, we don't really need higher than tier 8 for Mines of Bitumen. It already does current max level with just tier 8 alone. And we're also nowhere near close to max level. Not counting duration, because obviously it gets longer at the end. I'm only halfway to max combat. And even that's not like real halfway to max combat. Because obviously the last 20 levels will take longer than the first 20. Though I do want to start pushing that a little bit soon. So we can start synergizing with Forager, but also because I want to, at the end of our Forager grind, also have max tier armor. Which I need 49 more combat levels for. And then we can kill these guards for max tier looking armor right here. Well, they don't show up here, but they will be here. This guard, but 1 tier higher. And he'll drop me the max tier cosmetics. I might even need to go to the Death Crow above it, just so they drop at a more consistent higher level. Because the problem with that guard is unless they drop this as a 3 or 4 star, it's not going to give the max cosmetic version. Unless we get like really lucky with the roll. Whereas Death Crow, 6 levels up, should drop almost all my good looking equipment. Like, you know, the max visual. Because the visuals on armor currently max out at, I believe, 1,000. I don't believe the update that they did with Milestones changed that. So you get the max cosmetic visual for every piece of armor and weapon at 1,000. But the gear itself has to be, you know, at level 1,000 or higher, aka 20 or higher. Which means realistically, you got to kill something slightly higher than 20. It's like this Death Crow at 26. Or, you know, level 20 at Milestone 6. Whatever you call that. At level 1,006. Death Crow is what I would need to kill at this level range right there. So I want to get that within the Forager grind. But no time soon. Not in the next week. Not even possibly the week after that. But by the end of it, we will get that and be in full tier, final tier looking armor. Because right now we're using 1 tier below. And that way when we go do everything else, we'll be in max cosmetics. Well, I almost max cosmetics. Technically, we still need the cape upgrade. We can go 1 length longer on the cape. And then we'll be max cosmetic. But that's gonna be a while. My current long-term macro plan at the moment is obviously 500 Forager now. Then AFK Mines of Bitumen and bank all the supplies. Then do the math to see if we can then do max alchemy. Then, assuming the maths, we do max alchemy. As long as we can do it without burning our entire bank account. As long as we can do it while burning like 50 gold or less, ideally. And then after doing max alchemy, while keeping all the potions because I'm not selling them back. And then after maxing alchemy, or getting pretty close to max, either or, we would then be open up to whatever the updates say we need to go do. But that's my current path unless one update really puts a curveball in it. And all that time I would be venturing for Fisher and Merchant. Would be slowly getting up over time. Merchant ventures will also be utilized in order to offset alchemy as well. Which means I might need to manually get Merchant almost to max during that. Because to be able to get the final tier of what I need, I would bare minimum want to have tier 8 venture. And have tier 8 venture, I need 400 and... somewhere's in here is the venture. I would need 425 merchant. Did I math right? Yeah, 425. I need level 425 merchant to be able to assist my 500 alchemy grind. So I might have a little bit of a tangent on merchant then. Or we go kind of crazy on, because we need all these supplies throughout the journey. Like while we're doing like the Mines of Matubin grind, AFK. We might need to do like a week of like nothing but merchant at some point. Oh no, not sure how we're gonna handle that. At some point, I need to make my merchant go up by a lot of levels. Like a lot of levels. Like I'm talking like, what is that, 100, 200? We're talking 107 levels at some point. In the somewhat near future. In the near future, I need to get up like 7 levels. But then we also need to do like another 100 at some point. Which is not short. But it is the quickest skill pretty much in the game. If we don't get burnt out on it, it's really quick. Especially if you're dumping knowledge from Merchant into Merchant. And we have all the boost potions we're ever going to need for it too. To just constantly keep ourselves boosted for every single turn in, which makes it even quicker. And there's double Merchant board, and there's rarity. Like, it's going to be so quick. Like, for example, so far for Forger, I've gained, like 70 levels since we started this grind earlier this week. And we're, what, on day 5? If we were to do the same thing for Merchant, even at the higher tier, I think we would get it done in a week. If we wanted 100 Merchant levels, and we, like, really locked in, I'm pretty sure I can get 100 Merchant in a week. Or 100 levels, even at the level range that we're at right now. Even though doing the same for Forger is going to be, like, slightly less than 100, even at an easier level range. I'm pretty sure at a harder level range, Merchant would still do 100 in a week. If we put in the same equal amount of effort. It wouldn't take that long at all. And then from there, we basically just max off adventures, using those to get supplies for alchemy, but also down the line, also supplies for builder. The only big issue with builder is, aside from the one-time bonus, I am only going to have tier 9 building supplies, and maybe some tier 8, I guess. But I'm mostly only going to have tier 9. That is the only slight downside with my merchant / alchemy plan. Is because builder doesn't currently allow you to get these supplies. I'm pretty much only going to have perfect brick and tiles. Which reminds me, do I actually have perfect brick and tiles banked? Or did they change the name? Because I technically used to have perfect bricks and tiles banked. But they end up changing the name of them now. I kind of want to go check that right now. Let me go check a bank real quick. It's around the time that we need to go use an 11% here anyways. So let me go cycle into a bank real quick. Bank all this. And I want to go check. Are the brick and tiles I have banked maxed at the moment? Wait, can I even check it now? I just realized. Because I would have to check the builder bank. And I don't think you can access the Chapter 5 builder bank yet. Let me go see. Is the Chapter 5 builder bank here, or do I have to go do it at a designated location? Let me deposit all. I want to withdraw from Chapter 5. No, it's not here. They're going to make me have to walk all the way over to one. I want to see it too much right now to not do it. I'm trying to think of the quickest way to get there. I think southwest from here is the quickest one. There's one in the mines as well. But you can't check it because Chapter 5 doesn't exist yet. Or technically we don't have access to Chapter 5. I think it's the thing that's stopping us. So it's not showing me the bank for Chapter 5 because I've never found it yet. However, you can access it through 2 banks. Or 3? 2. I forget how many there are. I know there's one here and one in the mining district. I forget if they added one to Chapter 1 for some reason. I think it's only here in Chapter 3 though. Next to the bone salesman person. But it's the only way to check it since we can't do it until we see an actual bank in Chapter 5. And then touch it. And then we can do it through the rift. But for now, it's like the only way we could check. All right, let me see. How much do we have? Is it a real perfect brick? No, it got converted to tier 6. But the other one got converted to tier 8. Scammed. This used to be a perfect brick, and now it's only a tier 6 brick. And this used to be a perfect tile, but for whatever reason, they got a tier 8'd. Why? I don't know. But, yeah, scammed. I had perfect bricks before. Yeah, these were some of the material I got while doing raid dens in the past. It looks like they got multiplied by like 5. Then why is that number so weird? It looks like somebody's got multiplied by 5 based on how many are here, I think. But, yeah, it's our current amount of brick and tiles without doing a single venture yet. And we'll have at least one-time bonus on all of these, but other than that, I'm only going to have tier 9 with my current plan. Also, here's all how much the AFK material we have. We have it for 0, we have it for 1, both which we're probably barely going to need. I have enough to do the one-time bonus for 2 and 3. We skipped 4 because it didn't exist in the past, and we skipped 6 because it didn't exist in the past. So we have a little bit of a gap there, but we have way more to do 5 and 7 if we wanted to AFK some. And we'll also get probably 8 and 9, realistically, as we do get 8 from here, which would be the exact amount we need, and then 9 at, you know, the later point. So I'm only going to have 0, 1, 0, 1, 5, 7, 8, and 9. What a weird combination. But for those numbers, I'll be able to AFK Builder for this activity whenever it comes around. For the rest, I won't be able to. And when it comes to whatever brick and tile is used for, I'll be good at the lower level range, but for level 2 and onwards, I'm not sure what we're going to do. Maybe, hopefully it's not too expensive from the shop. But we're covered for 1, we're covered for 2, kind of. And we're covered for 9. Everything in between, I hope it's not too expensive at the shop, if it's even sellable at a shop. We'll find out later. But that's a later issue. But yeah, that's our current brick and tile stacks. Most of that was from doing AFK raid dens in the past, and a little bit from detective. So pretty much just, you know, detective in general. Both from investigations and from, you know, AFK and raid dens, but still checking the chest occasionally. That's where all that brick and tile came from. Because currently the venture does not work. Alright, anyways, let's go back to what we're doing. We are currently 2 levels away with a double knowledge point ready to go. Should take us about an hour or so to go get that level. And then the rest of our time is spent doing about an hour on picking up the jade pieces. And then we'll target farm it just to rush it down. And that's our game plan. Alright, let's keep going. Drink the 1%, or the 11%, I mean. Put that into Forager. Oh, that's going to be annoying. I'm going to worry about that later, though. Because I do want it for XP at the moment since we're using an 11%. But yeah, I forgot, we unlocked the activity at 40. I need to go put a point towards. It should be the last wasted point this stream, though. So out of everything, the 3 points we wasted, this should be the final one of the points we need to waste. And then from here, we could just dump it into knowledge. So this next one will go into knowledge. The one after that will go into passive. And then for the rest of the stream, we will be able to just put them all into Forager then. Into knowledge. I'll be good to go. Put that over there, grab that, grab that. And by the time we hit the end of the cycle and walk into this room, I'll go use the knowledge point. And then we should need like 6 more knowledge points. Like 5, 6, probably 5. And I'm not sure how many knowledge we're getting per hour, but it should be about 4, give or take. I have no clue how much. But it should be like somewhere around 4-ish, give or take some decimal. After this one, of course. Boom, boom. There we go. Alright, next one we'll put into passive, and then we'll just need the 4 knowledge points into Forager, and we'll be good to go. 4 or 5, whatever it comes out to. It's hard to tell just judging it based on how far away we are. It's only like a level and a half almost. Should be fine with 4 points. It just, those knowledge points keep doing less and less as we keep going up. Oh, speaking of up, gosh, that tower is so big now. It's like blocking my view from some angles. That thing is so large. Actually, I ended up doing that with Power World. That one, like, I wouldn't say indie, but, you know, that one, like, I don't know what you should call it. Like, monster taming game that kind of got somewhat popular the other year. We ended up building a tower to, like, literally the sky. And I'm not sure why. That tower right over there, the monument, always reminds me of that. Because I end up making a base that's literally, like, maximum size. Not sure if you can still do that in the game. But it literally went to as far as you could go. And I, like, mega built it out as well. It wasn't just like a single vertical tower. Like, it was actually built out. Not like completely built out, but like somewhat at least. It wasn't just like a single vertical tower. But it was like very, very hefty, and it blocked your view from so many things because it was just so tall. And what's crazy is it actually loaded in like literally everywhere in the world. So you could be like halfway across the world and still see the tower because it was still loaded in. Luckily in Brighter Shores, that's not the case. This is how the load rooms work. It luckily deloads it once you go like 2 rooms away. Because that thing lagged like crazy. Since it was always loaded in. To at least some degree. But it's something I honestly haven't done much since Brighter Shores. I've really been looking into too many other MMOs. I'm kind of happy just with Brighter Shores and Old School at this point. The only other one I played a little bit within that time was Palia, not to be confused with Power Word that we just mentioned. Which basically is just like a cozy game co-op kind of MMO. But it's not like the traditional kind of like, you know, normal MMO. I'm not sure if another one anytime in the near future would really catch my attention. Because even something like Ashes of Creation, even if it was to come out, wouldn't be a kind of game I would personally play. Nor would something like New World, which... Is that game dead yet? I'm not sure. But I guess Amazon might still have the servers up until they stop making money from it. But I don't know, that was another one that didn't like really appeal to me ever at all. Because I feel like most MMOs I end up trying, they end up going down a route with the game that I'm just not that big a fan of. Whereas Old School RuneScape and Brighter Shores hasn't done that yet. Like Albion Online was one I gave a pretty good chance when it came out. Like around the launch time. But even though quite a few systems in the game were quite a bit of fun, it had 2 big issues of mega clans basically owning the game. And PvP being way too important. Like, I enjoy PvP, but, like, you basically had to be in, like, a PvP protection clan to even, like, partake. Unless you were just in, like, a lower tier area. Like, if you wanted to go to, like, the really good loot area, like, you basically had to have a mega clan with you. Or at least, like, a few dozen of protection. Like, you could almost never go along. Or just die to whatever mega clan is currently monitoring the area. Which I didn't like. It's basically just mega clan wars. Like, you could still do stuff in non-PvP areas, but it was always worse value than doing it in the lockdown PvP areas. Alright, one more loop and we'll be 1.5 away. And then we can finally do what we came here for. I still find it funny that we just pick up a bunch of shells to learn how to pick up stones better, though. It's the only thing that's kind of weird about Forager in the current state of the game. Because there's just so many resources now, it kind of makes sense, but also somewhat doesn't. Like how your guys make you getting more proficient. Like, obviously something with Chef, it's really obvious how it's working. Or something like Alchemy. Where, you know, you're cooking dishes, you're getting better at cooking dishes. You're making potions, you're getting better at making potions. I just find it funny that half the skill is picking up plants. But, it's 1/3 picking up plants, 1/3 picking up bones, and then 1/3 picking up stones. Yet somehow the other 2 make you better at the other thing. I guess they're kind of like foraging. But they're definitely different types of foraging. Like, if this game had multiple skills per chapter, you would have definitely divided the resources you pick up from Forager into at least 2 or 3 categories. And technically at launch it did. Where Gather, you know, used to have bones and everything, but now it got moved to Forager. Because if you were to hypothetically have global skills, which I don't think Brighter Shore should have, but if you were to have it, you would definitely break up the Forager skills into multiple different things. Like, they would not all be in the same category for sure. It's about the only skill in the game where it's just a little bit weird. Like the combination of things that you get from it that are somehow making you more proficient in grabbing the other things. For every other skill, it makes sense. Like for botanist, you're growing stuff, so you're getting better at growing. Woodcutting, you're cutting stuff, so you're getting better at cutting. You're doing, you know, doing carpentry, getting better at carpentry. You know, everything makes sense. Forager's the only one that's kind of weird. Where, yes, technically everything you're foraging in some sense, but some of these objects are definitely more foraging-like than others. Like, you know, fruits and berries I would consider in quite a bit of a different category of foraging than picking up stones and bones from the ground. Like, those are 2 very different forms of foraging. Because generally when I think of foraging in a sense, it's broken down into 2 categories. Consumables and non-consumables. Not like in the game itself, but you know, in like real life foraging. Or if we were to compare it to such. And I feel like that's the weirdest divide in, you know, Brighter Shores Forager. In that they're both classified as the same thing. Whereas, you know, I would consider hogberries and pondweeds as quite a bit different resource than stones and bones. Even though they could both technically be categorized as something you would forage for. But they're 2 very, very different things. But some of these aren't even picking them up from the ground, though. Because you mentioned the ground thing. Because hogberries isn't picking up from a ground, you're picking up from a plant. If anything, it's more so, you know, botanist. Or, you know, categorizing game more so as botanist. Even though that is technically something you would actually forage for in real life. Is like, you know, forage berries off of a plant. Oh, so I just realized something funny. We're doing foraging while having a bird mask on. Actually works quite well. Since it's one of several creatures that actually does do foraging. Since it needs it for its nest, food, and similar things. I didn't notice that till just now. It's kind of funny, though. Main thing that's off is wearing metal armor. You would never... Could you imagine a knight just randomly foraging? Instead of going to kill a dragon or something, you just see a knight walking around in full metal armor just picking up berries from a tree or from the ground and everything. That's the main thing that we're not dressed for at the moment. There's no good fashion scape in the game yet, so we're just kind of camping this. I would love to see profession outfits. That's one thing I would love to see if we do get a point shop for events. Or even dungeons per skill. I really want to see profession outfits. Even if they're purely cosmetic and give like no benefit at all. Just so you can wear them while doing any given profession. Or just for fashion in general. Though if they do give them a bonus, I hope they just unlock the bonus forever and don't need to actually be wielding it to have the bonus. Though I guess you could always cosmetically override it, so I guess it wouldn't matter. I would love to have fashion for every single skill. So you can actually wield it while doing the skill. And get it either from the dungeon and or water vent or some other mechanic through the skill. It'd be perfect for a point shop mechanic. They're definitely going to do point shop mechanic for something soon. I know they're just itching to put in one. Because if I was to count how many point shop mechanics they added in the first, like, 7 years of RuneScape, I'm pretty sure it is over a 3-digit number. If you were to count every minigame, every skilling activity, and everything that has a point mechanic, up to, like, 2008 or even 2010 or 11 or whatever cutoff date you want to do, like the first decade, it is over 100 activities that had a point system. The first time the Gower brothers did one. And the fact that they have no point systems now is kind of crazy, given how much they spammed it in the past. Which really makes me think Dungeons and or World Event will end up utilizing it to some degree. Because the amount of times they've used it in the past, yet have somehow used it 0 times in this game is kind of surprising. Oh yeah, a mining outfit would look nice. We have a high enough mining level that we'd easily be able to get. I wonder if they would do different tiers for it too. Kind of like how they have different capes. Have like multiple different tiers of the cosmetic outfit would also be kind of cool. Or like for botanists, it just kind of looks like a basic like, I don't know, would you do a farmer outfit for botanist? Because generally botanists don't really traditionally wear what would be considered a farming outfit. Now that I'm thinking about it. Obviously a miner would have like traditional mining outfit and stuff. And I'm trying to think of like what each one would have. But technically botanist isn't a farming outfit. If anything, I feel like botanist outfit would almost look more like what alchemist's outfit would look like. Except with less potion and more, you know, plant-related supplies. Like something on the belt of the alchemist outfit would have like potions on the belt. Actually, you know what? Oh, I need that so bad. I just thought of something. One look I really like in various games is whenever they do like a plague doctor masked, like alchemist kind of thing. And if they add an alchemy outfit, we can wear this bird mask with the alchemy outfit and it would look so clean. Hopefully it's like black. They're probably going to do a different color for it though. But a black alchemy outfit would look so clean with this mask. Absolutely love that combination of appearance. Like a plague doctor looking mask combined with like a, you know, like an alchemy setup. Name a few they used in old school RuneScape for what, point system? Every minigame in the game. Because I count things like gold ore for blast mining and stuff like that like it. But if we were to talk about older ones, it would be Castle Wars, Barbarian Assault, Pest Control. I'm trying to think of more. I try to think of just off the top of my head without having like a full list in front of me. Because when I think of the other era, like past old school, but before RuneScape 3, the main ones that come to mind are some of the things they did with summoning, Fist of Gothics, Stealing Creations, the entirety of the Dungeoneering skill. Obviously Slayer, when they end up making changes to Slayer, has always kind of had a point system, including an old school. Unless they eventually change that system. Oh, it's hard to remember them all off the top of my head. It might be closer to dozens rather than like literally 100 plus. But it's definitely really high for both. Like we're talking several dozens. As almost every minigame in any way ended up getting it, as well as several other activities. Even what I'm doing right now technically has a point system. I'm currently Ave King foraging. And I would consider, obviously this was after the Andrew Gower years, but I'm just talking about as far as examples in old school since he asked. But, like, I'm doing, whatever it's called, I can't remember its name because I'm trying to multitask right now. The Fox event, whatever this is called. And you end up getting bark from this. And that bark is a point system as well. Like, stuff like that I would also consider as in that category. And then you spend them in a point shop later. It's hard for me to multitask. I'm trying to play like 2 games at once and talk. Not working well. Trying to save this fox from dying. Oh, he's almost saved. And then go back to AFK woodcutting. But hopefully at some point they'll have a combination of point systems and non-point systems. But I don't know, I'll have to wait to see what they end up doing for various things. I just feel like for Brighter Shores, a lot of things initially would make a lot of sense to have a point system. Until we start getting like real bosses and stuff. Like dungeons and award events, if they have any kind of system where you get uniques from them. I do feel like they'll go points. At least for award event, if nothing else. Dungeons are, you know, could be either or. Alright, the fox has been saved. Back to AFK in the tree. Alright, full focus on talking in Brighter Shores now. But yeah, as far as cosmetic outfits, so many of them have so many good options. Like, obviously, smithing has, like, that smithing mask you could end up having. Like, you know, whenever you're, like, welding something. That mask, that's metal mask that you end up wielding. Like, a lot of them have so many great cosmetics. Especially if they had multiple tiers that upgraded, because you know they love their tiers. They love their several tiered objects. Because if they ever added cosmetic outfits for every skill, I wouldn't be surprised if they do, like, 5 tiers of it. Or at least 3 tiers, if they can't think of that many ideas for 5. Do you think we'll ever get a real boss with rare drops? Yes. Though I do think that most rares will be crafting material in this game. I'm not sure if Albion Online ever ended up doing actual physical drops, but I know that game ended up going almost entirely crafting material. And based on what they said so far, Brighter Shore seems like it might be going a similar path. There might be some things you get as a physical object, but it seems like most things are going to be crafting material. Just to make it so you actually still need the crafting, you know, level to go with it. But I do feel like they're going to go more so crafting material for uniques. But we'll probably get some kind of physical drops, though, that aren't just crafting material. But it's hard to tell because obviously none is implemented yet, so... But they do want to still keep, you know, all the crafting stuff relevant, so it'd make a lot of sense that, you know, you would need it to some degree. Like, there could be a boss that drops a hide that you need to go process with leather, leather worker that you then need armor maker to go make into something. There might be an ore that you need to go smith that you then need to go and, you know, make into something else and all that. There might be something that you need for Mines of Batubin boss where you would need the bone right component smithing and the stonemason and, you know, need all 3 to combine it in something. There could be boss mechanics that you would end up need to utilize stuff. Like something you need to mine off of a boss, for example, to get more loot or something. Where, yes, you would get the loot without the mining level, but you might get better loot with the mining level, for example. Like, stuff like that, I feel like they would end up implementing. But it's hard to tell because obviously none of it exists. But it seems like the kind of direction they might go for. But it's hard to tell which way or the other. I'm fine with either, though, if they do physical drops or crafting. I prefer the crafting route, but I'm fine with either. As long as there's completionist content to go do. Because ultimately, we're going to have the level for everything, so... If it's one way or the other, it's not really going to matter too much. Because we're already going to have the level for everything. And if we don't, then we're going to grind for the level for everything. Oh, I forgot that shell again. Don't pass it. Grab it. There you go. Yeah, the collection log from Old School RuneScape is definitely the piece of content I'm most addicted to. I'm currently ranked 12 overall for hardcore for collection log, and I think 23rd for overall for clues at the moment. And counting. As we're AFKing clues off of trees right now. But it's definitely been my favorite kind of completionist content. Like the whole collection log thing. How many items are there right now? I think it's like 1,600 something. Let's see, let me bring it up real quick. It is, 1,693 unique items are in Old School right now. That count towards collection log specifically. It's quite a lot. Like within one update, they're going to crack 1,700 when they had the cow boss or something. That's coming somewhat soon. Obviously, Brighter Shores number is currently 0. If they were to add a similar system, there is currently 0 items in the game. That would be classified as a quote-unquote collection log item. But obviously, that will change over time. If they were to do a similar completionist kind of system. I don't think they will anytime soon, though. But there definitely will be stuff to actually get unique-wise in Brighter Shores eventually. The closest thing we have to them, I guess, is the capes to some degree. Wait, even those kind of aren't really in that category. But, you know, like the 500 capes and everything. Or I guess the Milestone 10 keeps now these days. Yeah, but technically all 100% complete with the collection log in Brighter Shores. You start up a fresh account and you're 100% completed with the game. Which might be why so many people indirectly end up stopping as well. And, you know, not liking it and other similar things like that. Because if you were to break it down in that aspect, you are technically 100% completed the game the second you start your file. Not literally, obviously. But from a unique item perspective, a account in the tutorial is just as completed as we are right now. For total completion on the game. Not counting levels and everything else, obviously. But just from a total unique perspective. You are 100% completed the second you start the tutorial. In current state of game, obviously that'll change over time. But no, even as a completionist, I do find stuff that's already, like, plenty to do in the game. Even if it's not uniques. Because uniques aren't really the thing I normally go for when it comes to content. It's mostly just finishing everything that's related to content. Which would include, you know, max level and stuff like that. So I don't really need uniques in something to make me keep doing it. As long as there's still another goal related to it that's needed. Like, there's still things I have 100% completed in Old School RuneScape that I still do. Because there are other reasons to use it, like XP or supplies or similar things. It's only when something becomes dead content that you really don't touch it again. Like, if you've gotten every unique and it's not good for XP and it's not good for supplies and it's not good for gear and it's not good for money. Like, whenever something becomes in that category, you never do it again. Hopefully with the way that they set up dungeons and world events and everything, that will not happen to any world event or anything. Or, you know, where they're all going to hopefully stay relevant. As well as when they add actual real minigames and stuff like that in the future and more stuff. Bosses. But it's hard to balance. Eventually some amount of stuff becomes dead content. So far, I would say Brighter Shores has nothing that's, like, definitively dead content. Mostly because it has so little content. So none of it's really at the point where it can be dead. But the only exception being if you're level 500. It's one of the things that the milestone system actually does really good. While obviously lower tiers of stuff could be considered dead, there's no single node in the game at the highest tier that is dead content in Brighter Shores right now. There's not a single piece of tier 9. Well, I guess other than some like the passive activities as you're getting max level. But as far as stuff that's actually like usable and such, that's not just for purely XP. There's not a single piece of dead content in that regard in Brighter Shores right now. There's dead tiers, which is like every tier below you. But there's no like actual dead content once you reach the final tier other than stuff that would be for XP that you don't need anymore. In which case all that becomes dead, like all the passive activity stuff. But aside from passive activities, all active activities, there's not a single dead one. There's some that are better than others, obviously. But none of them are like fully dead. Alright, we're almost at the final level. So close yet so far. Also, we did unlock a new thing at 40. I haven't even touched it yet. We got limpets. I don't believe limpet plus hogberry's worth, though, unless you're banking. We don't really care about banking too much at this tier. We'll get them through other means. As well as monument jade. Maybe not hogberries, but limpets at least. But, yeah, we kind of don't need them at the moment. Oh, where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. At this point, I might as well not even grab the fish. And the few times we won't grab the little fishy. We gained like a whole fishing level this stream, by the way. We started at like 15 and a half. And now we're almost at 16 and a half. Yeah, we'll do the weaker potion here, then the bigger one. And then that big one should push us over to next level. And with that next level, we just need one more. And then we can go rush down Jade, and we will be completed for our goal today. We're nearly there. In the next 4 days, we won't be able to go as long, but we'll still be around a little bit, messing around, getting a little bit XP. And then starting next week's Thursday, or this week's Thursday, I should say. Or whatever you want to call it. The Thursday that's coming up next. We'll be going and starting back the full-blown grind. And push through 6, push through 7, push through 8, push through 9. We're almost there, except we're not even close to almost there. I think we're like not even halfway. Like if we were actually do total number of time, I don't think we're halfway there yet. Which makes sense because we're not even 1 week into the month grind. And however long it takes. I am curious what the hour metric is though. Like how many hours does it take to do Forager now compared to the previous system to get it completed? I'm not sure what the difference is, but it's definitely quicker. I'm just not sure what the exact number is. It's not that much quicker. But it's definitely quicker. It's just the way that it's weighted now is you got a lot less of the lower tier material and a lot more of the higher tier material. Whereas before you started getting a lot of the mid-tier material and the high material, but you didn't get like an extra high amount of the ultra high material compared to like the other mid-high material from before. But now you kind of get like an even increasing amount. Where like tier 1 you barely get any supplies, but in like tier 3 you get slightly more, tier 5 you get slightly more, tier 7 you get slightly more, you know, tier 9 you get like the absolute most. They end up balancing it out a little bit more in that regard. It was somewhat set up like that before, but it had way steeper curves. Where, for example, you would get so much more of tier 5 compared to tier 4 in the previous system. Like your tier 4 would be almost nothing, yet your tier 5 would be like literal thousands. But then your tier 6 would only be like that couple thousand like your tier 5 was. Like it had like a way steeper jump compared to before. Oh, and yep, here's where we throw our big potion. Perfect. And of course into Forager like everything's been. Nice solid 200,000 XP drop. There we go. 1 level to go. We're nearly there. Now, how much XP do we need here? We're getting like a little over 200,000 per knowledge point. We're getting obviously a bunch of XP per lap, though I forget exactly how much it is, but some amount. That's good. So it looks like we need like 3 more knowledge points then from where we're at. 3, maybe 4, probably 3. Like 3.5. Oh, you know what else we're actually pretty close to? Though we're not going to hit it today. But at current rate, we might hit it in a couple days. We are actually close to getting back to top 50. Not that we're really pushing for it, but it is one side effect of us power grinding like crazy. Is by the time we come back on Thursday, we'll probably be top 50. Once we start getting like the mega grind back on again. Since our next few days will be a bit shorter than normal. At least on stream. Off stream might be still pretty high, so I might actually hit it off stream. Might raise past it. They're almost back in top 50. We're not in any top 20s at the moment, though. Because I didn't bother locking any in because I don't really care about it that much. But it's interesting to see where all these numbers are. So far, none of them are a 4-digit number. And beyond that, I think our highest is, oddly enough, mine to Matubin now. Mostly because it's such a slow, annoying one to train. But because we got up so high, our highest one is rank 45, mine to Matubin. Our second highest, that for the longest time used to be our highest, was total level. And now there's actually people literally getting max as well, which is kind of crazy. We're not quite at the point of doing max grind yet, that's for sure. There's a way the system's set up, we're not even halfway to max. Numerically we are, because max is 9,000 at the moment. But total time grinded, we're probably only like the third away to max, if even that. Probably like 1/3. Which means we might need like 6,000 total hours in the game to max at the current system until they add better methods. Because currently I'm like 2,300 hours, I think. I think we need to get the account to like 6,000 hours or something to actually max. Does anyone know what the hours played is of some of the people that have max? Because I'm actually kind of curious what it is in the previous system. Like any of these 5, technically 6, he's going to get in like any day now. Like literally tomorrow he could get it without the rate he's probably grinding Zohan. But if I had to guess, that has to be over 5,000 hours. There's no way it's not. It's kind of crazy that some people did that in a full year. But even with how much I was playing, I hit 1,000 hours within 2 months of the game. But that means I would have had to keep that up for 10 months straight, which is around the time when Vorpal, or whoever this was, Irksum, I think, ended up hitting it. It was around like that October time or September time or so. And some other people started to trickle in. But that basically means 500 hours a month you'd have to play, which is 125 hours a week. Which, how many hours is that per day? 125 divided by 7. It'd be around 17 to 18 hours a day. Which means you'd have to go like 6 hours of sleep and literally do nothing but brighter shores for a whole year, basically. But yeah, that's an average of like 6 hours of sleep a night. If even that. Oh, I forgot to use a boost potion. If we're partway through an action, we should probably just complete it, though. Because now we're wasting more XP just going and redoing it, but that's fine. But yeah, 3 knowledge points, and hopefully we're there by then. And then we can do the whole reason we did this grind today. The last, like, 6 hours, or 5 hours leading up to it. Was all just to go and be able to pick up some yellow, or some green-looking stones from the ground. And put them to some lady that will build a monument. And then we got to do that 8 more times. 4 more for stone and 4 more for jade. Oh, I forgot. I did it 24 hours, so we don't need to keep checking these. Because we were doing the 11-hour ones for a little bit. But yeah, now we're done with 11 hours, luckily. I really hate the 11-hour ones. When it comes to checking dailies for this game, I prefer just checking it once a day. Though I'm eventually going to run out once we hit max fishing and max merchant. I'm going to have to do the 11-hour ones. The only problem is there's not too many other skills that have one associated to them. There's botanist, but that's better to save for when you're actually doing the botanist grind. And there is detective, and that's it, right? Oh, and mining. I forgot mining. So mining, detective, botanist, and I think those were the only few. Not counting fishing, but fishing would already be done from oysters. So we're not counting fishing. So those would be the only 3, I believe, unless I'm forgetting one. Botanist, miner, detective. The first skill in like every chapter except for chapter 1. You can end up doing a venture 2 to max it out. And the one for chapter 1's for fishing. But these are all 11-hour ventures, not the 23-hour, 24-hour ones. Or, you know, the day-long ones. Which are really annoying because you have to check them twice a day instead of once. Which means you have to log in twice as much if you're just checking dailies. The other problem with them is all of them can only set 1. You can only send 1 Will of Water, you can only set 1 mining venture, and you can only set 1 detective venture. Merchant and the 2 that we're focusing on now, Merchant and Fishing, are rather unique. In that they both have multiple different ways of setting up a venture. Actually, they both have 4 ways of setting up a venture. Though Merchant only 2 until they actually add it. But Merchant has grapes and cinnamon sticks, which exist now. But also Mercantile. But those don't exist now. But they will eventually. And Fishing has oysters and the lobster. The only problem is the oysters are the longer ones, the lobsters are the shorter ones. So it's always worth just doing oysters for sanity's sake. If you're really actively playing, maybe you would do lobsters, as well as a few just to have them for cooking bounties. But beyond that, you would just probably just stick with all an oyster. Which reminds me, am I at a level range where doing lobsters good? I didn't even put that into consideration. I would be at level 25. I wouldn't completely switch over to them, but I would need some, at least a few times. Not just for the one-time bonus, but also just to have some for bounties later. I wouldn't like mega spam them, but I would want more than just the one-time bonus. I'd probably spam it for like a week, and that should be enough to hopefully hold us over. I would have to do that for tier 6, 7, 8, and 9. Though for 8 and 9, I might have to do slightly more than a week since you'll need more of them. If nothing else, hey, we'll have 3 venture slots by then. Since we're getting the 3rd one, I would say right now, but you know, within the next few weeks. But yeah, after doing this forager grind, it does kind of remind me how long some of the grinds are in this game, though. Because we're about to dedicate a whole month just to max 1 skill. Which is not a short duration. It's definitely not short. I'm pretty sure it's quicker since milestones, but it's definitely not short in any means. But the nice thing about any other skill that we ever try to max in this game is, aside from there being more methods and other things, you know, to be able to make it easier over time, is this was our lowest level skilled when we started. It is not the slowest skill in the game, but it was the lowest level skill that we had. And that's a big plus in that sense. Because this is one of the hardest skills we'd have to do to max. I wouldn't say the absolute hardest, just because it is actually a pretty quick skill to get up. Mostly because it has pretty good knowledge rate while having half-decent ESP rate. But, yeah, it's still one of the longest grinds we'd have to do. The absolute longest relative to where it's at would be Botanist. Which is why I'm fearing the Botanist grind. It's basically Forager grind, but with no rewards. It's basically as long as how long Forager will take us, if not longer, and has none of the rewards that you would get from Forager. Like good potions. Well, it has like luck potion and stuff, but mostly good potions, as well as the monument and everything else. It also gives way less knowledge, so I'll be getting less XP while during it. It's basically his worst Forager, and it's like just as low as the other one was when we started, pretty much. Which is pretty much, honestly, the only other skill I'm fearing the max. That and Chef in the current state of the game, but I feel like Chef's not going to be that annoying down the line. Especially if we have a bunch of supplies for it already pre-banked. Which by the time we ever start really tackling Chef, we'll definitely have a lot of it pre-banked. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if we have literally max Chef banked at one point. Technically, if we go do all the oysters and don't sell them, we definitely would, but it's at a really bad level range. I do have a feeling I'll be doing a lot of oyster spamming on our way to max, though. Because I'm pretty sure there's a dead area at the beginning of every skill where you do it. Oh, well, then again, I need to double check bacon sandwich. But I'm pretty sure this is less annoying to do than bacon sandwich, the oyster with lemon. Like, I'm pretty sure you do those all the way to chestnuts. Not sure how good chestnuts are, but I believe there are one ingredient, and you can just buy the one ingredient, so it shouldn't be that bad. Alright, half a level to go. And after that half a level, we just got to pick up 490 green pebbles from the ground. That should take like an hour, hour and a half. So yeah, this overall grind took me just ever so slightly longer than I thought it would for this today then. I think it's going to be like a half an hour longer than expected. But it's also because we did a couple things. We did a little bit of chef at the beginning. We checked our ventures. We checked the stone bank at one point. We just going to check all of our brick and tile. Because you can't do it at a storage rift. You have to do it specifically at the storage thing. Because we don't have access to chapter 5 yet. Because storage rift only lets you check for things you've seen the actual real bank for. And those storage areas in like chapter 3 and 4 don't count as a real bank. But the one in chapter 5 does. But obviously chapter 5 doesn't exist yet. Ooh, stretch, stretch. I really wish just double knowledge point would get us there. It looks like we're going to probably need one more little bump after though. At this point, there's nothing we could be doing to even boost this XP even more. We're using basically the best potions we have access to without going out of our way. We have dropping everything. We're doing among one of the best loops you could possibly even do at this level range. The only way you could possibly boost it is stop taking this fish and grab that starfish over there, I guess, each cycle. I want my free fishing XP. Fishing's not going to fish itself. Except for oysters, which do fish themselves. But everything else isn't going to fish itself. Alright, 2 more laps and we gotta go drink a potion. Or another better one. Also, I'm running so low. We only have 48 left. But we get more about tier 6 and we are so close to tier 6, so it's not too big a deal. I gotta make these last like a few more days and we're good. Which should be pretty easy to do. Because the second we can start making them again is at level 15. At level 15 for the next tier. Which is in 24 more levels. We can start making this potion once again. After being locked out of this potion for half a year, since the botanist update last year, we could finally make them again. In 24 more forager levels. As well as like 3 more alchemy levels or whatever it was. 6 alchemy levels, that's pretty free though. But in 24 forager and 6 alchemy levels, we could finally make them again. And that's going to be the highest XP potion we'll have during the grind. Which we still have been using during this grind, but we'll be able to remake them now. Up to this point, we haven't been able to make more since, like, June of last year. The stack has been just slowly dwindling since June of last year. But it made it. And then we'll have basically infinite at that point. Or at least infinite relative to the grind we're doing. Like, for the forager grind, it's infinite. For every grind in Chapter 1, not so much. But specifically the forager grind, which is the main one that matters, we have infinite. Alright, this will be a small one, and the next one is a big one. Grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that. Should be everything. Make sure to double it. And that double knowledge point moves us like right over here or so. Like to that 3/4 point or so. And then one more definitely gets it to us. The only problem is once we hit 42, the rest of the XP this stream doesn't really matter. Like obviously more is better. But as far as our goal today, the second we hit 42, the only thing that increases us towards our goal is getting more of the jades off the ground. So I'm probably going to do a really tight loop that pretty much only goes for jades. And whatever extra we need to do just to make sure the timer, you know, respawns them. But it will be a pretty much only jade run. I think we're going to do the weird 8-4-8-4 method that we did before. Where we grab 8 jades while grabbing 4 things to make the timer go a little bit further. Then grab 8 jades with 4 more just to fill up our inventory. Bank everything, repeat. So we're going to do like the 8-4-8-4 again. Or we're grabbing 8 twice, but grabbing 4 material both times. Or, you know, 8 total in between of other junk. Where applicable to make sure it falls in with timer. So I'll probably do that for the jades. It's a nice in between of XP and wide loop. Like compared to just only doing jades and compared to doing like mega wide loop that only grabs like 4 or 5 of them. It's nice in between. We grab 8 every cycle, but still grab a few other material that isn't them. Some of which are the limpets I barely even touch. I don't even think I had the first time bonus on them yet. We got at level 40 and I still haven't touched them yet. We'll be grabbing some when we do jade though. Which is why I haven't touched them yet. We'll be banking quite a few of them soon. Alright, gotta remember to drink the better one here. Oh, stretch, stretch. Alright, drop all this, drop that, drop that, drop that, drop the bast, so that's actually cod. The bast is in the other room. Also, drop the bast was 2 tiers ago. Now it's called something else. We're still gonna drop the bast though. Pick that, pick that, pick that. Which actually ironic because I've actually been banking the bast most of the time. Just for cooking XP. Which reminds me, I've actually not banked any cod during any of this. Because every cycle I keep doing for cod is drop. Except for green monument piece. Whenever we do jade, I actually do bank it. Because I believe I do grab the fish once. That's the only time I ever get to bank it. Is like the 1 hour we ever do jade. So I technically have some banked. It's just such a ridiculously small amount. Because it's just so hard to put it in any other cycle. Alright, how's Forager looking? Oh no, it didn't even make it. I said it would make it to 3/4. It didn't even make it there. Come on, knowledge points. Go a little further than that. You're not doing as good at higher tiers. Yeah, I think we're going to need a whole nother set of knowledge. And then that will push it over. And I'll actually drink an 8% for that just to push it all the way over there then. But one more knowledge point and that should be 42. And then we just camp jade until we're good to go. Alright, 4 for level to go. 1 knowledge point, hopefully. Drop all that on the stack. Somehow I went to the corner one. How did I get there? Wait. What happened there? I think I was from a misclick earlier. When I was talking or something. How on earth did I drop them there? That's like the weirdest location. I dropped it like right in the corner. I think I know when that was too. These had to have been within the last 10 minutes. But yeah, how did that happen? This is like the weirdest spot for it to be. Other than like all the way in the corner over there or something. Out of anywhere on route, that's like the weirdest tile for it to be on. As in theory, we should never step on that tile ever. Like you actively have to click on that tile out of your way to get on that tile. It's all meshing into just one big grind. But hey, since the update, once we go finish out that milestone, either tomorrow or on Monday. I'm not sure if I'll have time tomorrow to finish it, but if we do, we will do it tomorrow. But whenever we do end up finishing it to tier 6, that means within a week we would have moved up 2 milestones, aka 100 levels. Which is not bad. I'm not sure if it's the highest amount of levels I've ever gained in such a duration, you know, post 200 in a sense. But I think it might be, just because of how the curve works now. Because post 200 now is not what post 200 was before. But I think it is technically post 200 the most levels we've ever gained in 1 week. Over 100. And it's not even counting combat, fishing, or cooking levels either. And alchemy levels. It's not like that's the only skill we gain combat, or you know, levels in. We've gained about 20 combats, 2 alchemy, those soon to be like 8 or 9. Like 4-ish cooking, like 6 or so fishing. So all that in combination is almost 150 levels in a week. Despite 100 levels never being passed before in a week post 200. So this level range is 100% easier. I'm not sure how bad it's going to be at tier 8 and 9. But at least at this exact level range in this middle area, it is undoubtedly way easier than before. But I could start to 180, you know, by the time the end. Or who knows, it could be even harder than before by the end. It's hard to tell just by looking at the numbers without seeing the curve or the actual, you know, formula for the XP thingy. Because last I checked, the wiki still doesn't have it. They obviously put it there at some point, but it's still not there yet. Unless they posted in the last 24 hours and I didn't check. But last I checked, it wasn't there. Hey, come on, one more knowledge point. You're almost there. 50% to go. Well, 52. That's like 3 more laps after this lap. And then we could finish out the grind on Jade. And Jade is really close to a bank and way better than Stone. Everything about Jade is just way better. There's a chance we could even bank them all in under an hour. With like a super Jade focus. Which is pretty much what we're going for. I was going to wide farm it, but I don't have time to wide farm it today and also complete it. So I was going to target farm it really heavily. But even wide farming would take like 2 or 3 hours at this level range. But with target farm, I think we can get done in under an hour. We're pretty close to it. You should be able to do like 300 something an hour, and I think we need like, what, 390, I think, for the monument? I'll double check before we actually start the grind. Which is about to start soon! So what's my current AFK, by the way, right now? For the one-time bonus. Beetle. Hypothetically, where is this? It's right over there. I mention it because I need a quick bathroom break before we start this. Because I haven't this entire time, and I've drank 1 whole tea and 1.5 waters. Where's the maggots if we want to one-time it on our way there? Okay, I might mag it into... I might mag it into that and then sit on the beetle for a minute or a few minutes. Right, I'll wait till we get the level, though. We gotta at least finish the milestone level. Can't leave that hanging. But then we're gonna go touch both of those 2 real quick, touch the other one, and I'll be back in like a few minutes. Shouldn't take that long, though. Alright, looks like 1 or 2 more cycles. We're almost there. Also, just put it over to Jade. Luckily, we don't need to Jade right now. In the future, that'd be really bad to do, but for our current grind, putting stuff over to Jade is not really going to matter. Alright, grab that, grab the double shell, grab that, grab the other one over there. Boom, boom, boom. How much XP are we getting per cycle? We need 120,000 more. Each node is averaging probably like 6,000 or so. Which means, yeah, we'll finish it this lap. Unless the kelp is really going that much lower, but I'm pretty sure we finished it this lap. I'm even gonna need that knowledge point. Especially if I go for that extra starfish. Could you imagine if that extra starfish is actually needed this lap? If it is, I will go grab it. It's kind of crazy if so. Actually, I'll probably rotate this into a bank since we kind of need to go into that area kind of anyways and ignore the fish this time. Just to make sure we dip over that forager XP. Just in case the kelp is a little bit too low. There we can go grab a bass to go bank. Honestly, I might kind of want the double bass. Not something we normally do because we need the cooldowns to be correct, but since we're doing something a little bit different this cycle, it won't actually matter. So we'll go get this level. Go head to the AFK for a second. Quick bathroom break, and then we'll go start the Jade Grind. And the stream doesn't end until I finish Jade Grind then. Oh wait, I don't have double because I used the net earlier. Whoops. Oh no, never mind. I didn't put into consideration the fact that the other set is perfectly synced to the other net. I did not put that into consideration. Whoops. Whoops. Well, I guess we're not grabbing any fish then. Now that we're grabbing a double cod. And how close are we to the level? Should be like any second now. Yep, nearly there. Oh, we can even double this. Huge. Even more progress. Normally you can't, but because I accidentally went to the side there, we were able to get it this cycle. Now grab the double fish, the last little stars. And that should be everything, right? This level right here. Grab the star and we got it, right? Right? If not, we're going to get it while doing the AFK activity, which would be really funny. It's going to happen. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, no, never mind. That was exact. Calculated. There we go. We got jade pieces. But before we go do the jade grind, real quick, let me go teleport over to the other thing. Touch those two nodes real quick, and I'll be back in like a minute since I get over there. And then we'll go to the jade grind and come back over here. But let me go bank this. Let me teleport over like literally one room upwards. I'm not even sure if this saves any time. It teleports me right there. I feel like it saves time. Save like 2 seconds. Alright, let me go and touch this. Camp the other one for a second. And I'll be back in a minute or two. Let me just double check Beetle. Which one's Beetle again? I want to make sure I don't go to the wrong one. Yeah, it's right over there. So I'm going to touch this one for first time, and then I'll touch the other one for, because it's actually our best XP for while we AFK for like a minute. Was it worth coming all the way over here to AFK? Not really, but I need to do this one time anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We'd have to go there eventually. Might as well go there now. Plus we get the first time bonus coming in. Which is not great XP, but if you're doing it only once, it's not awful. Like that just gave us 18k for taking one node. Technically 19 from the base value. Alright, I'll be back in a minute or two. As soon as I click this. Boom, boom, boom. Is that it? Right there. Alright, I'll be back in 1 minute. Alright, we're back. Oh. Alright. Let's go do the monument grind. It is time. Head back over and teleport a few inches again. Literally right over there. If there was a straight line down, it might almost be quicker just to walk. But there are walls there, so we will tell you. But yeah, let's go do the Jade Monument grind. Tier 6. Well, you know, we're on Tier 5, but it's the 6th tier of the monument. Oh, I guess I'll finally grab the limpet here. You know what, we'll use a preemptive 3%, why not? Or the 8%, I mean. Because I want to grab these while we head to the bank real quick. First time bonus for 20k. And we will be banking everything during this grind, because obviously we kind of have to because of the monument pieces. It's not really optional. That would be funny if the monument got built just from touching them, though. Like if you dropped them on the ground and the person was like, oh yeah, I'll pick them up for you. No worries. There we go, the first of many. So the way that we're going to do this is I'm going to pick up 3 limpets. But I picked them up after. I don't think I picked them up now. I only did that because we were just right there. But I believe the way I did this last time is I pick up these 5 jades, start the timer on this one. I then grab 1 single fish. It'll be this fish right here. Then we grab every jade piece. And I think I have to stall some amount of time. So grabbing the shells right now would be fine, I think. And then by the time we cycle back, we should be good to go. So the extra rewards we'll get are 3 shells banked, which are pretty good EXP. Oh no! That jade piece I said wouldn't be a big issue earlier. Because we weren't away long enough, it's stacked on top of my resources. No. That's gonna be a problem. Can you despawn? Sometime today. I don't want to pick it back up right now. Because my inventory's kind of all over the place. I need that stack that I said wouldn't be an issue to despawn because now it's an issue. I forgot we'd hit Jade within the next 10 minutes. I'm surprised after how much AFK we did didn't despawn. The other one did, so it should despawn any minute now then. So by the time we finish the cycle in like 2 more minutes, we should be fine. Hopefully by the time we get there, it'll be okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to grab the other 2 limpets here. Wait, what am I missing? Oh, because I didn't do the other thing again, I see. So here's where I'd grab the other 2 limpets. And then we grab the final 4 and then we walk down. And one of them's blocked, but this should be the last time it's blocked. We just got to try to get a nice, precise click on it. And then that would be our recycle then, or something along those lines. Alright, here's the moment of truth. Let me wait till I grab the other one. Got to get a really precise click to get the actual thing. There we go. Now just maintain that. We got this. Yeah, there we go. We got it. You can tell because it queued it rather than not queued it. Because you can't queue a single item on the ground. I mean, you can't queue a stack of items on the ground. You can queue a single, but you can't queue a whole stack. So whenever it's showing it like that, we know for sure we got it. And now we just repeat. So now we grab 4 jades and, you know, repeat the cycle. Grab 4 jade. Grab 1 jade in the other room. Grab the fish to offset the timer. Grab the shells. At some point, grab the limpets after we grab 1 jade from this room. As we grab all the jade from this room next cycle. Which we can grab 1 now. But the way that we have to set up, I can grab 1 jade now and then double grab it like we did last time, so I don't need to go for the far one. Doesn't save that much time, but does save time. And now I grab this jade here. Everything we did delayed it just enough so that that goes there. We can then grab this fish. This we need to delay the timer as well. But we have to take the first jade first so that it starts the timer. We can then grab everything in this room. And then we just go back, grab the other limpet, double limpet. Grab all the jade, come over here, grab all the jade, head back, bank, repeat. And that's the gameplay loop. And we just do this until the monument is completed. How many pieces do I need? Perfect timing! It despawned finally. And how many do we actually need? I think it was like 390. I actually forget the number already. I should probably go check. But I think what we'll do is we'll go for... Oh no, say half an hour and then check. Oh no. Because I'm going to lose track of how many we've done. So let's do it after we guesstimate like 45 minutes? Maybe after like 45 minutes, we'll check it. Because that should be not completed, but really close to complete, so we know what small number we need to complete it then. I think that'll be a nice number. Because if I check it now, the problem is I'm going to forget how many we've done in like, you know, half an hour from now. So I won't really... That info is going to do almost nothing if I check it now. So let me just check in like 45 minutes. And if we're somehow not done in 45 minutes, which we likely won't be, but we'll know exactly, like, we'll be 2 inventories away, or 3, or 1, or, you know, negative number that we already have it completed. We'll have a better idea then. That's pretty much the game plan. Better check it after half, because honestly, I'm not sure how many Gs we can get per hour. Based on how we're cycling right now, I want to say... so I'm not bothering to drink XP Pop, probably should. But based on how we're cycling right now, I feel like we're getting, what? Let's say we're doing 16 every 2 minutes. I feel like that's definitely happening here. 16 every 2 is 30 times 16. Which is some number. Calculator, go. Can't math right now. 30 times 16. It is 480. I think we need a 390 or whatever the other number was. 390 or 490. Which means, yes, we will get more within an hour than how many we need. Which means we got to check it in under an hour. So yeah, we'll check in like half an hour then. It's basically the bottom line. Like halfway through the hour, we'll go check. And this is also the only level range where I can bank COD, by the way. So hopefully we don't need that much COD for for Chef. As this very short level range is literally the only time I ever grab any amount of COD ever. Which is not a lot. Because we're only here for like a level or two. Very short compared to most other loops. Oh, so these two guys are still here. This is from the quest from like almost a year ago. Or several months ago. It's from the Fisherman's something quest. It's the one that gives you the teleport to north west that we keep doing. It's also required partial completion now to get access to racks. You actually can't even harvest racks unless you partial complete that quest. Though I believe the point you need to go to be able to get access to racks does not require any skills at all. Like, I think you'll literally be like level 0 in both and still get it. It's really similar to that quest in Chapter 2. Actually, quite a few handful of quests. Where there's really no requirement attached to it. Like, yes, to complete the quest there is, but to get, like, some of the reward from it, there isn't. Like, that Mines of Matubin, whatever they're called, Matubin quests, does that a lot. Like, almost every reward for the quest you get just from starting it. Matubin's Legacy. But Forgotten Things is like that. Partially. As well as the Fisherman's Flute. Or Fisherman's, whatever it's called. Missing Fisherman. There's a handful of quests where some of the biggest rewards you get literally partially through the quest. One of the other ones is the Branolf Inheritance, or the Battle of Fortune Hold, I mean. The Battle of Fortune Hold, the best reward from it is the 55 Merchant shortcut you get, which does require 55 Merchant. However, you don't actually have to complete the quest to get the shortcut. Like, literally the whole reward for doing the quest, you get partway through the quest. Which is really weird. I think it's the only quest in the game where what should be the final reward you get midway through. Instead of at the end. Like, the most useful thing from the entire quest, you only need, like, a third the quest completed. It's really weird. I'm not sure if going there or there is better. They might be the same tile, technically. Because you still have to move the other way. The only reason I keep doing that is I keep thinking diagonals are slower. But I'm pretty sure diagonals are only slower in combat, not in overworld. But because it's slower in combat, I keep treating overworld as also slower in combat to do diagonals. I believe they're both the same time. In overworld only. Oops, I need to grab the other shell. I keep forgetting about this one. Because normally we never grab the shell. But since we have to come here for Jade, it's not that bad to go 3 more tiles for starfish. The reason we normally wouldn't have to go there, if we only went there for starfish, it wouldn't be worth. But going there for jade and starfish is worth. So this is the only cycle we ever grabbed the 5th starfish on. Which is why we weren't grabbing it earlier. It's just too far out of the way. You could if you drop this fish. I'd prefer like a 10k fishing drop over, you know, like a few thousand forager. Even though we're primarily doing forager right now. So I gotta keep keeping an eye on how many kelps I grab, or limpets I mean. Because I always keep doing a really weird number. I always gotta make sure I end on 3 and not grab more, otherwise I can't pick up my jade pieces. Because we only have enough room for 8 pieces of not jade. Which I'm currently distributing as 3 limpets, 3 starfish, and 2 cod. Of course, you can do it for whatever you wanted, depending on what you need. I definitely want to maximize starfish because that's the one for the blue potion that we need. And this makes the yellow potion that's, I guess, okay. And I grabbed double cod because why not? But you could always replace double cod with, I think, 2 more limpets. If you want to go only forager. You'd have to do a weird weave, though, that you'd have to keep track of. Because the cycle you have to keep doing would keep changing. Whereas with the way I'm doing it, it's always going to be pretty consistent. Because sometimes they won't be spawned, depending on if you're grabbing, like, all 3 of them at any given time. That's why I'm doing them in, like, a weird staggering thing right now. It's just to make sure that we always have them on spawn. But also because they're closer to the path, because we never want to take that one if we can help it. Ideally, you just want to take these 2 twice. Because grabbing the other ones, like, it's not that far out of your way, but it's further away than grabbing one on the path. So why is it not bringing up a knowledge screen? I need that. Also, unfortunately, no specific level we really need for Forager beyond this point. We already reached our main goal at Jade. But obviously, we're still grinding Forager, so we're still dubbing into Forager. As far as today's goal, we technically don't need any more Forager levels. Obviously, we'll still keep going, as we still need tier 10. But for today's goal, we are technically done. I just need to get the Jade pieces. So at the half-hour mark, we'll go check how many we have total, compare it to how many we need for the monument, and then figure out how many inventories we need after by dividing it by 16. And then we should be good to go. And then tomorrow's goal, since we don't have that much time, is probably just going to be a little bit of an XP grind. I don't think we're actually going to be able to reach Milestone 6 tomorrow. Unless I really grind off stream tonight, but I'm not sure if I'll have time tonight. I definitely won't have time tomorrow, is the problem. So next few days will be a little bit shorter streams, but back by Thursday, we should be back at full-length streams for every single time. We'll still have streams the next 4 days, though. Tomorrow's stream will just be a little bit of XP grind. Monday's stream will be going over the weekly leak, as well as probably finishing tier 6 then, since we won't finish it tomorrow probably. Unless we do finish it tomorrow. But otherwise, I'll be on Monday with the weekly leak. Then on Tuesday, I'm going to dentist, so I'm not sure if I'll even be able to talk that day. I might still just do a checkup days, just so it's technically every day. But it might literally be mute. It might be a no audio stream for anyone who wants no audio. I might just do that just as a joke. It's not April 1st yet, though. But I might legitimately just do that. Since I'll be able to grind, but I won't be able to talk. We might just do like a silent stream for a couple hours. We'll see. If I even feel like it and just need to maybe just rest from the pain. Because I don't use painkillers or anything. And once the numbness goes down, it does have like some lingering pain. Not that bad, though. But I never use any painkillers or anything. It's not that painful. Let's see. We'll throw that down. Potion back up. And then by Thursday, we should be back to normal. Wednesday, we might be too. It just... considering Wednesday is a day we're not doing it, it gives me more time to if I need to finish whatever I'm doing this weekend. So Wednesday, I'm also considering a day that will probably barely be around. Though I should be able to talk on Wednesday if nothing else. But it's probably just going to be like a shorter hour or two. Just kind of check up on the grind we've been doing. Which by that point, we should be back to Drop Beach. But not really, because I just realized we're going to have to bank everything. We're going to be at tier 6 finally. So we're actually going to have to start banking everything. That's one thing I need to remember when we get back to, or, you know, when we start Forge our next tier. Is nearly every resource we get other than bones, though sometimes we'll still bank bones, needs to be banked. And then at tier 7, everything needs to be banked. And tier 8, everything needs to be banked. And tier 9, we got to do a very specific weave. As there's stuff that we normally wouldn't ever get that we will need. Because I need numbers to match up for the final tier if I can help it. So there's some weird things we'd have to do on final tier that we otherwise wouldn't do on every other tier. Which will make it take even longer than the long it's already going to take. Is one of the reasons why we're probably committing an entire week just to tier 9. Because beyond the fact that it's the slowest, it's going to be extra slow because I want specific material as well. Since it's the very last tier with the highest possible potion. So there's very specific matchings I need. For example, I need racks, the very slow bad XP racks. I need those to equal however many blood metal I get by the end. Like those two numbers have to match. So stuff like that is like the weird things we'll have to do for tier 9 that we wouldn't normally ever have to do. Because while we need some for every other tier, we need them to actually like fully match for final tier if we can help it. Like it doesn't have to like perfectly match, but stuff like that's not buyable at the shop, so we do have to go out of our way to make sure it's kind of even. Because if I ever want more again, I have to go forge for it, which means we'd have to do post 500 forager. So it'd make more... Oh, I didn't need that. I didn't need that first cycle. But it'd be really annoying to do because I basically have to forager for 0 XP on a method that's already bad. Which sounds doubly bad. A method that's already bad being having to do post 500. So I want to do pre-500 just so we can at least claim the XP from it. It just makes sense too, even though it's going to be a little slower. But we don't need to worry about that till tier 9. Maybe a little bit tier 8, but mostly tier 9. We also have to put into consideration something weird for tier 9 as well. It's the fact that we'll get stuff from kills. For example, pondweed. While I do need to go out of my way and get quite a few pondweed, we have to put into consideration that all combat that I'm going to be doing in Hopeport, or not all combat, but there's an enemy in Hopeport, the Hero Beast, that drops pondweed as on its table. It drops 4 at a time, or however many it does at whatever level range. I know right now it's dropping 4. But it's dropping 4 tier 9 pondweed every time we kill it. Or not every time, but you know, whenever it drops, drop. And I have to put that into consideration. Because I can't just get the same amount of pondweed as I get bell plants. For one, that'd be so bad because pondweed is so bad. But to go and gather. But the other reason we wouldn't want to do it, of course, is we're going to get so much from combat. So it's something we have to factor in since we obviously won't have it all from combat. We'll have some, but not all of it. So we do have to factor that in a little bit when we do our numbers. Because I'd rather have slightly too much bell plant and, you know, slightly lower pondweed so that we, you know, get back up to it. But I still need them to be somewhat even. Like, I can't have too big of a disparity between the two. Also, why is this going so slow? Oh, I forgot to grab the starfish. I was like, wait, why is this taking so long to spawn? It's because I forgot to grab the starfish. No! I will grab them next trip. It's fine. I just want to grab extra limpets now. Or grab my double limpet and then go do the starfish in the other room. Though based on when there's timers coming out on, I don't know, do we just skip starfish? Because as long as it's spawned by the time I get in there, do we not even need the starfish? It's such good XP though is the problem. And I need it for potions. So yeah, we'll still bank them. Yeah, they're already spawned. But yeah, I technically don't have to take starfish. Actually, there's probably a lot of things on these sets I don't need to take. But the only reason I'm taking everything is just to get a little bit of a mix of, you know, Jade Piece plus efficiency. It just feels so bad walking past so many already ready to go material. Especially when they're good XP for our level range. Like, this starfish is literally better XP than this monument piece for Forager. And it doesn't even use a toll bonus either. And it's a lower level. Yet it's still higher. Like, it's giving like 6k. The monument pieces are giving like 5 point something. Because not a single thing here uses tool. It's one of the only things we ever do where all three of our objects, I'm not counting the, you know, not counting the fish, But not counting the fish, all 3 of the forager objects do not use any tool. I think it's the only gameplay loop in this chapter where we're grabbing just 3 things that aren't tool. There is one other loop you technically could do, which is limpet plus hogberry plus stone piece. That would also be no tool, but we're not doing that one. But there's the only 2 loops you could do for forager that is 100% no tool, despite you grabbing 3 or more pieces of different material. Because everything else uses at least 1 tool. Which one downside of that, of course, is that we're getting no doubles. And yeah, the only reason I'm grabbing the fish is just to offset it a little bit. But it looks like, honestly, just a starfish might be enough. But this is my only excuse to catch any amount of cod more than 0, so I kind of have to. Because there's no way I'm camping cod at any fishing level. Maybe if it seems worth it at level 30 there. Or, you know, at the respective 30 range at any given fishing level. But given that we're getting almost all of our fishing up through either bounties or ventures, I have a feeling I'm still going to almost never get none. So unless a venture tells me to go catch cod, what I'm catching right now will be the total amount of cod we will ever own. Which is the main reason I'm grabbing it now. Since I don't think we technically need it for timer. As long as we take starfish. But I kind of need it because this is realistically the only way we'll ever get any. Alright, we already need 1 limpet. How are we doing on time right now? In 15 more minutes, I'll go check the bank and see how many more we need. Yeah, we'll check in like 15-20 minutes then. Actually, at this point, we could almost just track it based on when we get a level. At either a level or probably even better, the double knowledge point. At next double knowledge point, I'll go check monument to see how many more we need. So we'll do it based on a metric in-game rather than a time. But at double knowledge point, we will go and check how many monument pieces we need more. We definitely won't have all of them, but it will gauge how many more we need. Just so we don't, like, mega overshoot. And then all I have to do is, over the next, like, 15 to 20 minutes, not lose track of that number, which I will 100% lose track of. Oh, level 8. We got a mega new player over here. This might be their first time looking at these rooms. Which I don't think there's a single node over here they could take at level 8. I guess they're just exploring. There's nothing here that they need at that level, I don't believe. Because most things in this area are pretty high level. We can actually tell really easily what level something is as well. It's a little bit different for level 0, so I guess that's not true. But by Milestone 3, or even Milestone 2, I think, every single level for everyone's exactly the same. So that doesn't work for 0, 1, or potentially 2 for some things. But by 2 or 3 for most skills, whatever you have your level at is what everyone has their level at for every milestone. So for example, you know, Mana Ray's always at 20 fishing for every milestone. The piece I'm grabbing right now is at 42 for every milestone, so on and so forth. But only after milestone 2 is that the case. Or it lines up like that. 0 and 1 are set up a bit differently. So it makes it really easy to tell what level a resource technically is. Because even though this Jade piece has 10 tiers, there is not a single time other than... Actually, let me see. Even at the other ones too. Yeah, only in tier 1 and maybe tier 2 would it be a different level then. And then at tier 2 and on, it should always be at 42. If I go check this, it should be at 42. Yeah. So once you get past the tutorial levels... Everyone always has the same level for every resource then. You just have a different tier. So Jade piece is basically always 42, this is always 40, so on and so forth. Ignoring tier, you know, 0 and 1. But otherwise, everyone's always at the same point. So you can kind of know a resource as simply what their level is. Because even though there's a billion different tiers, every single thing technically has a designated level. That aside from super early game never actually changes. Oh, but I forgot to grab one of the shells. Well, I guess we can grab it this time right over there. Actually, you know what? I need to start doing that, actually. I need to start only grabbing 2 and then grabbing the other one. It makes it so I don't have to grab the corner one. I need to start doing that deliberately now. The thing I just did on accident, I need to start doing deliberately. Because this one is way closer than the corner one. So there's literally no gameplay loop you will ever do where you need to take the corner starfish. Unless you're like camping that room, I guess, for cod plus starfish for some reason. And then dropping everything on ground. But aside from that, there's pretty much no reason you would ever need to touch the corner starfish for any loop ever. Because even what we're doing now, I actually don't even need the corner one. As we can just wait for the respawn and then re-grab the other one. Because by the time I get there, it should be respawned as well. And for here, I just gotta grab one of these two and then grab the other two later. But we can also double of either if we really wanted to. If we wanted to, we can go 4 starfish or 4 limpets. But of course, we'd have to go to 2 of the other one. The other thing is you could also drop fish. As we explained, this is the only way we're ever getting cod other than bounty, so I'll take the few I can get. We're gonna need all the help we can get going through tier 5 cooking. It's probably the tier of cooking that we're gonna have the least amount of resources for out of any tier. And I'm slightly scared about that. And for that reason, anything that we can get that's still tier 5 to help tier 5, we will be grabbing. As it's the last cooking tier that will be the hardest. Like 5 won't be harder than 9, but it'll be pretty close. With how bad our stuff is banked. It won't be that bad. But I do legitimately think tier 5 is going to be harder for us to get through than tier 6 with how our bank is working out with this system. Just because of when the update happened, what our levels was and everything. Is ultimately going to make tier 5 harder than tier 6. Even though in theory it should be easier. But then after that we should be good to go. Tier 6, 7, 8, and 9, you know, should just all be normalized under the new system. But it's the one for me personally that will be most affected by this new system negatively. Because we also don't have the instant bounties that we have right now. We have to do the hourly bounties. We don't even have the instant bounties anymore. Which hurts even more, on top of the pain of having no supplies. It's gonna be rough. Plus I have nothing I could spam, other than stuff we buy from the shop. As I don't have any single fish or anything around that level range that's already banked. I don't have the leeks like we had, I don't have the oysters. I'll have enough for a few contracts, but that's it. At least from the one-time bonus. Oh, did I just pass the... I queued up the thing and then didn't take it. It started to move before I grabbed it. Oh no. Alright, it looks like about 4 more laps. Which is basically double knowledge point. So yeah, same thing we said earlier. At double knowledge point, we'll go double check our bank. And then we'll get the exact tally of how many times 16 goes to that number, plus 1. Plus 1 because we need to get the partial amount. So whatever the remaining jade monument pieces are, plus 16. I mean, plus 1, once it's divided by 16, is the number that we'll need. I will check that as soon as we do our double knowledge, or at least finish the lap that is on our double knowledge point. Which will also be a level, hopefully. One step closer to milestone 6. And I guess we'll head back to the bone zone for a little bit. But out of any level range, tier 5 and 6 don't really care about the bone zone that much. It's only tier 7 and above that will really start needing it again. I still want to grab more than none, just so we don't have none banked, though. Oh, so I did just miss the cod. But now that I'm looking at it, I wonder if it's better to grab the other cod that's right over there. Because this corner cod might actually be better. It doesn't seem like it's as many tiles away. Since I already need to move in that direction. And then when I click here, it should move me the right way. Don't you dare move through the water. Move right there. No! Why? No! Okay, that's why I didn't grab it. I think we did that last time and realized that, and it's like, yeah, I'm not bothering with that. That's why I put it at the beginning. Okay, I know why we do it at the beginning now. The auto walk for that area puts you to the really bad tile. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I remember why I don't do that one now. If you do manual click through everything, it's fine, but if you're doing it somewhat lazily, it's going to tile you really horribly. Which is why we don't do that one. if you're like hyper focusing, it would be slightly quicker. But otherwise you would lose time if you just click on all the resources. Which is why we're doing that one. Alright, 2 more laps. And then we'll go see the damage on the Jade Monument. If I had to guess, we'd probably have to do like 10 more laps after we go check. Given that each lap is only 16, not 24. Given how we're doing it. Let's remember to grab this fish this time. Because the only reason I even did that other one the other time was I forgot to go grab it. Because when we path through here, it'll actually path us onto the correct tile. Whereas pathing on the other one does not put you on the right tile. Oh yeah, I forgot I don't need the corner one ever. Okay, there we go. Perfect. But yeah, that cod and skip that corner one. And then just remember to grab 1 starfish for free later right over there at the end. That just should be respawned by the time we get there. So I gotta remember to grab double limpet. Because the way I keep grabbing it, we keep doing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So this one is the 2 route. And we manual move over here, otherwise it'll go right there and waste 2 ticks. Because it'll go to the front of it rather than the side. Alright, now we go back, grab the other 4, remember to grab 1 shell, and that's pretty much the cycle then, over and over again. Feels like a really weird order, but it works out. In my brain, it seems normal. I feel like if you're trying to copy this order, it seems like all over the place. But I assure you, it's pretty straightforward. Like most things in the game. I feel like trying to perfectly copy someone's route would get really confusing, though. Like, if you were to make a guide on, like, 20 forager routes of, like, here's the most efficient thing you could possibly do. I feel like perfectly replicating them would be really annoying rather than making your own routes. Sometimes the best route is just whatever is most comfortable for you. Because even if our route's, like, slightly more optimal, if you, like, prefer doing it some other way, even if it's, like, 5% worse, it's probably better just to do it that way. Rather than trying to copy, like, the perfect optimal method. Which I'm not sure if this is, but it feels efficient. But that's one of the things I like about Forager. You literally just get to choose your own path. It's probably one of the most optimizable skills as far as how you choose to train it. Compared to any other skill in the game. As far as, like, how you go about it. As there are so many correct ways that you can do it, depending on what you want to prioritize. Either ingredient-wise, XP-wise, knowledge point-wise. Monument progress-wise. I feel like everyone who's getting 500 Forager is finishing Monument. I don't think there's anyone getting 500 Forager and not doing Monument. That'd be kind of crazy. There has to be at least one person out there. The 500 Forager, no Monument built pure. There's at least one guy out there who's done that. But generally speaking, I assume everyone who's doing 500 Forager would do Monument. That'd be kind of weird if you don't. There's gonna be at least that one guy that won't. 500 Forager keep on the rubble of a uncompleted mines. That'd be a really funny screenshot. I haven't seen one yet of anyone. But there's gonna be at least one person who does it. 500 Forager keep on the rubbles of the uncompleted, fully uncompleted monument. That'd be a very weird flex. But definitely a flex. Hey, there's the smithing AFK for chapter 3. Unfortunately, it's too low of a level. Well, I will do it a little bit tonight because I'll probably have 45 forager by then with a little bit I grind off stream. It won't be that useful. Normally it would be. But at most I could just use it for the first time bonus. Because the rest just gets trashed. Even though I'm going to get like 12 hours worth probably tonight. I don't need it at this level range. I won't need it again until tier 6, which is next tier, but this tier I don't actually need. This is the one time that we're going to grab it and it's just going to be useless. But every future time we grab anything from Forager AFK, we actually do need it. Every Forager K here for free is actually useful, other than the one that we're doing tonight. But after tonight, every Forager AFK we do will be good. One solution to that would be I could just power farm before tonight, but I don't think I'm going to get that many levels. I would have to go and farm all the way to tier 6 tonight. Off stream, which is not going to happen, both from a time perspective, but also kind of want to save it for on stream. So maybe I can go for tier 6 tomorrow, because I forgot to account for the fact I am AFKing Forager tonight. That's like a level and a half by the time we start stream tomorrow. So if I go to 45 tonight and then that, we only got to get 3.5 levels tomorrow. That's not that hard. So you know what? We actually are getting tier 6 tomorrow, I think. Because it's pretty free. We can easily get tier 6 tomorrow. I kind of forgot to put that into consideration, that we're getting like a level and a half tonight for free, without doing anything. And the fact I would have to go to 45 off stream anyways. And what we're doing right now is already to get us to like 44 almost. Like, or 43 and a half, somewhere around there. And then we can get the nice big tier 6 thumbnail notes. I should keep making the number bigger. Actually, did I even update the thumbnail today? I feel like I did. But I feel like I also forgot to do so. Like, I remember updating it, but I forget if I actually uploaded the updated one. I've definitely done that before for streams and videos before. Or I'll make an updated thumbnail. I'll save the updated thumbnail. But I'll forget to replace the updated thumbnail. Which kind of defeats the point of doing anything prior. So Starfish, why haven't you respawned? There you go. There's like a little bit of a delay on it. So you can't queue it up, but you can definitely grab it for free. And it even paths you north, which is perfect. Instead of south. Otherwise you'd have to manual click. But luckily it already auto paths you to correct tile. Oh yeah, did I use the double knowledge point? I forgot. I said after double knowledge point and I already forgot about it. Alright, after this trip. I just did that because we were talking about the other thing. But yes, after this trip. 100%. We gotta go check how many monument pieces we have. I know for sure it's still not enough even with this trip coming in. But just so we have a number in head of how many it is. But yes, after this full set, we'll go walk to the monument. Put all the jade pieces in and see what the difference is. Divide the difference by 16, add 1 to that number, and boom, that's how many we need to go do. How many laps. And I just gotta remember that number so we don't lose track, so we go there with the exact number. I just realized this is, I think, one of the first loops we're doing where everything in our inventory is the same level. Almost everything we've been doing previously, like the fish was lower, or one of the pieces were lower, or something was lower. But we're on full tier 5. Tier 5 monument piece, even though it's a 6 monument piece. Tier 5 cod, tier 5 limpet, tier 5 starfish. This might be one of our firsts, if not the absolute first, where everything's the same tier. Even for multiple different skills. Well, I guess one different skill, but, you know, that's still technically multiple. Multiple is more than one. Still counts. That's not going to be the case soon, because we're not going to get 30 fishing by then. Not by tier 6. There's no way we're getting 14 fishing levels in that time. Though I say that, we do have the oysters ventures coming in soon. So there's actually a non-zero chance that could happen. Very unlikely, though. Oyster ventures are good, but they're not that good. They're not going to get us 14 levels in 4 days. They're strong. They're not that strong, though. They'll be lucky if they even get us a level in that day. Not counting all the other stuff we do for fishing. But, you know, them specifically. I forgot how many days I have to do the venture at this point, but it's also because of the new XP curve, so I'm not even sure. If I had to guess, it's probably like 8 days of oyster venture, like almost a week for one level of fishing. I'm not sure what it comes out to, though. It might be shorter than that. It might be longer. I'm just not sure because now there's a new oyster every single tier, unlike before. Whereas before, I think there was like 3 oysters total or something. Like 3 or 4. But now there's like 8. So you're always, you're never more than 49 levels away from an optimal oyster. Or, you know, from your next, like, big oyster. And in between is lobster, though I'll probably be ignoring lobster. It's actually kind of funny, because in the previous format of the game, lobster was considered higher than oyster. But now it's actually the other way around. Oyster is considered higher than lobster. I mean, lobster is considered... lobster was... I'm saying this so weirdly. Before, it was lobster oyster. Now it's oyster lobster. There we go. I wonder if they made... they actually buffed up the XP rate of lobster because of that and nerfed oyster a little. Haven't done it enough to really tell. Because lobster is technically the higher activity now, not oyster. So I wonder if they changed the XP rate to compensate for that. Or if it's still somewhat similar. Something I'll need to look into later, but can't be bothered with at the moment because oyster is so much more AFK. Like, even when we can do lobster at 25, I don't think we switch. Other than a few times just to have some, for venture. I mean, for, bounties, cooking bounties. Which is kind of funny, because even though they're a part of cooking bounties, there's almost guaranteed not to be part of fishing bounties. I don't believe they're ever going to make bounties related to ventures other than for, like, cooking or a few other skills like that. Because they kind of can't, in a sense. Because otherwise you'd be time-gated out of it. But so far, cooking's the only one that technically has a bounty associated to a venture. But I believe both the two things are buyable from shops, so it doesn't really matter that much. Though they're really expensive to buy from a shop. Alright, and now I just need the 4 jade pieces. And now, after we go bank here, I gotta remember to go check the monument. Do not forget. Check monument. Grab that, grab that, grab that. Wait for the starfish to spawn. And then we get to see how many we need to go finish it. Oh, grab the starfish. Don't walk away until you grab it. Psst. Like we have multiple times already. And then we go bank over here. Grab all of our loot. But I'll grab it from the other one. It'll be easier to do it that way. Just click deposit all. Because grabbing it from this menu is going to be slower. I'm just going to grab it from the monument bank. Alright, let's see how many more we need. This definitely isn't all, but it'll give us a good idea of how much more we need. Alright, grab a full inventory of emerald, jade, whatever they're called. Wow, that's actually a lot closer than I thought we'd be. We're not quite there yet, though. From what I can tell, it's like 8 more laps. I was guesstimating like 10-ish earlier. Not too far off. I'll see what the actual number is at the end. I'm not going to bother doing the math right now. I'll wait till we get the final number. But it looks like it's like 100 something-ish. And we get 16 per trip. So it looks like we need like 8-ish more trips. Probably 8. 8 or 9, somewhere around there. Probably 8. Since we're getting 16 per thing. Even though we're doing 24 right now, we're only getting 16 when we're actually doing the activity. Too bad it's not like a one-click sell to her or something. Just like that weird multi-menu. But yeah, 370 is how many we need this time. Honestly, that number's not moving up nearly as much as I thought it would. How much money are we getting per set? That's something else I haven't really been keeping track. Because we're getting pretty close to doing this set, whole full set being almost a gold piece. Because we're getting 67 silver each turn in. We've been doing this for 40 minutes this hour. Which means however many we turned in. Let's see, if we're doing like 8 sets, 50 each. No, it's like half a gold still. It's about the same that the stone was, which makes sense because that was the tier before. But hey, more money for the pile. It's not great, but this is about half a gold per hour. That's not particularly high, but it's not the worst in the world. It's not negative. Anything that's not negative is making number bigger. Number big good. Also, could they have put this monument bank like any further? Yes, they could have. But luckily it's not, but they could have made it a little closer. Like, it makes sense why it's not on the monument. But I wish the position of this hogberry and that cart were like a little bit switched. So you wouldn't have to go as far for the triple hogberry. But more importantly, so you wouldn't have to go forward for this bank every time. Like right at the edge right there. Right where the hogberry is. Basically just swap their two locations. Hogberry right there in that corner, and then the bench thing right over here. This double tile or that double tile. Ideally that one so you could grab it right on the edge. Because if they put it right here, you'd be able to grab it from right here. Which would be in line with here. And you would just grab it from here with it taking up these two tiles right there. And obviously put the hogberry like there or there. I'm not sure if they're ever going to do it, but great quality of life if they ever do. It won't matter much, but it surprisingly would probably save half an hour to an hour on the monument grind. Just from that being like 3 tiles over. And it would still work out atmospherically. Like, you know, you're not ruining the integrity of the area. But definitely quality of life update at some point. Move that 3 tiles and swap them. 100%. Will they ever do that? Who knows, but I sure wish they would eventually. Obviously, we'll have monument done by then. But I'm pretty sure that saves anywhere from a half an hour to an hour across the entire grind. Having that 3 tiles closer like that. Which is a 4. Alright, let's go do some math. What I gotta go do right now is take 370, subtract, math, calculator, go. 370, subtract, 256. Divide by 16, add 1. Or round up, technically. Okay, 8. Wow, I was like perfectly correct earlier when I said 8. I think it was originally 10, but the other 8 estimate is correct. So we gotta go do 8 more sets. Now I just gotta keep track of 8 more sets. Without somehow going over. Technically it's 8 and a partial, but we'll go for full 8. Alright, let's begin. 8 more sets and we're done with our goal for today. That's 8 more sets of 16. That's not counting 8 more sets of 24, luckily. Which there's an easy way to track that. Oh wait, there is. If I remember to drink a potion every time, that's a big if. But if I remember to drink potion every time, 8 sets is going to end up being, this potion moved down to 6 more. Because one of them I'm already drinking, one of them's going to be an 11%, and then the other 6 will be here. So at 394, once this says 394, if I remember all of my drinks, That would be the number that dictates it. As this one's already covered with what we have, that one will be covered with 11% when we do the double knowledge. And then that would make it so this number would have to be 394 if I remember to drink a potion every time. Big if. As long as I remember the potion every cycle. As soon as this number says 4 and we finish that cycle, we should be good to go. That's the game plan. That puts the big assumption on us to actually remember to pot up, though. But hopefully I'll remember. Otherwise I'm going to grab a whole extra inventory again. And that should get us pretty close to 44 as well. And then if I have time tomorrow, I guess we'll finish it tomorrow then. Or, you know, getting to milestone 6. I said earlier we might not get it, but I don't know, sure. It'll be close. It's hard to... Actually, it's hard to tell. Oh, I forgot to grab the fish. I was wondering why my number is so weird right now. I forgot to grab the fish from there. I guess I'll just grab double shell. Honestly, I might even just start doing this. Because I don't really need the fish. This gives us a little bit more forgery XP. Also gives us more potion supplies that we care about by slightly more. So I'm just going to start ditching the fish here. Sorry, COD, you're just never going to get banked. We'll buy it from the shop. But, yeah, we'll just grab 4 and 4 instead. With the cycle that we're doing right now, we'll be able to go and keep them even. And let me bank all this. And now we're 1 down. But of course, our potion stacks will keep track of us, but I'll still keep tracking just in case. I lose track with potions as well. We'll keep like 3 different metrics going. If we somehow forget what cycle we're on, we got a problem. As we're now using both the potion counter and the actual, you know, the revolutionary concept of actually counting to 8. So we have 2 counters going. Us keeping track of 8 and the game keeping track of 8 for us. If we somehow don't do exactly 8, we got a problem. So when that says 4, we know we've done 8, and when I count to 8, we know we've done 8. So one of them should hopefully be correct. I just realized, though, that means monument pieces spawn quicker than starfish? No, it doesn't. It's because I'm grabbing the starfish so late. I was going to say, I thought they had the same spawn speed. Now, they do. The reason why the jade pieces keep spawning so much quicker is I grab the jade really early, but I don't grab the first one until here. Which is why it spawns so late. It's why it spawns almost around the time we get to that jade. But yeah, they do have the same spawn speed. It's just, I'm grabbing them in a way where the starfish is way later than the jade. Because the way that the room timers work is it's every resource in the room of the same type. So me grabbing jade doesn't set timer for starfish. Starfish timer only starts when we take starfish. So jade timer is way ahead of it. Since it's like the first thing we do in the room. But I'm going to start doing it this way. I'm going to drop the fish and just, or, you know, not take the fish. And just do double limpet, or, you know, 4 limpets into 4 starfish taken double at a time. Because originally I was doing it because I thought I needed some delay here, but no, we actually don't need any delay here. This also makes it so we never need corner starfish as well, which is great. Poor corner starfish, you're never going to get taken. There's like no gameplay loop that ever takes you. Poor thing. It reminds me of that one nettle that's in that one fishing room. They put one nettle all the way on the other side of the pond that's like never going to be grabbed ever. And the starfish is pretty close to being similar, though. It is a bit closer, but it's not close enough to be relevant. Whereas that nettle is like mega far. That's like moving to the next room over. It's so far away. Alright, this is number 2. We'll keep track based on when we store them. But also our potions are keeping track for us too. Based on how many potions, since this needs to go down to 4 and that needs to go down by 1. Basically, both of these numbers need to say 4 and we know we hit it. When that says 4 and that says 4. So even if I lose track, as long as these both say 4, if I drank potion every time, we should be fine. But with that being said, yeah, 4 more of these, 1 more though. And obviously we drink the bigger one on the double knowledge point one. While we go turn it in. And also we're keeping track, so we know we need to do 6 more times. Which, of course, is 5 here. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's because I already drank one. I was going to say, why is the number off? Because that counts as 1. So the 6 would be 1, 4, 1, and that would be 6 total. Because I forgot to count the one we already drank. Because that's still counting as +1 because we haven't turned it in yet. Yeah, honestly, Monument does not take that long. I feel like it took a lot longer in the previous state of the game. Obviously, once we reach the really high levels, you know, it could take longer. Obviously, it's going to keep growing. But so far, every Monument piece has been taking us on average like an hour. Maybe like slightly over an hour since it keeps making us do slightly more. But it's not that bad at all, only an hour. Like by tier 5, it's still only pretty much an hour. Which isn't that bad. Given how much you have to do every other foraging thing. It's actually really short compared to most other foraging activities. As even in this new format, you're still camping stuff for like hours on end. So the fact that this exact same level range, you only have to do it for an hour is actually pretty good. Given that just the shell beach we did today was already like 4 or 5 hours. You get a resource like this, you only have to do for, you know, like an hour, 10 minutes or something. Oh, that's what I wanted. I keep forgetting. You can't click on, like, the other part to star. If you click on the empty spot, it'll do a dead click. You have to click on the actual starfish. It's just as an annoying click box as every bone in the game. Because of this weird shape. Something they'll hopefully fix in the future. Like, it makes sense where the click box is. It's on the object. The problem is the object is weird shaped. Like, logically, it makes sense where the hitbox is, but from a clicking easily perspective, it is really bad. And something that might want to be made a little bit bigger. Especially for some of the lower tier bones where the bone is so small. Oh yeah, by the way, we're at 3. I forgot to up the number of my own counter. The mental note counter. I think these potion counters are going to work out pretty well. Because as long as I don't forget to drink the potion, I don't even need to keep track of what the number is. The potions will do it for me. Until it says 4 and 4. Alright, next set we gotta remember to drink the big potion. Oh, no! How did you miss that? I don't miss it this time. There we go. Oh, at least these have respawned by now. But they're gonna be annoying to click while moving. There we go. Alright, next cycle is a big potion. And that will almost be a level, not quite. We're getting about the same level range as before, which makes sense. Doing stone seems to give you a little over 1 level. Doing jade gives you almost 2 levels. Mostly because of all the extra resources that we're grabbing. Otherwise, they're probably both almost identical. But of course, we're grabbing more than just jade here. Not much more, but some more. Whereas when we're doing stone, we're pretty much just stone spamming. Or at least with my current route. I might change it up later, though. But for now, I don't want a wide on it. The only time I want a wide is maybe the final 2 levels. And the only reason I would go wide on stone is because I need Water Lily for Cryonate Potion, which is our best in slot damage potion. That is the only reason I would do it. That would also help even out our yellow number as well. Even though I don't need yellow as much, for the same reason why we need the Water Lily would be the same way we would need the Hogberry. As realistically, we'd bank a lot more limpets than Hogberries. For example, during Jade right now. But also, one of the Hogberries is actually in a weird location. Like, it's really easy to grab triple Limpet. It is really annoying to grab triple Jade, though. But I guess a lot of wide routes would grab a few of each, because very wide farming would only really grab 2 Limpets, probably. Maybe a third? Whereas there are some routes that can grab 4 Hogberries, if we're going through Stone Room. There is a route we could do that grabs 4 Hogberry and only 2 Limpets, or maybe 3 Limpets. So maybe Limpets will be our bottleneck. I don't know. We'll have to see when we do tier 8 and 9. 6 and 7 won't really care about the route too much. Like, it matters, but it doesn't matter that much. 8 and 9 would matter more because we're actually using the potions. Whereas 6 and 7, we're just using it for XP. We're not really using the potions that much. Like, we'll still use them, but the number we get doesn't matter as much specifically. Whereas tier 8 and 9 it will. As those will be our best in slot damage potions for the rest of the time. Particularly tier 9. Like, there isn't any rebounds they could possibly do that would make the max Cryonate Potion not our best in slot. Like, every special attack, every skill tree, every update, every boss week to everything could be in the game. And those potions will still be our best potion. Like, that's not changing unless they add just something stronger to the game. Like, it just physically is the strongest thing we could ever use in this class. So it makes sense to have a lot of it. And this Starfish is one of the ingredients for it. The other one's the really annoying Water Lily. Starfish I'm not concerned about getting. Water Lily is the biggest concern. Because there's so many ways to bank Starfish. But Water Lilies, you basically have to target farm it or really wide farm to be able to do it properly. Alright, this should be number 4, right? Well, we can tell based on how many more we have. We got to do, what, 3 more? Wait, this is number 5 then? Wait, where did I lose track then? Oh no. Alright, well, my internal number is wrong. Luckily, we have the backup number of 4-4. So I should have to drink 2 more. And then we'll have enough. So 3 more laps is how many we gotta go do. Which means that was the 5th turn and not the 4th. According to my potions. Unless I miscalculated something with the potions, but no, it should be fine. So this lap and 2 more, and that should be the 8 we needed. Unless every counting metric we're doing has broken down. Which I would not be surprised. Counting to 8 is hard. I say that jokingly, but almost every single boss in Old School RuneScape is either counting to 3, 4, or 5, or, actually, mostly just 3, 4, or 5. Like, there's almost not a single boss in Old School RuneScape that isn't a counting to 3, 4, or 5 simulator. Because the tick system, or because they literally have a mechanic that's based on X number of attacks. Which I hope they don't overly do for Brighter Shores. I feel like Old School RuneScape really overkilled it in that regard. Like, too much so. Or some bosses are literally just counting simulator. You'd be surprised how many people misclick counting to 3, though. Counting to 3 is hard. When you're trying to do 1,000 other things at the same time. Luckily, with how quick the tick system works in Brighter Shores, they're likely never going to do anything like that. Maybe as a boss mechanic, but as far as like tick system, you're probably never going to need to count it out for a lot of things. Or if you do, you're going to count it based on a weapon speed or something. Like, you're going to do it over another metric other than counting. Yeah, I think it's almost like 200 beats per minute or something for this game. Something absurdly high. It's like 180 or 200. Forget the number. Something like really, really high. Which is kind of too high, too quick a speed to really try counting out loud. Or even in the head. Or in any way, shape, or form. It's pretty quick. Oh, so this level's just gonna tease the bar, isn't it? We're gonna have like 43 and like 9/10 or something. It's gonna be like right on the edge, but not just get over. Unfortunate. According to our potion counter, I am on the last trip. Unless when I counted the other number, I forgot to account for the potion we'd have to sip for that trip. In which case, I will go to the monument with exactly one less trip than I needed. Like, we're going to be either 4 short or exactly enough. We'll find out in a moment if the potion counting method worked. Because actually counting to 8 failed me. So we'll see if the potion counting worked. It should. We're either exact or I calculated in a way where I forgot to account for one more because we already had one going. Or I overcompensated for it or something. So it should either be exact when I drink one more potion to do one more trip, or I'm exactly 1 trip short. But regardless, we are within 1 trip striking distance. After next trip. And then we get to see what the Jade Accent is. And it's going to be a while before we get a monument piece upgrade. Because honestly, we're probably not getting our next one until Thursday with my current schedule. We'll still be streaming some Brighter Shores every single day until then. Still working on monument here and there. But I don't think we're doing a stone turn-in until like Thursday again. Maybe Wednesday? But probably Thursday. This will be our last one for a couple days. But then we'll be all in on the grind until it's done. Alright, final trip if the potion method worked. Hopefully. It's either exact or off by 1. It depends how I forgot or included the one that was currently active. But if I counted correctly, this should be the final one. Regardless, this doesn't take that long to do half a trip. We're going to be like 8 short if this isn't it. Hey, it's going to take like no time at all. We just come here, grab each of one, and go run right back. It's not going to take that long. But if anyone still has any other questions, anyone want me to go over, let me know. Because once we go put this monument piece in, we'll go ahead to our AFK activity. Which I guess for now, while I go grab dinner, is probably just going to be what we were doing before on that one thing where we went to the bathroom earlier. We'll probably just do that on Beetle. And at some point later tonight, I'll get to this so I can start actually doing a real AFK. Or, you know, slightly better one. I don't need the material from this at this level range, though. Unfortunately. We will in the future, but not for tier 5. Tier 6 and above we do. It's actually our exact AFK activity right now, oddly enough, for smithing. It's hopefully enough to push us over to level tier 7. So whenever I do that later for tier 6, I do want to get enough to get to tier 7 if we can help it. It's not like that big a deal, but if we can, it'd be perfect. As we could do this perfectly into 7 then. I just need to get enough to get 1 2/3 of a level. But unfortunately, tier 5 material is useless to us. It's probably just going to get sold to the shop. We can use it for first time bonus though. I don't think we did first time bonus on all the scrap metal yet. Or maybe we did. Did I bother grabbing one of each? I think I did on day 1. I didn't do it for every passive, but I did it for every new passive. Other than for the book thing for this, because I forgot to go do that. But for most of the new passives, I remembered to go do the one of each on day 1 on Monday. Like every new activity they added. All right, let's go bank all this, go get a full inventory of monument, and see if potion counting works. Because honestly, if it did, I need to start potion counting more often. This is either exact, as in we got slightly too many, because I deliberately made sure we'd get like slightly over. Not a full inventory's worth, but like slightly. Or we are like 8 short. If we did not potion count correctly. It really comes down to if I counted the one that was already active correctly or not. But otherwise, this should be all we need. Otherwise, just a quick trip and grab 8 of them. We should be good. Alright, moment of truth. I guess we won't really know until we put them all in. Because I'm not going to bother doing the math on this number compared to that number. We're just going to put them in, and if I run out, then we run out. Or if it goes all the way, it'll go all the way. I think it goes all the way, though. We have 128. What's 128 into whatever this number is? 128 into, yeah, we got enough. Hey, potion counting worked! Real counting, not so much. Potion counting, 100%. So if you ever have to count cycles, just do it based on how many potions you consume. And just hope you never forget to drink a potion. So you can kind of cycle based on that as far as counting stuff. It puts the big assumption around never forgetting to drink a potion in any cycle, though. As long as you don't, you can count based on how many potions go down and how many of an object you get. So what we did for that is we were getting 16 every single cycle, and we were drinking 1 potion every cycle. So we were able to count the potion difference of how many of the 2 boost potions we would use to figure out the exact number we needed without keeping track of the actual number. And that's how we knew that this was the final number we needed. And it worked! Surprisingly. But it did indeed work. I didn't realize these are still the broken stairs. We don't get the fixed stairs until later. I'm pretty sure it's still in a broken state. I'm pretty sure they become more repaired than that. Plus these things on the side, I'm pretty sure get removed at some point. But for now, let's see what the Jade Accent is. This should be the final turn-in. Might even still have some in my inventory here. Alright, let's see what we get. Cutscene time, go. There it is, next one, soon. We need 420, nice. Oh, that gets all jaded? Yeah, oh, that's kind of cool. Too bad it doesn't get like dragon wings or something, but it gets like some cool spikes. Let's go see it. But yeah, 100% is going to be our thumbnail going forward. As the monument keeps getting upgraded. I don't know, how should I take the thumbnail? Do I do it really wide or really close? I'm not sure. But we're going to keep doing this until there's 4 lit burners here. Until this is 4 lit burners, this will be our thumbnail for the thing every single time. Because I've just been using the one from the trailer earlier, or you know, the one video thing that showed everything. Like, we'll start taking a screenshot of this as our progress keeps going. And eventually, the final one will be 4 lit burners here. When we finally go and get the venture and, you know, forge our complete and everything. But anyways, we'll end it here for now. We will be back tomorrow as well as the next few days, though all the next few days will be a little bit of a shorter stream. Between Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, those streams will be a little bit shorter this week. However, starting Thursday, we'll be back to like these full-length ones where we go for several hours. Like this one, which was like, what, 6.5? So, you know, doing like 6, 8-ish, however many hours we end up doing each day. But those will continue on Thursday. We'll still be streaming the next 4 days. This is going to be quite a bit shorter duration. But we'll still be around. Like on Monday, we'll go over the weekly leak, I guess, for once, and, you know, stuff like that. So we'll still have something to do. Tomorrow, we'll probably be able to get the milestone, hopefully. Only like 6 levels away at this point. And between AFK, we're like 4 levels away. So I should be able to push that tomorrow. I'll be pretty busy tomorrow, but I should be able to still throw that in around noon, I think. Only takes like 2 hours, so we should be fine. And yeah, we'll keep going. Obviously, the main goal is to go finish out the monument. We still have, however many tiers this is. What, 4 tiers of each? Should be 4 of each. But yep, we still have 4 tiers of each. Currently, the number isn't anything too scary. 420 is a funny number. But also, yeah, not that bad. Hopefully it only goes up to 690. That would be also very nice. But also because it's a low number. It might go to a scary number to the thousands eventually, but so far it hasn't been scaling that hard. They're also at the point where leveling doesn't scale that hard yet either, so we'll see as we go a little bit deeper. Because these are the 3 that are really scary. Like, these 2 could easily be over 1,000. This one could be 600 something, or 690, nice. But we'll have to figure it out. But so far it hasn't been only moving up by like 30. And if it keeps doing that, that's not that bad at all. And of course, I guess we'll go to our AFK real quick. I was going to end at the top of the tower, but might as well go all the way over there. I got to go do it right now anyways. And yeah, we'll go from there. So the next few days will be a little bit shorter streams. We'll be back to normal by Wednesday or Thursday, probably Thursday. Where am I going? I guess let's teleport over to the top. even though it's not that far away from where we already are. And then off stream, I gotta go and grind to 45 so I can do the better AFK later. I'm not gonna do that right now because I'm grabbing dinner. But after I grab dinner and do the other stream we're doing of Gems of War later tonight, I need to go push the other level we need so we can go AFK a better activity for the actual night. So we have a little more XP going into tomorrow. So that we only hopefully have to grind 2 levels tomorrow. I mean, sorry, 4 levels. You know, 2 hours is what I meant to say. And we'll be able to go do the Bone Zone as well. As we'll have access to these femurs and other things around this area. I might even do some of that tonight since I need to get that level anyways. But anyways, guys, we will be back tomorrow at noon, and we'll go from there. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Hope you all had a wonderful Valentine's Day, and I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching.